Right, we are in business. Tuda ata Abba Yahuah. Okay. Sheba, we're going to stop all that barking. Stop the ground. Nope, yep, you better stop it. Okay, Mishpaka, it is so wonderful to see you guys. I am live here in Fresno, California, IA, on the Shabbat. Shabbat Shalom to all of you. It is so wonderful to be able to get this connection. I just saw Aki Louise. Aki Louise, are you here? Yes, yes. So let me see here. I see we got Neil Yahoo, a Cody Shelby, Aki Jerry, a Cody Maribel, Bev, Dahlia, excuse me. Let me see here. We also got Aki Pete, Aki John, a Cody Kathleen, Itzla. I'm coming in clear. Rochelle, Aki Al. Hey, Aki, my moderator. I want to appreciate all my moderators for being here on this Yaum. Ak Dawood, Cody Miriam, all the way from Canada. Oh, there you are, Aki Louise. Oh, yes, I'm warm. I'm in the van. Cody Yanette, Cody Yavernia. Yes, I definitely will. Well, I got a lot of leg room here with me. A whole lot of leg room. As you can see, look, I can stretch out my legs. So I'm okay. I got the seats pulled up. Yep. This is my mobile studio today. Yes. Okay, so let's go ahead and Palal and let's get into our studies. If you're able to, let me see. I don't even know which direction I'm at right now. Let me see here because I'm in a new place. I think that way is east. Okay, so someone asked me about the question about facing east, and we're going to talk about that here in a minute. But let's go ahead and Palal. Heavenly Abba Yahuwah, we come before you in the mighty name of your Bane Yahushua HaMashiach. Abba, we give you all praise, honor, and esteem for this Yom, for this Shabbat that you have made. Let us rejoice and be glad in this day that you have created for your mishpachah, for your family, O Abba, those who are going to be part of the eternal existence there before you, O Yah. Abba, if there's anything that we have said, did, or done, or thought, O Abba Yahuwah, that was against you, or anything that we have done that was against your TORAH, your instructions, we ask that you forgive us, that you cleanse us, that you purge us by the blood of your Bane Yahusha. Abba, we ask that you be in our midst this Yom. We ask that you would lead us and guide us into your truth. Allow your Ruach, O Abba, to lead us in whatever it is that you want us to know this Yom. Abba, as we always do, we allow your Ruach to just flow freely in our midst. Abba, we ask that you don't allow us, especially myself, to think of anything that is contrary to what you want us to know. Abba, we ask that you prepare your people, Yasharal, those who are grafted in and those who are DNA Yasharal. Abba, we ask that you purge us and cleanse us. Help us to look into those things that are in our life, O Abba, that is displeasing to you. We also pull off for all of our Akis and our Kodis all around the world who call upon your name and seek your face, even those that we've never met, O Abba Yahuwah. You know who they are, for your name is placed upon them, O Yah. We also pull off for our Mishpachah, that is DNA, by the blood. We ask that you would open up their eyes so that they too may see this truth and your wonderfulness of who you are, O Abba Yahuwah, that everything comes from you. There is nothing that we have, O Yah, that is around us that did not come from your voice, that you spoke into existence. And so we thank you. We give you all praise, honor, and esteem on this Yom in the mighty name of your Bane, Yahusha HaMashiach. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And hallelujah. Amat. Rumamu Yahuwah. Okay, Mishpachah. So of course you see that I am holding the my phone today, so it's going to be a little shaky. I apologize for that. I was trying to use my my cradle, but I really have no place to connect it. Everything on here is soft, so it moves, so I can't use any of the chairs or anything, so it's okay. We'll make do with what we have. So, as we always do, we read from the Torah, the Ketubim, or the Nabaim, and also the Ketubim. That is the instructions or the law. We'll also be reading from the prophets, and we'll also be reading from the writings, which includes our New Testament, as people call it, or the Brit Hadashah. Some people pronounce it that way, or the Brit HaKadash is the way I pronounce it. Anyhow, with all that being said, let us go ahead and get started here. And we are going to read from Exodus. Hallelujah. Yahuah. All right. Yes, drink that water up, Onyx. Drink it up. I know you guys probably hear my doggy Onyx over there just slurping away. All righty. And let's see here. I got to get my little pointer. Give me a second, Mishpachah. Again, I'm doing everything on the fly today. Okay. All righty. And we are going to go to chapter 21 of Exodus, Shemot. Chapter 21. This is right after the Ten Commandments. We're going to go into chapter 21. All right. Let me blow this up a little bit for all of you. I hope everything is still coming in clear. If it doesn't, please let me know. And so it reads, Exodus chapter 21, verse 1. These are the right rulings which you are to set before them, that is, Yasharal. When you buy a Hebrew servant, he serves 6 years, and in the 7th he goes out free, for naught or for nothing. If he comes in by himself, he goes out by himself. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master has given him a wife, and she has borne him sons and daughters, the wife and her children are her master's, and he goes out by himself. And if the servant truly says, I love my master, my wife, and my children, let me not go out free. Then his master shall bring him before Aluah Alahim, the mighty of mighty ones, and shall bring him to the door, or to the doorpost, and his master shall pierce his ear with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. And when a man sells his daughter to be a female servant, she does not go out as the male servants do. If she is displeasing in the eyes of her master who has engaged her to himself, then he shall let her be ransomed. He shall have no authority to sell her to a foreign people because of him deceiving her. And if he has engaged her to his son, he is to do to her as it is right of daughters. If he takes another wife, her food, her covering, and her marriage rights are not to be diminished. And if he does not do these 3 for her, then she shall go out for nothing, without silver. Now, before we continue, I know some of your minds are probably spinning like, wow, how we as women are just property. It's not that. It's for your protection, why this was this way back in the day. You see, we always like to look at things as like, well, where's my rights? Why don't I have this? How come the male can do this and the female can't do that? It has to do, again, with protection. Okay? The protection, yes, and it's very true about the covering too, as well, Cody Shelby. But that's the first and foremost. But it's also for the protection, and that she is not misused and abused. Why these laws even exist? Because again, physically speaking, if males can do whatever they want, they would just ransack everyone who is weaker than they. And so this is why we have these laws, is for the protection of the weaker ones. It's for the protection of the meek. It's for the protection of those who are low, and everything in between. Because if not, then they would have others that would just snatch them up. Who's going to stop a male from getting another woman? Now, the average woman is not going to be able to stop a male. That's average, okay? I don't care what kind of Hollywood movies you've seen and how women are doing this and doing that and beating men down to the ground. That's Hollywood. Real life, The average woman is not going to be able to handle a man. Notice I said average women. There's some women out here who can throw those hands. Okay. There's women out there who have practiced and trained how to use her legs and how to use her body weight against, her counterparts' body weight against them and throw them to the ground like they're nothing. So again, all of this is for the protection of the woman. Okay, is the reason why. So just wanted to put that out there before we keep reading. All right, so let's continue. All right. Verse 12. He who strikes a man so that he dies shall certainly be put to death. So again, this is one who unalives someone, they're to be unalived. But if he did not lie in wait, but Yahuah Elohim delivered him into his hand, then I shall appoint for you a place where he is to flee. And of course, we know these to be sanctuary cities, okay? Not like the sanctuary cities that we know about today here in the Americas. All right, so let's continue. But when a man acts presumptuously against his neighbor to unalive him or her by treachery, you are to take him even from my slaughter place to die. That is capital punishment. And he who strikes his father or his mother shall certainly be put to death. Notice that. He or, and let me ad lib, or she who strikes his father or his mother shall certainly be put to death. Now, here we know there are so many people, and I'm not saying that we don't have bad or terrible parents that raise us up. Some of them don't know Yahuah. They don't know how to truly raise up children because they're still children in their mind. And here you have a son who's feeling himself and he's being raised by his mom because the dad isn't around, and he strikes her. According to the old ways, that man or that youngster would be put to unaliving. He would be taken out. Now we know this goes contrary to what the fifth commandment is right here. The fifth commandment here in Exodus 20 verse 12 says, respect your father and your mother. Hey, lay it down. Lay it down. Sheba, lay it down. And so it says here, so that your days are prolonged upon the soil which Yahuah, your Yahuah Elohim, is giving you. So you are to respect your parents. You are not to unalive them. Okay. Again, verse 15 of chapter 21. And he who strikes his father or his mother shall certainly be put to death. Verse 16. And he who kidnaps a man and sells him, or if he is found in his hand, shall certainly be put to death. And he who curses his father or his mother shall certainly be put to death. Curses his father or mother shall be put to death. And when men strive together, that is, fight together, and one strikes the other with a stone or with his fist, and he does not die, but is confined to his bed, if he rises again and walks about outside with his staff, then he who struck him shall be innocent. He only pays for the lost time and see to it that he is completely healed. So again, here it is. You get into a fight with your neighbor and you knock them out or whatever, and you cause some bodily harm. We're supposed to actually take care of these people. You're supposed to take care of that person that you wounded. Do you see that in today's society? Nope. You don't see that anywhere. You don't see that anywhere. Not unless you go to court and the court finds that you did this or do that, and then you have to pay all of this money back. But anyhow, let's continue. Verse 20. And when a man strikes his male or female servant with a rod, so that he dies under his hand, he shall certainly be punished. Notice he's not put to death, but he is to be punished. But if he remains alive a day or two, he is not punished, for he is his property. Okay? So again, somebody may say, wow, that's pretty harsh. Well, what did that slave do, or that servant do, let me put it that way, that received lashes or that received correction? Is probably being disobedient. Now, again, let's not take this out of control. I need you guys to think about this. Just like right now, we use different words for servants today. We call ourselves employees, right? We call ourselves employees. No different than a hired servant. We're hired, right? And we're servants. Now, they're not supposed to be beating us. Of course, we have all kinds of rules on that. But nonetheless, even now, we still have rights. We still have rights. And at the same time, the employer has rights. But here's the bigger thing. Why would Yahuah give us a law like this, that the master or the employer has these rights over the male or female servant? Does anyone want to take a gander at that and see, why does Yahuah give the employer this kind of power or authority? Why does he give this kind of authority? Yes, yes. That's it right there, Maribal. Obedience. Yes, Elaine, for order. So here's the thing. You remember, like the Apostle Shaul, aka Paul, said, whatever you do, do it as you're doing it unto who? When you work for these masters, who are you acting like you're working for? We're told we're supposed to do it as if we're doing it unto our Mashiach, aren't we? Exactly, exactly. Now, Bobby, you're right. You know, somebody may say, you sure that ain't a slave Bible? Well, here's the thing. Again, all of this is a precursor. It's a foreshadow of what is to come in the millennial reign. Everyone is so short-sighted and they're only looking at, wow, that's harsh. Or why is that even allowable? Why is this doing? You're not looking at the bigger picture of what Yahuah is all about and who he is as the ultimate being. There's a reason why he sets all these things in order. What Yahuah does not like is disobedience. He does not like disorder. And so we have many examples. Even the prophet, the Nabi Daniel, how he spoke to Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar had this dream about what was going to happen to him in his kingdom. And he explained it to Daniel because Daniel had the gift of dreams and he can interpret the dreams. And then it goes on and says there that the Nabi Daniel, he was like, may this not fall upon you, my king. May none of these words that have been spoken that I have revealed to you not be you, my king. How many of us would even do something like that with President Bush? I mean, President Bush. That's who was in my head. President Trump. I think most of us would probably deal with him the way we feel and not deal with him according to the way Yahuah tells us that we're to conduct ourselves. That should be a barometer check for all of us. Remember, we're supposed to be his ambassadors. And as an ambassador, you act a certain way. You act according to the kingdom that you represent. We are his representatives here on this Aratz, on this earth. We are to conduct ourselves as such. If we was to walk in that kind of a mindset, I think we would treat others way better. We would have a different mentality than the way we have been carrying ourselves, and I'm guilty of that. I'm guilty of that all the way. And these are the things that I know Yahuah is pruning out of his people. He wants to purge these things out of his people because a lot of these things we don't even recognize that we're doing. We just think, you know what? We believe in Yahushua. We're keeping his commandments and I'm saved. No, it's more than that. We are to, little by little, look in ourselves. We need to see what is going on within ourselves before we just go out there and just say what we're going to say or spill what we're going to spill. This is why it says all throughout the Old Testament, all throughout the Tanakh, that his name has been disrespected by the Gentiles because of the way we carry his name, who we are as his people, as his ambassadors, as his representatives, as those who are to do the ministry of reconciliation, to reconcile these people, many of them who do not know what you and I know. We're supposed to walk around as his officiates. We're supposed to do his will here upon this Aratz. I hope that's making sense to some of you. Let's get back into this text, what we're talking about. And then we're going to get into the Nabiim and to the prophets. And so we go on in here. Let's read here again. We're going to start at verse 21. But if he remains alive a day or two, we're speaking about the employees that suffered under the hand of their employer, but they were not unalived, or they stayed alive for a day or two. The employer is not punished, for he is his property. Now, again, we don't look at it that way, in the sense of our employers were their property. No, but we're under their authority. And as long as we're in their place of business, we are their property. Whatever we do at that moment, they can tell us this, they can tell us that. Either you're going to obey or you're going to disobey. But that's what you signed on the dotted line. And so now here we have, like, this one person came in and out, and I thank my mom for removing them, where they're like, oh, well, I'm glad for unions. Well, we're glad for unions too, but sometimes unions go against Yahuah's law. Because if you agreed to sign on the dotted line that you were going to be their hired servant, and then all of a sudden the next week you go and you strike with the rest of the employees, guess what you're doing? You're being disobedient. You're being rebellious. You signed on the dotted line. Why are you tripping? Now, yes, I know some employers, just like Pharaoh, they treat Yahuah's people bad. I know some of you are probably getting treated bad at your job site. But Yahuah sees all of this. Yahuah sees all of this. We're trying to set everything up for ourselves on this earth the way we want to be treated. But sometimes this is what Yahuah is allowing us to see. You wanted a king over you. This is what's going to happen to you. You're going to be paying his taxes. You're going to fight his wars. He's going to send out your children, and he's going to buy your children. He's going to do this to your children, and you're going to have to put up with it. This is all because Yahuah wants us to understand, as we go through this life, this is why I'm your king. This is why I'm your creator. This is why I'm your ruler. But you didn't want to have it so. Verse 22, and when a man strive, and they shall smite a pregnant woman, and her children come out, yet there is no injury, he shall certainly be punished according to as the woman's husband lays upon him, and he shall give through the judges. But if there is injury, then you shall give life for life, eye for an eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, lash for lash. And when a man strikes the eye of his male or female servant and destroys it, he is to let him go free for the sake of his eye. And if he knocks out the tooth of his male or female servant, he is to let him go free for the sake of his tooth. Now, let's stop there for a second. Now, this brings us back. What better way for us to talk about the transatlantic slave trade? That's not the only trade of slaves that happened. We know, if we go back into the annals of history, we know that the children of Yasharal have been in captivity multiple times because of their disobedience to Yahuah. You see, we always seem to forget that little piece about disobedience and why we were put into the hands of our enemy, and how Yahuah saw fit for our enemies to rule over us. It's the same thing that's getting ready to happen, Mishpachah. Hear me. It's the same thing that's getting ready to happen in the Great Tribulation. The identical thing, this time on a world stage. It's to root out those who are not his. It's also to root out those of us who are rebels. It's also to root out those of us who are going to continue to be disobedient and disrespectful. Sheba, calm down. It's also those of us who are not wanting to do Yahuah's will. We are in Exodus chapter 21, almost at the end here of this chapter. We still got more reading to do. Okay, so now we're going to go verse 28. So now you notice here what I have here on the margin side here. These are the laws for animals. You know how there are so many people who talk about, oh, how we're supposed to keep all the laws. Again, all these laws aren't meant for you. Some of these laws are meant for your animals. Some of these laws are meant for employers or those who are our subjects. Those that are under as subjects. So that's what we're kind of reading, and also about the violence. So like here, I put laws concerning violence. That's what we were reading about. All the violence that's done to one another, to your neighbor. So now we're going to talk about or read about those about laws for animals. Verse 28, and when an ox gores a man or a woman to death, then the ox shall certainly be stoned, and his flesh is not eaten, and the owner of the ox is innocent. Interesting. Why do you think we're not allowed to eat the flesh of an animal that unalives a man or a woman? Do you think there may be something in its blood that has permeated into the meat? And then when you eat the meat, maybe there's something that happens in your stomach as your body is digesting it, and now it becomes part of you? I'm just speculating. I'm just wondering. Maybe some of you maybe have looked into this. I don't know. But it definitely seems that there might be something to do with the meat of the animal that you are not able to take it in. Verse 29. However, if the ox was previously in the habit of goring, and its owner has been warned, and he has not kept it confined, so that it has killed a man or a woman, the ox is stoned, and its owner also is to be put to death. Now, think about this. People who have, like, you guys know I have dogs. And these dogs can really maim somebody if they're not under supervision or under the hand who can handle them. They can do a lot of damage, if not unalive a child or even a woman. And knowing that some of us have animals like this, because, we hear about dog bites in the news all the time. And some of these people know that their dogs are vicious and they still let them roam. What if they was to do that? Boy, I tell you, a lot of people be handling their dogs a lot better. Be handling them dogs a lot better. Verse 30. If a sin covering is laid upon him, then he shall give the ransom of his life, whatever is laid on him. Whether it has gored a son or gored a daughter, according to this right ruling, it is done to him. Verse 32. If the ox gores a male or female servant, he is to give to their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox is stoned. And when a man opens a pit, or if a man digs a pit and does not cover it, and an ox or a donkey falls in it, the owner of the pit is to repay. He is to give silver to their owner, and the dead beast is his. And when the ox of a man smites the ox of his neighbor, and it dies, then they shall sell the live ox, and divide the silver from it, and also divide the dead ox. Or if it was known that the ox was previously in the habit of goring, and its owner has not kept it confined, he shall certainly repay ox for ox, while the dead beast is his. Interesting. Okay, so that is Exodus chapter 21, the reading from the Torah. Let's go to the Nabaim section, and we are going to read from Obadiah or Obadiahu. Now, this isn't a long chapter or a long book, so we're just going to read it. It's like one page, which is this one here. Okay, and then it goes right into Yonah, the Nabi. Obadiahu. The vision of Obadiahu. This is what the Master Yahuah said concerning Adam. People pronounce it Edom. We have heard a report from Yahuah, and a messenger has been sent among the nations, that is among the Gentiles, saying, Arise and let us rise up against her for battle. Against who for battle? That is Yasharal. See, I have made you small among the nations. You are greatly despised. The pride of your heart has deceived you. You who dwell in the clefts of the rock, whose dwelling is high, who say in your heart, Who shall bring me down to the ground? Now we're switching to the Gentiles, to the nations. Though you rise high as eagles, or eagle, and though you set your nest among the stars, and from there I shall bring you down, declares Yahuah. This is exactly what we see that is happening all over again. This is Babylon 2.0 all over again. Just like the first Tower of Babel. What did they do? Nimrod and those that he was that they were under him, they erected this tower. You all heard of it there in the book of Bereshit, also known as Genesis, chapter is it 11 or 12? I can't quite remember right now. And they erected this tower that was to go up into the heavens. Yes, very interesting story. You should look into that if you haven't read it before. Very interesting. But what are they doing that is so similar right now? Well, back then, what did Yahuah have to do? He had to separate all the languages. In fact, let's hold our spot there. Let me where's my bookmarker so I don't lose my location. Give me a second, you guys. I thought I brought me a bookmarker here. That's what happens when you are in the mobile studio. Let me see here, you guys. Let me see if I brought it and left it in here. Maybe I didn't. I must have left them all at the house. Okay, well, we're just gonna have to make do. Let's go to Genesis chapter 11. Genesis chapter 11, verse 1. And we're going to go back to Obadiah. And all the Arats had one language and one speech. And it came to be, as they set out from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, that is Sumeria, today what we know as Iraq. And they dwelt there. And they said to each other, "Come, let us make bricks and bake them thoroughly." And they had brick for stone, and they had asphalt for mortar. And they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city, and a tower whose top is in the Shamayim, and make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered all over the face of the Arats." Then Yahuah came down to see the city. Notice that Yahuah came down to see the city and the tower which the sons of Adam had built. And Yahuah said, "Look, they are of one people, and they all have one language, and that is what they begin to do. And now they are not going to be withheld from doing whatever they plan to do." Notice that. Notice that last sentence. And now they are not going to be withheld from doing whatever they plan to do. "Come, let us go there and confuse their language so that they do not understand one another's speech." This right here is what we're seeing today, the reversal of it. Because again, the next verse says this, "And Yahuah scattered them from there over the face of all the Arats, and they left off building the city." That project was ceased. Cease and desist, right? That is why its name was called Babal, because there Yahuah confused the language of all the Arats, and from there Yahuah scattered them over the face of all the Arats. He scattered them all over the face of the earth. This is where we have all these different ethnicities of people. It is said in other parts, and even in the apocryphas, we'll have to get into that out. I don't have those passages before me, where he sent people, 70 different ethnicities that came from Noah's three sons, from Japheth, who you know as Japheth, from Sham, you may know him as Shem, and from Ham. From these three came 70 nations of people. And Yahuah scattered them and gave them boundaries where they were to be. Now, they're said that those 70 ethnicities also received a language of their own by Yahuah. They all spoke as they were led into those groups. 70 root languages. And from those 70 root languages, we get all the other languages that we see today. I shared this before, where if you look at the Latin language. I believe Latin was probably one of the original languages of the 70. But from Latin, you get Portuguese, you get French, you get Italian, um, you get Spanish. All right. All that comes from the Latin. And then the same thing, even with China, Chinese, what we call, some people call, and I don't know which one of the two is the original Mandarin or Cantonese. I don't quite know. I haven't really looked into it. But I know that there are a lot of similarities in the Korean language. And there's some similarities even into the Japanese language. And you'll see it even bleed out into Vietnam, into Laos, into Cambodia, into Thailand. All of those, again, they have their own languages, but they stemmed from a root language of one of the 70. Okay, so let's continue. This passage right here, we see that the countries of the world, like what we know as the International Space Station, ISS, while all this commotion, as they got us believing, between the United States and Russia is going on, but yet they're over here spending time together in a space capsule, so they tell us. They're doing all these little laboratory testing and research. They're not thinking about what's going on between the Kremlin and Washington, D.C. when they're up there. They're over there doing everything at its finest, just like it was in the days of the Tower of Babel. And just like in the days of Tower of Babel, they all spoke and they were able to communicate under one language. Well, how is that being reversed now? Especially through translators, people who go to schools for universities and all of this, and they learn other languages of other cultures. But now, because of the age of AI, this is going to be even more accelerated. And what we're going to find out is AI is now going to bridge the gap in real time. And I know some of you already know this. We got earpieces we can put in our ears with our phone, and you're talking to someone, and immediately it's telling you in your ear what this person is saying to you. And you can do the same thing back to them, and they have the earpiece in their ear. And so there is no gap between the languages anymore. This is letting us know we're coming back to that point where there's nothing that man has put in his heart that he won't be able to do. This is why AI is so dangerous. And so again, notice what it says here in verse 6. And now they are not going to be withheld from doing whatever they plan to do. Meaning if Yahuah didn't stop that process or that progress, where would we be now? Here it is now, the technology is coming back to that level again. This is why Yahuah says there's nothing new under the sun. There are so many things that we think is for the first time. This isn't the first time we've had computers on this earth. This isn't the first time of AI technology on this earth. There's a lot of things that we have no understanding of, that something has happened here before under this sun that we have no idea until now that it's once again coming into the forefront. All of this is happening right now, and it's for a specific reason. This is why it's accelerating, because Satan tried to do it before, but Yahuah snuffed it out. He tried to do it again. Yahuah snuffed it out. He tried to do it again. Yahuah says, nope, it's not time. But there is one particular generation that he's going to allow it to just flow freely. He's going to allow it to do what it's supposed to do. That's the Great Tribulation. That's the Great Tribulation. Okay, so now let's go back to Obadiah. I just wanted to read that part, that passage right there about what mankind was doing back then. Now let's read this passage again and get a little more clearer understanding. In Obadiah, verse 4. Oh no, verse 3. The pride of your heart has deceived you, you who dwell in the clefts of the rock, whose dwelling is high, who say in your heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? Though you rise high as the eagle, and though you set your nest among the stars, from there I shall bring you down. Yahuah is going to bring all of their technology, all of the progress that they're doing, all of their projects that they're doing, that they have put in their heart. Oh, we're going to do this. We're going to go to the moon. We're going to go to Mars. We're going to do it. And they know that's this stuff. They can't even reach it. They know. But because of the technology that they're now having and Yahuah is allowing them to receive, There's nothing that they cannot do. Even if that means they want to try to break the dimensional barrier and they want to enter into another dimension. Verse 5. If thieves came to you, if robbers by night, how ruined you would be, or excuse me, how ruined would have been. Oh, that sounds funny. How ruined you would have been. Would they not steal till they had enough? If grape gatherers had come to you, would they not have leave gleanings? How Esau, and that again, for those of you who know the true pronunciation, is Ashu or Ashu, shall be searched out. Esau, again, we're not talking about the white tea people. Let's get that out of our heads. How Esau shall be searched out. His hidden treasures shall be sought out. We're talking about a mindset, not a color set, not a paint job set. We're talking about a mindset of people who have the mindset of Esau, who don't care about their birthright, who don't care for who they are or what their pedigree is or what their genealogy is or what their DNA is. They only care about the here and now. They just want their morsel of food. They could care less about their birthright. This is the mindset we're talking about. Again, how Esau shall be searched out. Searched out how? In his mind, his thoughts. His hidden treasures shall be sought out. All your allies shall send you forth to the border. Your friends shall deceive you and overpower you. They make your bread the snare under you without you discerning it. Notice that they make your bread a snare under you without you discerning it. Do you know what it's talking about here, Mishpachah? Does anybody have an idea of what it's talking about? We're talking about food. They will make your food a snare to you without you discerning it, without you understanding it. What are they doing to our food supply right now? What are they doing to our food supply right now in this world? Especially here in the United States. I can't speak of Europe. I know there's a lot of things that they don't allow over there that they sell over here in the United States. Exactly. Exactly. And who are the ones that are doing this? These people right here with this mindset. They know. They know exactly who their enemy is. And their enemy is our creator, Yahuah. They're destroying our food. And they're feeding it to us. And most people don't even know how to discern it. They have no idea. Some of us don't even know what the heck we're eating. You remember back in the day, not too long ago, some of you might remember this, when Subway was caught making bread out of cardboard and out of yoga mats. Do you guys remember that? They were making bread for Subway sandwiches at Subway made out of the same ingredients for your yoga mats. That's crazy. It's crazy. But this is the kind of life in the world we live in. And they are poisoning us. You better believe it. In that day, declares Yahuah, I shall destroy the wise men from Adam. That Adam, even though they put Edom, the same three letters, it's a Aleph, Dalet, and a Mem. If you look it up. I didn't bring my Strong's Concordance with me, but that's the same word. Okay? And discernment of the mountains of Esau. It's talking about the nations, the countries of Eus or Esu. Those who are being ran by the Jesuits, Yeshuites. Yeshu is Esau. Let's continue. And your mighty men shall be discouraged, O Taman, or Timan, so that everyone from the mountains of Esau, that is the countries or the nations of Esau, is cut off by unaliving. Because of your violence against your brother Yaqub. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Now y'all starting to see what's going on here. Let shame cover you, Esau, and you shall be cut off forever, Esau. Why? Because Esau is going against the true Israelites. Let me say that again. The Yeshuites are going against the Yashraelites, the true Yasharal. I don't know if you guys know this, but this is exactly what's happening. This is why every time the true Yasharal's eyes are being opened, They try to put you back in the can. They try to get you not to see what you're seeing. They try to get you to not understand what you are perceiving, and you understand what you're perceiving, and yet many of them want to go back to sleep. They lull back to sleep, and some of them on purpose. I'll even put some names out there for you. Nick Cannon was one. Kyrie Irving was one. Kanye West is, I think he's also coming back as well. They're all kissing the ring. They're all kissing the ring. And again, because your violence against your brother, Yaqub, we know Yaqub's name was changed to Yasharal. And Yasharal is the true people. And this is why I always say, every time we talk about the DNA bloodline to natives, this does not negate those who have been grafted in, those who have become Yasharal by adoption, those who have clung onto the Mashiach, to believe in his words, to follow his instructions, his commandments, his ordinances. They understand who the true people are. They don't deny the true history. These same people are coming after you, just like they're coming after DNA Israel. The only difference between you and DNA Israel is a lot of the DNA Israel don't even know that they're Israel. That's the part that is shameful. And this is why Yahuah is opening up the eyes of his people in these last days, is prophecy. Now, the way their eyes are open and what they do with the information against the Yeshuites, against these Esau, these Edomites, as some people like to call them, it's going to be up to them. What I mean by that is some of these camps like IUIC, they find out the truth. They don't come all the way out, but they know enough to where they like, we're the people of the book. And then the next thing you know, they're on this racist tantrum. Well, we're not about that, because Yahuah is not about that. Yahuah doesn't look at your paint job. He's not looking at the color of your skin. He's looking at your heart condition. He's looking at your heart posture. He's looking at the way you treat others as you would be treated yourself. And if you're treating others and you're not treating, and they're treating you better, and you're not treating them the way you're supposed to be treated, Yahuah is going to deal with you, because you're to love your neighbor as yourself. We know this to be the golden rule. But a lot of people don't like to do it, because a lot of people have hate in their heart. Who or which one of us had the opportunity to choose the way we came out of our mother's womb? Did you get to pick your eye color? Did you get to choose your hair texture? Did you get to choose your paint job? Did you get to choose your gender? No, you didn't, did you? No, you came into this world just like every last one of us. So why are you hating somebody because they don't look like you, or they didn't come from your background or from your lineage? That's straight evil. You are hating those who have been created in the image and the likeness of your creator, who also created you in his image and after his likeness. Just something to think about. Just something to think about. Verse 11, and in that day you stood on the other side, in the day that strangers took captive his wealth, when foreigners entered his gates and cast lots for Jerusalem. Notice what city we're talking about. We're talking about Jerusalem. You also were like one of them, meaning they divided the land. They divided the promised land that was given to Yasharal. And you should not have looked on your brother's day, in the day of his estrangement or his calamity, nor rejoiced over the children of Yehudah in the day of their destruction, nor made your mouth great in the day of distress, nor have entered the gate of my people, notice that, in the day of their calamity, nor looked down on their evil in the day of their calamity, nor have seized their wealth in the day of their calamity, nor have stood in the parting of the way to cut off his fugitives, nor handed over his survivors in the day of distress or the day of tribulation. For the day of Yahuah is near upon all the nations, all the heathens, all the Gentiles. As you have done, it shall be done to you. Your reward shall come back on your own head. Let's stop right there. How many of you, again, still believe? I know most of us don't, but I know there's people that are here that are listening. How many of you believe that you're not going to be judged according to your works? Notice what it says here. Again, as you have done, it shall be done to you. That's your works. What kind of works are you showing? What kind of works are you giving? Again, are you loving your neighbor as yourself? If you're hating your neighbor, Yahuwah is going to deal with you according to the way you showed no mercy, the way you showed no compassion, no long suffering. This is why we always talk about, even for those in our own family, Mishpachah, those who don't see what we see, those who don't understand what we understand. Yahuwah opened up our eyes. We must understand this. You didn't do anything to open up your eyes other than Yahuwah chose you. You did not choose him. Do not forget this. I know it's so easy. We go around like, why is my eyes open? Why am I able to see it and they can't see it? How come I understand it and they don't understand it? Because Yahuwah chose you. This is why we thank him. Once we understand that little precept right there, that Yahuwah chose us, we did not choose him. You're going to start to understand why it's so much easier to love our neighbor as ourselves, because they don't see. That could be us. Yahuwah could have did that to us, where we didn't understand. We would be just like your family member. We might be just like your wife. We might be just like your husband. We might be just like your children, your mother, your father, where our eyes are closed to this information. You better be grateful. You better be thankful to Yahuwah that he's opened up your eyes. You need to open up your eyes to what the truth is, that Yahuwah has opened up our eyes and that it is not of you. You've done nothing to deserve your eyes being opened. You have done nothing in your life to where Yahuwah says, I'm going to open up his eyes. You know why? Because Yahuwah is the one who chose you to open up your eyes. He knows you already. We don't understand it, but we're going to understand who we are once we're before him, why he chose us. But right now, we don't know that information. We don't understand why he says, I want this child to be with me for eternity and this one to be departing from me for eternity. I want nothing to do with this one. I want nothing to do with Esau. Esau, I dislike, but Yaqub, I love, I care for. Why? He said he already knew before they did any works what the promise was, that it was going to come through Yaqub, it was going to come through Jacob. Before they did any work, it says in Genesis, he already chose Yaqub because he already knows what he was going to do. He already knew who he was going to choose. So we all need to get off of our high horses. We all need to stop thinking that, giving ourselves a pat on the back as if we've done something to deserve to have our eyes open. No, everything that we have received from Yahuwah is because he's allowed it and because he chose us and we did not choose him. That's word. That's word. This is why we can't hate other people. This is why we can't look down and say, because of the color of their paint job, this person is going to be damned. We have no right to say that. We don't know if Yahuwah is going to open up their eyes, like many of you who are of lighter complexion. He opened up your eyes. You are Mishpachah. You are Yasharal. You are not a Gentile. You're not a heathen. You're not a pagan anymore. You are his child of the eternal king. He looks at you no different than one who came through the loins of Abraham. No different. Hallelujah, Yahuwah. Again, verse 15, for the day of Yahuwah is near upon all the nations, all the Gentiles. This is talking about his second coming. This is talking about when he is to come here in the future. Revelation chapter 19. Again, as you have done, it shall be done to you. Your reward shall come back on your own head. What's your reward going to be? This is why Yahushua says, my reward is with me. To some people, that reward is going to be the lake of fire. For some others of us, I applaud all of us that are here listening, that we're going to have eternal life with him. Verse 16, for as you have drunk on my set apart mountain, so do all the nations drink continually, and they shall drink and shall swallow, and they shall be as though they had never been. What? As my Aki Al would say, as though they never been, as they never existed. This is what he means when he says about our names written in the Lamb's book of life. He says, I will blot you out of that book, meaning that your name is already in there, but is it going to stay in there? Just like when you went to school, on that first day of school, the teacher said, all of you today, all of you have A's, but is it going to stay an A? That's up to you. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Are you going to be one of his people? Is your name going to stay in that book, or is it going to be etched out? Is it going to be blotted out forever as if you never existed? Just like he says about these Edomites, these Yeshuites. What's going to happen to you? And they shall be as though they had never been. But on Mount Sion, Mount Zion, there shall be an escape, and they shall be set apart. And the house of Jacob shall possess their possessions. Notice that. All throughout the book of Daniel, all throughout the Gospels, as they would say, the Basora, all throughout the book of Revelation, we are told that the kingdom shall be handed over to the Kadashim, to the Talmudim, to the set apart ones. It is ours. All the nations of the earth, they shall be our possessions. And the house of Jacob shall be a fire, and the house of Yosef a flame, but the house of Esau, Yashu, for stubble. They're for fire. And they shall burn among them, and they shall consume them, so that no survivor is left of the house of Esau, Yashu. For Yahuah has spoken. And they shall possess the south with the mountains of Esau, and the low country with the Philistines. And they shall possess the fields of Ephraim, and the fields of Shamarun, and also Benjamin with Galad. And the exiles of this host of the children of Yasharal possessed of the Canaanites as far as Zapharath. I hope I said that right. Serephath. And the exiles of Jerusalem who are in Sepharad possess the cities of the south. And saviors, plural, shall come out, shall come to Mount Zion to judge the mountains or the nations or the countries of Esau, and the reign shall belong to Yahuah. Notice that. Again, it's talking about the times of what we know as the millennial reign. Hallelujah. Yahuah. Now let's go to the writings, the Ketubim. Let's go to the Brit HaKadash. Matityahu. Chapter 10. Matityahu, chapter 10. Matthew, chapter 10. And having called his 12 taught ones near, he gave them authority over unclean spirits to cast out and to heal every disease and every bodily weakness. And these are the names of the 12 emissaries or apostles. First, Shimon, who is called Kappa, and Andrew, you may know him as Andrew, his brother, Jacob, the son of Zabdi, and Yohanan, his brother, Philip and Bartholomew, or Bartholomew, Toma, you may know him as Thomas, and Matityahu, the tax collector, Jacob, the son of Alphi, and Labai, whose last name was Tadai, Shimon the Canaanite. Notice that, Shimon the Canaanite, Yahudah from Kirioth, who did also deliver him up. Yahusha sent these 12 out, having commanded them, saying, do not go into the way of the Gentiles or the nations, and do not enter a city of the Shamaronim, that is, of the Samaritans, but rather go to the lost sheep of the house of Yasharal. Notice where they're supposed to go, to the lost sheep of the house of Yasharal. And as you go, proclaim, saying, the reign of the Shamaim has drawn near. Heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, raise the dead, cast out demons. You have received without pay, give without being paid. Ooh-wee. A lot of these prosperity teachers have failed that test. They failed that test big time. And it goes on in here and says, verse 9, do not acquire gold or silver or copper for your money belts. Do not acquire gold or silver. Do not acquire money. Or a bag for your journey, or 2 undergarments, or sandals, or staffs, for the worker is worthy of his food. And into whatever city or village you enter, ask who is worthy in it, and stay there until you leave. And, I want somebody to look this word up for me. Matthew chapter 10, verse 10, Let me know what this word comes back as in the Greek. Staffs right here. Okay? Can somebody pull that up for me and let me see it? Again, since I'm in my mobile unit today, I can't do all of that. I don't have my some of my research stuff here. But yes, if someone can look up chapter 10, verse 10 of Matthew and look up the word staff for us, yes, and then put it here in the comments. I'd like to see what it says. Verse 11, and into whatever city and village you enter, ask who is worthy in it and stay there until you leave. Notice that you stay whatever home that you're staying in, you stay there. Once you enter that city, you don't go to another one. Okay? Can you give me the word in Greek that it says that, Baruch? Robert, can you give me the Greek word? It says staff equals tribes. Journey to undergarments or sandals or tribes. So it can't be tribe in that sense. Rabados. Rabados? Rahabados. Okay, so that's the word Rahabados. Okay, interesting. Rahabados. Okay. Tuda ata to all of you. Okay, let's continue. Verse 12. And as you enter into a house, greet it. And if the house is worthy, let your shalom come upon it. But if it is not worthy, let your shalom return to you. And whoever does not receive you nor your words, when you leave that house or city, shake off the dust from your feet. Truly I say to you, it shall be more bearable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment than for that city. Hold on one second, you all. Yes, dear. Tuda ata.
Hi, babies.
Dear, are you using your phone?
No.
Can I use it for the music? Thank you, love. All right. I just got some persimmons. Uh-oh, I just dropped that one. Okay, relax, doggies. Relax. All right. Where were we? Okay, verse 15. Okay, verse 16. See, I send you out as sheep in the midst of wolves. Therefore, be wise as serpents and innocent as doves. Verse 16 is very key. Hold on one second, you guys. Let me roll this thing up. This dog is just a barking. Not my puppies, but another puppy outside. It belongs to the neighbor. To my sister-in-law. Okay, let's look at this again. Where was I before I got? Okay, verse 16. See, I send you out as sheep in the midst of wolves. Therefore, be wise as serpents and innocent as doves. This, Mishpachah, we got to remember. Even here on YouTube. Thank you, dear. And even on TT. More so on TT than YouTube, but they're all getting like this. But I just want you all to know we need to be very selective in what we say and how we say it and how we present information. Okay? We can't just be loose at the lips and talk crazy. Even though it may be true, we got to be tactful. We got to be strategic in the way we speak. Because again, we know what they're getting ready to do with our words. If they haven't done it already. They are literally weaponizing our words against us. That's what they're doing. They're weaponizing our words against us. And we have to be careful. We have to be careful. Okay? So 10:16 is very crucial. Therefore, be wise as serpents and innocent as doves. Who would we know to be a serpent? Satan. Is he not one who's cunning? Yes, he is. Is he not wise beyond his understanding? Yes, he is. We got to be careful and yet use some of his tactics in his world. We're not being a serpent. We need to be like a serpent. We got to deal with Satan the way Satan deals with us. Repay them evil for evil of what they're doing to us. Just like it says in the book of Revelation, repay unto her double what she has done unto you. What Babylon has done unto you, you repay her double. You may say, well, how do we do that? With your words, strategically. We're not fighting them physically. That is not time yet. That won't happen until Yahuah gives us the opportunity to do so, and that won't be until the first resurrection. So until then, we got to be harmless as a dove. Harmless as a dove. Okay, so let's continue. Verse 17. But beware of men, for they shall deliver you up to Sanhedrins, or that is to say, to courts, and flog you in their congregation or their assemblies. So not only is it talking about the court of the land, but it's also talking about their religious assemblies. Some of you who walk into these religious assemblies, it might even be ones that you went to before. This is talking about something that's getting ready to happen in the future again. History is repeating itself. They're going to be bringing us, just like they brought our Messiah, our head, to the court, where the high priest got to question him. When these laws that they're getting ready to pass, you know who Noah is. You know who the laws that they're talking about. You understand what I'm saying? If you put the two and two together, I can't say it, but you guys know what I'm talking about. You know who Noah is, and they said that there was a law given to Noah. Okay, and this is going to be to everybody who is not a so-called Israel person, as they say, okay, that are not Israelis. They're going to have us follow this other law. And when we don't keep those laws the way they want us to keep it, guess where they're going to send you? They're going to send you into these courts, and they're going to send you before these assemblies. Exactly, Silencio. And it goes on and says, and you shall be brought before governors and kings or sovereigns for my sake, because of him, as a witness, a testimony to them and to the nations. That's talking about the heathens, the pagans, the Gentiles, those who don't believe. They are non-believers. You're going to be brought before them to witness to them, to testify against them, because they don't want to receive the words that Yahuah has put in your mouth. Verse 19, but when they deliver you up, do not worry about how or what you should speak. Ah, listen to that. Listen to that. That is music to my ears right there. Again, but when they deliver you up, not if they deliver you, but when they deliver you up, do not worry about how or what you shall speak, for it shall be given to you. It shall be given to you in that hour which you shall speak. For it is not you who speak, but the Ruach of your Father speaking in you. Do you see that? The Ruach HaKodesh is going to be speaking through us. I've felt that many times, even through our live casts that we've had, where Yahuah is speaking through me. I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to share it. All I know is when I go back and look at the video, I'm like perplexed. When did I say that? I had no idea that that even came out of my mouth, because it was given to me at that very moment. I am not to premeditate what I'm supposed to share with you. Even today, this is all just being moved by the Ruach. I have not studied this. I mean, of course, I studied it before, but I haven't studied it in the sense of how it's being presented, where I was going to go today. I didn't know that I was going to go into Genesis chapter 11 and speak about the Tower of Babel and in Obadiah. I didn't know I was going to go there today, but to allow Yahuah to move you by his Ruach, that in itself is beautiful, just to see how he moves in your midst. Some of us take that for granted. We're all always trying to be all, studious about the way we're doing things. And that's not to discount it, because we are to be studious at times when we're studying. But then there's also times when you need to allow the Ruach HaKodesh just to move upon you. And you'll see that your studies are more enlightening. You'll see that your studies are more deep when you allow Yahuah just to move in your midst, spending that quality time with you. Notice when he says to us in the prayer formula, give us this day our daily bread. Well, let me give you a little hint. You can't eat yesterday's bread on today's bread. That bread yesterday is stale. You need today's bread. You need that fresh bread. That bread that just came out the oven. It was cooked for you. It was prepared for you. Now you eat it, consume it, digest it, let it marinate in your soul, in your being. Hallelujah. So you can't eat on stale bread. I mean, you can eat it, but you're going to be malnourished. You need that bread for today. You need that bread for today. So again, verse 20, for it is not you who speak, but the Ruach HaKodesh of your Father speaking in you. Now he changes up the subject. And brother shall deliver up brother to unaliving, and a father his child. Even a father is going to sell out his own son or own daughter to save his own rear end. And children shall rise up against parents and shall put them to unaliving, to death. Some of you, I have a cousin that wants to be there for his children. Why? Because he loves them. Who doesn't, right? I mean, there is some that don't, but he loves his children so much that they don't see what he sees. And I said, cousin, what are you going to do on that day when it's time for us to flee, when it's time to take the mark? He goes, I can't go anywhere. I can't leave my kids. I can't leave my kids. Well, and then I gave him the scenario because of this passage came to my mind. Well, what about when your children turn you in? Because you over here trying to save them, but they're just going to save their own rear end. He says, well, then I'll just have to go down as a martyr. I was like, wow, I understand your love for your children, but you don't have to put yourself in that position. You don't have to put yourself in that position. Exactly. And so again, and children shall rise up against parents and shall put them to death. They're going to snitch on you. They're going to snitch on you. They're going to be telling on you. They're going to testify against you in their Sanhedrin court, in their houses of assembly. Did you see them Judaizing? Just like the first assembly, just like the first generation. Were they using Hebraic words? Did they say that the Catholic Church is this and the Catholic Church is that? Did you hear them? Did you hear it? Yes, I heard my dad say it. Dangerous. Verse 22, and you shall be hated by all, not some, but all for my name's sake. But he who shall have endured to the end, shall be saved. That's when you get salvation. You got to finish this race, baby. You can't just think that you just going to say this prayer, this magical prayer, and you're saved. I'm saved and born again. I'm born and sanctified. No, you got to make it to the end. Just like it says in the book of Revelation, to him who overcomes, let him hear what the Ruach HaKodesh is saying to the assemblies. But the assemblies today ain't teaching that kind of message. The assemblies today is telling you all you got to do is say this prayer. And you see Franklin Graham say the same thing on these commercials on TV. Do you know JC as your LORD and your Savior? If not, say this prayer with me. Have you guys seen this video? Have you seen this commercial? This is what they're teaching. Let's continue. Verse 23. And when they persecute you in this city, flee to another. For truly I say to you, you shall by no means have gone through the cities of Yasharal before the Son of Adam comes. Notice what it says here. Before the Son of Adam comes. This is talking about his second coming. He told them this before he resurrected. They had no idea where he was going with all of that. No idea. Let's continue. A taught one is not above his teacher. That is, a student is not above his teacher, nor a servant above his master. Very key. If you're sitting underneath a so-called teacher, be it a pastor, a rabbi, a imam, or whatever these so-called religious teachers are, or whatever part of your life society that you're under, you're never going to outrank your teacher, because your teacher can only show you what he understands or what she understands, and you're not going to be able to go above what they have taught you. It has to come outside of your teacher for you to rise above your teacher. And so the same thing here. Nor a servant above his master. You'll never rise above your master. Verse 25. It is enough for the taught one, or the disciple, the student, to become like his teacher, and a servant like his master. If they have called the master of the house Beelzebub, how much more those of his household? How much more of those of us who are following our Messiah, what are they going to call us? If they called our master the master of the demons, what do you think they're going to call us on that day of tribulation? How do you think they're going to treat us? And we have none of the wisdom, none of the knowledge, not even close to what our Mashiach has. Therefore, do not fear them, verse 26. For whatever is covered shall be revealed. Whatever is hidden shall be made known. What I say to you in the dark, speak it in the light. Whatever he shares with you in the secret, speak it for everyone. Expose it. And what you hear in the ear, proclaim it on the housetops. So he's saying anytime you get a revelation of the truth, anytime Yahuah gives you a nugget of knowledge, it is never for you alone. It is to be shared. I hope you guys understand that. Whatever Yahuah has revealed to you that you know is scriptural, that you know that came from him, it is not for you to keep it. It is to be shared. It's not to say, look what I know. Look how much head knowledge I have. If you're doing it for that pretenses, you're in trouble. The day of judgment is going to reveal that you had ulterior motives with the information that Yahuah gave to you. You did not use it for his purpose, for his kingdom, for his people. Verse 28. And do not fear those who can unalive the body, but are unable to unalive the being, that is the soul. But rather fear him who is able to destroy both being, that is soul, and body in the lake of fire, Gehinnom. Gehinnom. And then the Messiah goes on and shows how much we're worth. Are not 2 sparrows sold for a copper coin? And not one of them fall to the ground without your Father. That is to say, whatever it is desired by the Father, by his will. Even the hairs of your head are all numbered. Not how many hairs you have on your head. He has numbered each one of your hair strands. Each one of your hair strands has a number. So if I just plucked out one, oh, this might have been number 2,450. That particular hair, that hair strand is numbered. That's how well you are known by your Creator. He knows every intricate part of you, everything. There is nothing that you can say or think that is above him. There is nothing that you can hide from him who sees all. When you understand how we are exposed to the Creator, it should make us understand how little we are in the scheme of all of this. And yet, he desires for us to live with him. He gave himself for us. This is how important we are to him. Sheba, stop it. This is how important we are to him. Let's continue. Verse 31. So do not fear, you are worth more than many sparrows. Everyone, therefore, who shall confess me before men, notice that, who shall confess me before men, him or her I shall also confess before my Father who is in the Shamayim. But whoever shall deny me before men, him I shall also deny before my Father who is in the Shamayim. Excuse me. Verse 34. Here we go, you guys. Do not think that I have come to bring shalom on the Arats. I did not come to bring shalom, but a sword. For I have come to bring division. A man against his father, a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. And a man's enemies are those of his own household. Of his own household. Now I want y'all to think about this. Many of us came out of Christianity. Many of us used to go to these places of worship with our family, our friends. Nobody ever looked at you and said, oh, wow, you're a Christian. Your kid didn't all of a sudden just go crazy. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen where your children don't want to go to Christianity houses of worship. It happens. But it also happens in Islam. But it also happens in Buddhism. Okay? So don't just look at Christianity and say, well, this verse actually applies to that. No, we're talking about the truth here. We're talking about the truth. When you come to the truth, you start to see this splintering that happens so much in a deeper level, it blows your mind. And many of you have already experienced it yourself in this walk. Many of you, especially at this time of the season that we are going through right now, here it is, you have Thanksgiving getting ready to appear here, coming up in the next few days. A time when the family wants to come together and they expect you to be there at the dinner table, and your kids and your husband or your wife, or maybe you was the one who was throwing it, and now this year you're not doing it for the first time, and they're like, man, what's wrong with auntie? What's wrong with uncle? What's wrong with mom? What's wrong with dad? What's wrong with my brother, my sister? Why are they not celebrating these holidays? Because again, Yahuah has opened up your eyes to his truth. And now you want to line up with his word to be an obedient child to the Most High Abba Yahuah. And you start to see how this passage makes all in the world. Because this is exactly what many of us have felt and what we have all experienced coming into this truth. I don't think there's not one of you who knows this truth that did not experience one of these that ended up becoming a division in your life. Verse 37. Now he's telling you to count the cost. Now he's telling you to count the cost. He who loves father, let's make this a complete sentence in English, okay? He who loves his father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. And he or she who loves their son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. Is not worthy. That's the key. Worthy. Worthy. Okay? And he who does not take up his stake and follow after me is not worthy of me. He who has found his life shall lose it. And he or she who has lost his life for my sake shall find it. He who receives you receives me. And he who receives me receives him who sent me. Why is verse 40 so key? Because that's exactly what you are. You're his ambassador. He who has received you received the Mashiach who sent you. Why? Because you are his representative. You are his ambassador. You speak on behalf of the Messiah. That is a powerful position. There is no calling higher than what we have been given by the maker of heaven and earth. There is none higher than that. None. No president, no prime minister, none of these ancient so-called families, none of these blue bloods, none of these chaotic architectures of the banking system, of the banking families. None of them have a higher calling than what we have. None of them. Right now, we're in disguise, if you will. We're walking around as kings and priests, and they don't even know us. They don't even notice what we're getting ready to handle. They don't even know that we're getting ready to judge the world. They have no idea what position of prominence we're going to be in when the kingdom of Yahuah comes down upon this earth as it is in the Shamaim. Hallelujah. Yahuah. Boy, that dog out there is just a barking away. I'm going to have to go out there and calm him down. Verse 41. He who receives a prophet in the name of a prophet shall receive a prophet's reward. And he who receives a righteous one in the name of a righteous one shall receive a righteous one's reward. And whoever gives one of these little ones a cup of cold water only in the name of a taught one, of a disciple, truly I say to you, he shall by no means lose his reward. Notice again here, only in the name of a disciple, a kadashim, a talmidim, one who is a believer in the Messiah. He's not talking about just anyone. He's very specific here who he's talking about. He's talking about those who have been sent out by him, doing his command, doing his will, doing his desire.
3 new text messages.
Tuda, JJ, Tuda. We belong to our Messiah, and our Messiah belongs to Abba. We are part of that collective called his kingdom. And to be a part of his government, there is no higher calling, Mishpachah. I know we're all going through it. I know we have some great days and we have some bad days. I know there's times where you feel like you're on top of the world, and then there's sometimes you wish you was gone. I know there's sometimes you're just like, you've had it. You're fed up. You've had enough. I'm done with this world. I want to go right now. Abba, please take me. But don't you quit. He has work for you. He still has a purpose for you to complete. There's a mission that you must complete on behalf of his name. There are times, again, you're going to feel like you want to throw in the towel. There's going to be times where you feel like you can't go on. You can't do it any longer. There's times you're wondering, where am I going to get the money next week? And I got to take care of this bill, and I got to take care of that bill. And at the same time, I got to get gas to go to work, and I got to take care of my family and myself. Where am I going to get all of this? But guess what? He's brought you this far. He ain't going to let you go now. Even though you don't know where it's coming from, why are you worrying about these things? He told us about worrying. Don't worry. Don't worry. But some of us, we are, as we would say in this time, worry warts. We worry about these things that we have no control of, and yet when the time comes and goes, we're still okay. We're still here. We didn't know where we was going to get it, but somehow it always seems to happen. At a moment's notice, it happens in your life. So why do we worry? Just like when we get sick, why we worry? I had mentioned this a few weeks ago. Are you truly a believer, and yet you're scared of death? Why are we afraid of death? Do we truly believe if we're still afraid of death? I'm not talking about the torture that you may have to go through like our Mashiach did. He wasn't afraid of death. He didn't want to go through the torture that was going to happen before he was unalived. This is why he says, if it was possible to remove this cup from me. He was sweating as it was blood coming out of his pores because he was worried about what he was getting, because he already foreknew what he was going to have to go through. He saw it. And now he was getting ready to experience it. He was about to go through that excruciating pain on our behalf. And yet he did not want to turn away. He did not want it to relent. He said, not my will, but your will be done. Why did the Messiah say this? He said it for our example. All of what has been written of him was because he needed us to understand how we are to conduct ourselves, how we are to walk, how we are to follow him, do as he did. And whoever again gives one of these little ones a cup of cold water only in the name of a taught one or of a disciple, truly I say to you, he or she shall by no means lose their reward. You shall by no means lose your reward. That's right, Stacy. That's right. He was bruised on our behalf. He was bruised on our behalf. How beautiful is he? We have so many things to be thankful for. So many things. I'm going to go use the little boy's room real quick. But while I do, hold on one second, you all. Let me do this here. I'm going to play a little music for you. And I'll be back. I think that coffee that I drank earlier, it is just running through me. My bladder is already full, Mishpaka. So hold on one second here. I don't want to leave you guys in where it's just in silence and be wondering if there's a connection. So give me a second. Where is it here? I gotta use my Ashaz phone. Yes, coffee will do that. All right. Done. And let me see here. Give me a second, you all, as I'm looking for... My wife's phone is set up so different than mine. Let's see.
In a world filled with nasal congestion.
Oh, we don't want that one. Okay, we're going to play this one right here. I'll be right back, Mishpaka. Stay.
When the sun begins to rise and the shadows fade away, I will lift my hands to Yahuah and begin my day. Your word is my delight, my lamp along the way. I'll follow where you lead, I will trust and obey. When the noise of life is loud and the path feels hard to trace, I will quiet all my thoughts just to seek your face. Seek his face with all your heart. Stay in his truth, don't drift apart. Lift your voice in love and praise. Seek his face all of your days. Seek his face with all your heart. Stay in his truth, don't drift apart. Lift your voice in love and praise. Seek his face all of your days. In the battles that I face, when the winds begin to roar, you're my refuge and my strength, the one I'm living for. Every tear that I have cried, you have held in place. Yahuah, restore my weary soul as I seek your face. When the nights feel long and cold, and I'm longing for your light, you remind me of your love, and you guide me through the night. Seek his face with all your heart. Stay in his truth, don't drift apart. Lift your voice in love and praise. Seek his face all of your days. Seek his face with all your heart. Stay in his truth, don't drift.
Yes, Milo. I heard it's supposed to be going on there. I know Great Britain's got it going on. There was another place, Vietnam, and it's just a matter of time before it hits everywhere. Yahuwah's word is king. Shabbat shalom. Yeah, this system is definitely getting prepared, and Mishpachah, this is why we're doing what we're doing. We need to prepare ourselves. Let us not get complacent, spiritually speaking. Let us not allow ourselves to be caught up into what's going on right now with all the holidays. All this stuff is a distraction. The red versus the blue, the Democrats versus the Republicans, all this stuff is all a distraction. Do not allow it to conduct your life on how you are to live, because again, this is how they want to keep you distracted while they're doing what they're doing. They're passing laws without us even realizing it. Now, again, these laws are going to get passed. This isn't for us to fight. This is not our battle. This world is not our home. So we are not fighting the things that they are pushing. What we understand is the time is becoming limited. What we understand is that we need to be about our Abba's business. What we understand is that we cannot be complacent. We got to be doing what we're supposed to be doing. Robert, it's already written what's going to happen. You know, the old saying, if righteous people do nothing, then evil will persist. Well, here's the thing. Things are going to happen according to what's going on in this world, right, Robert? Now, there are going to be certain things that's in our grasp that we're able to handle. But this is why we don't vote. This is why we don't run for public office. This is why if we was in the military, we're no longer in the military. All of these things is because, again, this is not our world. This is Caesar's world. This is Pharaoh's world. This is Satan's world. This is not our home. And so we see what they're doing, and we understand what the plan is. Yes, we understand what's going on. The foolery of what they're doing all around us, again, is to keep us asleep. So now they're talking about giving out a stimulus check. Again, it's to allow you to be lulled to sleep, showing you, oh, the government really does care about us. That's your money they're giving back to you, and now you're going to have to pay it back. That money is not free. It's going to cost you something. It's going to cost you something. That money is not free. That so-called stimulus check, it ain't going to do nothing but stimulate what they want. It might get you to stimulate spending, but that spending, you're going to do it. It's going to be for your own pleasures. It's going to be for your own desires. You're not going to take that check and you're going to do something right with it, like give it to the homeless, take care of those who are less fortunate than you. No, you're going to use it on your goods, what you want to do. That's how it captures all of us. We all get caught up. We all get caught up. But we got to do better, Mishpachah. We got to do better. And so what we need to be about is our Father's business. Time is getting short. What Satan is getting ready to do, Yahuwah is getting ready to let him have his reign. But while Satan is doing his reign, Yahuwah is going to be reigning through us to share this message of truth to all who will hear. To all who will hear. That's right, Theo Saka. I know, Robert, it's difficult. It's difficult. It's very difficult. And I guess if there's anything that I would say that I worry about, which I'm not supposed to worry, but again, I'm just keeping it real. I'm keeping it honest. My family members, my friends, those whose eyes have not been open, I worry about them. I do. I truly worry about them. And it's going to get so real when this time comes that many people And this is why I see what this passage says right here that we read earlier in Matthew chapter 10, verse 35. It says, for I have come to bring division, separation, a man against his father, okay, and a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. So now we're dealing with those that have been married into the family, and those of a man's enemies will be of his own household. Yep, it is very hard. It's very hard, Akipal. It's very hard. On a side note, I want to thank all of you, to all of you who have given to the cause of Jamaica. We still have you guys bringing in money, some funds, and it's being sent out so far. And I'm on my phone right now, but I know we've sent over $1,400 already, and we have another 1,000 that's getting ready to go out. One of our Akis had donated a substantial amount of money, and that is so beautiful. He knows who I'm talking about. I don't want to say his name because, again, his reward is with Yahuah. I'm not going to let the left hand know what the right hand is doing. Okay, but all of you, those of you who have contributed to this cause, know that your money, and again, when I get back home the next Shabbat, I'm going to be showing you the receipts, the paper trail of where it's going. I showed you a video earlier from our Cody Kimona, who's doing such wonderful work out there, and she lives in Jamaica. And our Cody Vanetta, who lives in Guyana, she's going to be sending stuff from there, and the supplies in that direction too. So we have some really beautiful people. We have some really beautiful people who are helping out. And again, your reward is with our Mashiach. Has nothing to do with me or what we're doing here. No, we want the people to understand, because it has come from Yahuah. Yahuah has placed it on the hearts of those who are here, and you guys are giving, and that is so wonderful. I was showing my Shah. I was like, babe, look at this. This person sent $1,100. I thought it was a typo. I'm like, no, this can't be true. I was like, wow, Yahuah touched this person's heart so much to do this. And I'm sure, if you had 1,000, you probably do the same too. But I'm just saying, this is the kind of heart that we have of you guys that are out there, that are wanting to help those who are less fortunate than us, who have a roof over their head, who have clothes, who have food, and can take a warm shower. It's beautiful to know that we have people like this. It really is. And I would have never ever thought, in these 2 years that I have been doing this now on this live cast, to have met so many wonderful mishpachah, physically and here online, with comments and questions, emails, texts, all of you. I mean, again, and I say this before and I'll say it again, I wouldn't be who I am, and you guys keep me accountable, and that helps me to have a better walk with Yahuah. So I appreciate and Tuda Atah to all of you for helping me walk a better walk on the straight and narrow path. Because again, if I wasn't accountable to you guys, I don't know where I would be actually walking right now. I don't know what I would be doing right now. But Yahuah saw fit for my eyes to be open to get on these platforms and start sharing this truth. And it has changed my life for the better. It really has. Let's see what else here. I hear you, Aki Chris. It's my home too. As I say, this is my happy place. It's my happy place. That's right, Emmanuel. Yep. And I'll answer you later, Emmanuel. We'll take care of that business tomorrow, being that today is Shabbat. Yes. All of you who want to donate, we'll get to that tomorrow. We won't do it today on Shabbat, and you guys know why we don't do it on the Shabbat. And again, every penny that you guys send, I don't care if it's $1 on Cash App, it doesn't matter. The fact of the matter, when I say it doesn't matter, I'm saying it doesn't matter of what you have that you can give, because to those people who are getting it, that are receiving it, it matters the world to them. It matters the world to them. I can't even imagine after a hurricane storm like that, that you come out of your house and everything is just demolished, including your home. And you're looking at, wow, I got to live in this for the next who knows how long before things even come to some kind of normalcy. All right, let's see what else we got here. To the Robin, to the ata. Oh yes, tomorrow is the first day of a new week. I mean a new Kadash, isn't it? To that. In fact, you know what? To that for reminding me. To the ata for that. Let me pull out. That's the other thing. You know when I'm. Where is my? Give me a second, you all. Let me pull this up here. Maybe I left it over here. Nope, not right there either. I know I put it in here. Where did I put it? Maybe I didn't put it in this one. Wow, I could have sworn I put it in here. Give me a second, everyone. I'm trying to find my calendar beads that I brought with me. I thought I did. Maybe I thought I did and I forgot to put it back in here. That is so weird. I could have sworn I put it in here. Huh. You know what? I think I left it over at my niece's house. I think that's what I did. Okay, Shebas. Relax. Yes, I thought I had brought my calendar beads, but I did not. But yes, 2011 ski for the reminder. Yes, tomorrow is a high Yaum. So we will not be talking about money tomorrow either. We'll deal with that the next day, the second day of the month, also the second day of the week. Okay, let's do that. Yes, new Kadash, new month. Today is the 30th. The 30th of the the 30th of the 8th month. So we're getting ready to go into the 9th month. And I will be doing, for those of you who have received the newer beads, I'm going to be doing a tutorial again of both the old one and the new one. So regardless of which one you have, you'll be able to know how to keep your days, okay? Let me see here. James Mullins. What is going on here with Obert? Are they talking crazy on here? I guess we got one in here today, huh? Kane, if you have the void day on your calendar bead, then that means that you have the newer version. Okay. Okay, JJ, I will look into that. Yes, definitely will look into that. Could you please go over Paloling eastward? Oh, yes, Diane, that was okay. So great question. Okay, so we know that those of us who live here in the United States of America, we face east when we're Paloling towards Jerusalem. Okay. Now, it came to my attention that there are some people that think that, facing east might be like worshiping the sun, the S-U-N and not the S-O-N, because the sun is rising from the east. A lot of the things that, these pagans, these heathens would do. The same thing that we read in the book of Ezekiel about how there were those of the priests who had their backs to the most high place and they were bowing down towards the rising of the sun in the east. That's not what we're talking about. Okay. For those of us who are palaling or praying from here in this location, in this geographical location called the United States of America, we're facing east because that's the direction where Jerusalem is. Now, let's say if we was in Cairo, Egypt, from Cairo, Egypt, you would be facing Jerusalem. You're going to be facing northeast, okay? Or if you was in Tehran, Iran, you would be facing west, looking at Jerusalem. Or if you was in Moscow, you will be facing south towards Jerusalem. Okay, it's about facing towards the Most High's place, his city, where his throne is going to be set up. That's the whole reason why we do that. And we see that also from in the book of Daniel. Let me show you that. I can't recall, but give me a second. Give me a second. Let me see here. I think it's in chapter 7. Oh, no, chapter 6. Chapter 6. Look at this, Akodi Diane. So let's read this, okay? I'm in Daniel chapter 6, okay? I have it underlined here. Verse 10, 6:10. And Daniel, when he knew that the writing was signed, went home, and in his upper room with his windows open toward, notice this, Jerusalem. He knelt down on his knees 3 times a day and palalled and gave thanks before his Allah. Okay, now again, we talked about people who see this word and they're like, what? You guys Muslims? No, we're not Muslims. This is a what's the language I'm trying to think of right now? I can't even think of it. It's off the top of my head and I can't remember. One of you probably remember Aramaic. And so this is very similar to Hebrew. It's a sister language. Okay, just like Arabic. Arabic is a sister language to Hebrew. And some of the words are the same. Okay. All it means is it was to his mighty one. Okay. And it says, as he had done before. So again, you see that he was facing with his windows open toward Jerusalem. Now, at this time, Daniel was in Babylon, so he was facing west, back towards Jerusalem, because Babylon is east of Jerusalem. So we know that he was facing west, palaling or praying towards the city. Okay. So I hope that helps you guys. All right. Any other questions? Any other questions that someone may have on their heart that has to do with the scriptures? If I happen to know the answer, to show it to you in scripture. If not, we'll look it up. You're very welcome, Akodi Diane. You're very welcome. Or as my Aki Emmanuel has shared with me, Nahabiyah. It is my pleasure. So are we commanded to pray 3 times a day, 9, 12, and 3 p.m.? Okay, so Akodi Kathleen, actually it's sunrise, midday, and evening. Those are the three times. It has to do with the sun, the position of the sun, okay, in your locale, your location. So when you wake up in the morning, just like our Mashiach would do, before the sun would rise, he would palal before he started his day. The next one was at midday, high noon, not 12 o'clock. We're not using man's numbers. I know, even though that's what you put it, Kathleen, I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, we're using the positioning of the sun, not the position of our clock, our watch, or our timestamp. It's where the sun is in our location. Okay. Why reject the unadulterated truth, James? Oh, okay. So I guess we have James Mullen is in here. Let me see what he says. Is the black people the chosen tribe of Israel? Judah. Reginald, I think you already know the answer to what you're asking me, but to answer your question in a short form, yes. The so-called African Americans, those who have been called blacks, those who have been called Negroes or colored here in this country, they are the true Jews. But not just here. They have been scattered all over the earth, just like it was prophesied that would happen in Deuteronomy chapter 28. Okay, they've been sent all the way down as far as down into Brazil, all throughout the Central Americas. Okay, and all up into North America. They've also been taken to other areas of Europe. They're also taken Asia, like in India and southeast parts of Asia, and they've intermingled with the natives there. And of course, not all of them look like their ancestors with afro hair and dark copper skin color. You know, they started intermingling. We're talking about interracial marriages that have gone on for decades, hundreds of years, centuries, millennia, if you will. And this is why we see the stock of the people, what they look like in a lot of these places. Trust in him, you asked a question. Yes. Can you explain about tomorrow being a Yaum and what we can and cannot do? I would like to know. Okay, so tomorrow is a new month. Some of your translations will say new moon. Okay, and we know that there is no such thing as new moon in the Hebrew scriptures. That word new moon that we have translated into English comes from the Hebrew words Rosh Kadash. Okay, some of you probably heard them say Resh Kodesh. Okay, Resh Kodesh. All right, which is head of a period, head of a month, or head of renew. Okay, this head of renew, this head of the month, head of a period, is the 30-day periods that has been told to us in the book of Enoch, in the book of Jubilees. We also see it throughout the scriptures about this part called new month that has been translated as new moon. Now, what are we not allowed to do and what we are allowed to do on that day? So first of all, it's treated like a Sabbath, okay, but it's not a weekly Sabbath. What do I mean by that? So the weekly Sabbath, we know that we cannot cook. It's everything is supposed to be prepared the day before, like yesterday, because today is the day of Shabbat. And I'm just looking at the text that I got here from Aki Al. You said Dr. Terry and Gina said that they want to donate to. It's blurry again, Aki. Is it still blurry for you guys? Some of you guys, is it blurry right now? We are, huh? Uh-oh. And it's skipping. Oh, it's got to be from the Wi-Fi here. Let me see what's going on. It says it's connected. Let me disconnect and reconnect. Hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps. Yes. Okay, beautiful. So I had to disconnect and reconnect. It might be the amount of people that's on the Wi-Fi network here. So I apologize for that, you guys. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, so Rosh Kadash, new month. So it's just like a weekly Sabbath, except you can cook on new month. We're also to blow a shofar. Excuse me, if you have a shofar, blow the shofar tomorrow when the sun rises, because we're entering in the new month. Okay, so pretty much the only difference between the weekly Shabbat and a new month is that you can cook on new month, on the day of the new month, the first day of the new period. Okay. But everything else is pretty much like a Shabbat. You don't cook. I mean, excuse me. You don't work. All right. And not only do you not work, but it's a time that you spend with Yahuah. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this passage. Give me a second. Let me see here. Give me a segundo. Can someone look up the passage where it talks about how they wish that the new month was over or the Shabbat was over so that they can sell their merchandise? I know one of you guys know where that is. I can't remember it off the top of my head. I thought it was in Amos. Who can work their fingers and find that spot for me? I'm trying to remember. Zechariah? Let me see. Amos 8:5, so it is Amos, huh? I thought that's where it was. Let me see here. Amos 8:5. Yes, there it is. To the Atah, all of you. So it says here, let me back up. Verse 4. Hear this, you who are swallowing up the needy, to do away with the poor of the land, saying, when does the new month pass so that we sell grain, and that the Sabbath that we trade our wheat, to make the ephah small and the shekel large, to falsify the scales by deceit, to buy the poor for silver and the needy for a pair of sandals, and sell the chaff of the wheat? So again, we see here, because there's a lot that it talks about here, but what we're actually paying attention to here is how people are saying these are those who know the truth, those who know the law, those who know what you can and cannot do on certain particular days, and they're saying, when does the new month, Rosh Kadash, pass so that we sell grain? So that right there gives you a clue that you're not supposed to do any commerce on the new month, okay? And the Sabbath so that we trade our wheat. So again, we know what you're not supposed to do. You're not supposed to do any commerce. So the same thing on the new month applies to Shabbat, and Shabbat applies to new month, except for you're able to cook on the new month, where you're not able to cook on the Shabbat. Okay, but everything else is pretty much identical. Cody Nazar, you said, can I please clarify high Shabbat, no fasting? I do not see anywhere that it says that you cannot fast on a high Shabbat. In fact, we know that you can. You're not supposed to fast on a Shabbat, a weekly Shabbat, but there are those like the Nabi Daniel. He fasted on what we know as the beginning of the year, okay, Rosh Hashanah, also known as the spring equinox. He fasted on that. He fasted on Passover, Pesach. He also fasted on the first day of unleavened, Matzot, and the last day of unleavened of Matzot. So we know that that is, just Shabbat only? Yes, so that is, let me pull that up. Give me a second. That is in Yobalim, chapter 50. In fact, Akiah was asking me the same passage this morning, or this Bakur. Okay, so I'm going to be reading out of the complete Apocrypha. Give me a second, all of you, as I locate it, as my book is literally getting worse and worse. I got to get ready to get me a new one here, because these pages are literally falling off the binder. Let's see where we at here. Jubilees 50. Okay, so here I am in Jubilees chapter 50, and you're going to find it at the very end of the chapter. And so here it says, verse 13. Actually, so here it is, Aki Al. If you want to screenshot it, it's chapter 50, verse 13. The man or the woman, let me ad lib, who does any of these things on the Sabbath. Oh, let me back up one. Verse 12. And every man who does any work thereon, or goes on a journey, or tills his farm, whether in his house or any other place, and whoever lights a fire, or rides any beast, and travels by ship or on the sea, and whoever strikes or unalives anything, or slaughters a beast or a bird, or whoever catches an animal or a bird or a fish, or whoever fasts or makes war on the Shabbat or the Shabbatot, the man who does any of these things on the Sabbath shall be unalived. So that the children of Yasharal shall observe the Shabbat according to the commandments regarding the Shabbat of the land, as it is written in the tablets, which he gave into my hands, that I should write it out for you, the laws of the seasons, and the seasons according to the division of their days. Here is completed the account of the division of the days. Okay, so it says it clearly here that you are not to fast. Whoever fasts on the Shabbat, whoever makes war on the Shabbat. So as you guys know, on here on Shabbat, we don't get into verbal battles on Shabbat. We don't contest about the scriptures on Shabbat. This is not the day for that. Today is the day to be set apart with our language, with our thoughts, with our ideas. Everything is to be centered on Yahuah and Yahuah alone. Hold on 1 second, you guys. Yes, back up. What's going on? Y'all get ready to head out?
You went to the we're going to the mall real quick.
Okay. All right, you guys.
We're going to go to Viewers after
Hey,
to eat tonight.
say that one more
Are you
time.
guys leaving today or tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to hit the mall, get Isaiah some new shoes, and then...
Okay. Let Isaiah be barefooted. All right, you guys.
All right,
I'm going to get back on it. Okay, I'll see you later on.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so, hey. Cut it out. Tori, you said here... yeah, those of us who don't know, and we've done we've broken the law without knowing. That's something that we've done out of innocence. We didn't know, but once you know, you do better, right? So that's why we're doing what we're doing. So Tori, you said Yahusha was commanded to fast by Yahuwah for those 40 days. It was a normal Shabbat schedule. Was not a normal Shabbat schedule. I'm not quite following you, Tori, but if I think I know what you're saying about the fasting of 40 days, now again, this goes back to what we understand of what we're reading in Scripture. So let's go to, because we know that Yahusha he is the author of the law. Okay, it's his word. Okay, he's not someone doing the law that was written by the Father, because again, this is where people get it all twisted. And I'm not trying to get into the whole thing about Yahusha is Yahuwah, because Yahusha is Yahuwah manifested in the flesh. Yahusha is the word manifested in the flesh. Yahusha is the creator manifested in the flesh. So Yahusha, when he was here, let me read Matthew chapter 4. Now, this is where, again, we're reading into the script, okay, because we don't have a Hebraic mindset. Now we're putting on a Hebraic mindset. So let's put on this Hebraic mindset and let's read this. Then Yahusha was led by the Ruach into the wilderness to be tried by the devil. And after having fasted 40 days and 40 nights, he was hungry. Where does it say here that he fasted? Now we're the ones who is putting in our understanding of this 40 days and 40 nights as if they were consecutive. Okay. Now what we just read in Jubilees chapter 50, verse 12 and 13 We know that cannot be the case, which means that now we have to alter our understanding of verse 2. And after having fasted 40 days and 40 nights, having fasted 40 days, fasted 40 days. So let's say in a year you fasted, and again, I'm just using this as an example, or let's do this in 2 months. In 2 months, you fasted 40 days. Well, we know there's 30 days in 1 month and there's 30 days in another month. That's 60 days. But out of those 60 days, you fasted 40 days. But we're not told clearly in the text that this was 40 consecutive days. Now, what we just read in Jubilees chapter 50, I would have to argue and say that there's no way that Yahushua broke his own commandment. He's not going to tell us not to fast on a Shabbat, and he's fasting on a Shabbat. Exactly, Treese. Exactly. But again, we read into this. We insert our own understanding into this, and we think it's 40 days and 40 nights. Now, we see this throughout Scripture about 40 days and 40 nights, how the rain came down for 40 days and 40 nights. Okay, but again, we're not told anywhere that it cannot rain for 40 days and 40 nights, because there's no law stating that it cannot rain 40 consecutive days and 40 consecutive nights. But we are given a law in Jubilees that we are not to fast on the Shabbat. So then that lets us know, and we know that Daniel, because we did this before, when you read the book of Daniel, even Daniel made sure that he didn't fast on a Shabbat. But if you didn't know that, you would think that he just fasted 3 weeks consecutively. But when you go back and you read the text, you'll see that he did not he did not fast on the Shabbats, which makes perfect sense why he says that he had fasted 3 weeks of days. Exactly, Queen. 3 weeks of days. Yes, you're very welcome, Aki Robert. And Tuda for bringing that out, Akodi Naseret. Okay, so again, we know that Yahuwah doesn't go against his own word. Never, ever would he go against his own word, because then that would be an excuse for Satan to say, see, look, you broke the law. You broke your own law. Then where's our righteousness if he's broken the law? If he broke his own word, that would make him what we are, a hypocrite. And we know our Abba Yahuwah is not a hypocrite. And when he came in the flesh, he was not a hypocrite. He did according to what was written of him in the volume of the book. So he is not going to break his own law. So if he says we are not to fast on a Shabbat, you best believe he didn't fast on a Shabbat. We just assume that he fasted for 40 days consecutively and 40 nights consecutively. We're not told that he took a break every Shabbat. Now, you try to eat no food for 40 days. Even if you skip just the Shabbats, that it starts to accumulate, and you will feel the accumulation of your fasting days. Even if you broke it here and broke it there every Shabbat, you're going to feel the accumulation of your stomach getting smaller and smaller, your body getting weaker and weaker, even though you had that little bit of food. Okay, let's see here. Oh, it looks like they're getting ready to go to the store here. Okay, let's see. You're very welcome, Chris Menez. Yeah, I did too. But again, this is the Christian understanding, right? When we don't have a Hebraic understanding of what was written in the law, and we're not told these things, there's a lot of things that we're going to assume that is not written in the text, and we insert it into the text, and hence why we're confused. Just like we think that we're supposed to immerse in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the set apart Spirit. And so you have people out there, this is exactly in Christianity the formula that they use when they're conducting an immersion. I know many of you probably been doused in water with that same so-called formula. I now immerse you in the name of the Father and in the name of the Son and in the name of the set-apart Spirit. Of course, they didn't say that. They said the Holy, and then they douse you into the ground or into the water. That again is because we don't have the Hebraic understanding of what was being said, because they understood that Yahuah is one. He's Akkad. And this is why Kappa, who they changed his name to Peter, understood that in the book of Acts, chapter 2, verse 38. He didn't say all of you be immersed in the name of the Father and the Son and in the set apart Spirit. He said, no, let all of you be immersed in the name, singular, Yahusha. But again, because of the understanding that we have been given with the Gentile understanding of this Gentile religion called Christianity, we do it in a Gentile fashion and in a Gentile form, because it wasn't given to them. Salvation is of the Yahudim, not of the Gentiles. But Christianity tells us that salvation is of the Gentiles and that the Yahudim must become a Christian, an ex-Gen. Okay, so what else do we have here? Myron, you said, is microwaving considered cooking? It can be if you're cooking in it. Okay, we're not talking about warming up your food, Myron. Okay, so you can warm up your food, but you cannot prep to cook it. So we're speaking of like raw meat, right? Let's say you wanted to cook a fish. Well, that fish should have been cooked the day before. All right, you shouldn't be cooking it in the microwave. You can warm it up in a microwave, but you can't cook it in the microwave on Shabbat. Trust in him, you can warm it up with the flame. You're just not allowed to start. When it says you are not to kindle a fire on the Shabbat, it's talking about start. The word kindle means to start a fire. That fire should have already been going from one day to the next. Okay, so I like to always give this analogy. Like, here we are getting ready to come into the winter months. Okay, and in the winter months, let's say that you lived out in a hut, you lived out in a tent, you lived in some kind of something that's not like what we have today, where we live in these modern homes, and it's you and your children and your wife, or your husband. Well, we gotta put this fire out because it's the Sabbath. It doesn't say that in the word. It doesn't say that in the word. It says you're not supposed to start a fire on the Sabbath. That means that fire should have been kindling. It should have been going from the day before, so you can keep your family warm throughout the Shabbat. You don't shut off the fire on the Shabbat. That's the wrong way of understanding the Shabbat. But again, this is because we have a Gentile mentality and we don't understand the culture of the Hebrews in that time when they were living, when this was all given to them. So now we're getting back and we're being restored to that understanding as if we were living in those days. So when we read the scriptures, we're seeing it from a Hebraic mindset. So I hope that makes sense for you. Neil Diyahu, he said that you can cook on the Shabbat. Yeah, see that he's going all the way. He's going to the wrong side. I think the best thing that John Truth did for the truth was he brought a lot of people to the understanding of the name of the Father and in the name of the Son. Everything after that, he's like he's saying Jerusalem is in Namibia, and now you're talking about this stuff here with he's saying that you can cook on the Shabbat. I haven't seen the video yet, but I know that's the one that Yervernia, I think that's the one you sent me, right? I just haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Tori Phelps, you say that John Truth is 100% correct. Correct on what part? That you can cook on the Sabbath, Tori? Yes, because he broke down the Hebrew on it. He was talking about gathering. Well, Tori, I tell you what, yes, I will watch it before I say anything, but as far as I understand from scripture, and it's pretty clear, we're not to cook on the Shabbat. We're not to cook. You can warm your food on the Shabbat, but this is why we have Arak Yom. Arak Yom is preparation day. Okay. Now again, I would have to see what John Truth that you're saying is 100% correct, but I don't think he's correct if he's saying that you can cook on the Shabbat. Okay, that would be going against again what we just read in Jubilees chapter 50. Let me read that passage again. I used to think so too, Aki, but he made valid points. It's a feast day. You wouldn't have a cold feast. Yeah, I'm gonna look into it. I'm gonna look into it, Tori. Okay, I'm gonna look at it and see, and we'll get back and break up what he's talking about and see what is being said there. But again, notice what it says here. Back it up to verse 12. And every man who does any work thereon and goes on a journey or tills his farm, whether in his house or any other place, and whoever lights a fire, okay, lights a fire, that's to start a fire, or rides on any beast, or travels by ship on the sea, whoever strikes or kills anything, or slaughters a beast or a bird, and whoever catches an animal or a bird or a fish, and whoever fasts or makes war on the Sabbath, that man who does any of these things on the Shabbat shall be unalive, so that the children of Yasharal shall observe the Sabbath according to the commandments regarding the Sabbath of the Lamb, as it is written in the tablets, which he gave into my hands, that I should write it out for you, the laws of the seasons, and the seasons according to the division of their days. Here is completed the account of the division of the days. Okay. And so let's go here into the scriptures as well. That again is Jubilees chapter 12, chapter 50, verses 12 and 13. But now let's go to, give me a second, you guys. Hold on here. Give me a segundo. Oh, who's coming here? I hear somebody's voice. Hope they're not coming to disturb me. Okay, so this is in Exodus chapter 31, almost near the end of the chapter. We're going to start at verse 12. And Yahuah spoke to Moshe, saying, and you, speak to the children of Yasharal, saying, my Shabbatot, or my Sabbaths, you are to guard by all means, for it is a sign, an oath between me and you throughout your generations, to know that I, Yahuah, am setting you apart. And you shall guard the Sabbath, for it is set apart to you. Everyone who profanes it shall certainly be put to unaliving, for anyone who does work on it, that being shall be cut off from among his people. 6 days' work is done, and on the seventh is a Shabbat of rest, set apart to Yahuah. Everyone doing work on the Shabbat day shall certainly be put to unaliving. And the children of Yasharal shall guard the Shabbat, to perform the Shabbat throughout their generations as an everlasting agreement. Between me and the children of Yasharal, it is a sign, an oath forever. For in 6 days Yahuah made the Shamaim and the Arats, and on the seventh day he rested and was refreshed. And then it says here, and when he had ended speaking to him on Mount Sinai, he gave Moshe 2 tablets of the witness or testimony, tablets of stone, written with the finger of Alua Alahim. So that's that one. Now let's go to another passage here. Give me a second. Verse 35 of Exodus, okay? And Moshe assembled all the congregation of the children of Yasharal and said to them, these are the words which Yahuah has commanded you to do. Work is done for 6 days, but on the seventh day it shall be set apart to you. A Sabbath of rest to Yahuah. Anyone doing work on it is put to death. Do not kindle a fire, that is, do not start a fire in any of your dwellings on the Sabbath day. Now, let me ask you, Tori. I haven't seen the video. I'm just going by your word. Did John Truth say that you can start a fire on the Sabbath? Did John Truth say that you can start a fire on the Sabbath so that you can have you some warm meal? Well, see, now, Diane, that gives us a whole nother understanding. No, he said you had to gather everything, prep. Okay. So even this passage here, Diane, in Numbers 28, verses 9 and 10, let's go there real quick. Numbers 28, 9 and 10. And on the Sabbath day, 2 lambs of year-old perfect ones, 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour as a grain offering mixed with oil and drink offering, the ascending offering for every Shabbat, besides the continual ascending offering with its drink offerings. And on the beginning of your new months, you bring near the ascending offering to Yahuah your young bulls and 1 ram and 7 lambs of a year-old perfect ones. Okay, and then it keeps on going about all of this. Now, what is being told here is what you do when you're officiating before Yahuah at his altar. This has nothing to do with your home and what you do in your home. This has to do what is being done before the altar of Yahuah. Okay, nothing to do with you cooking. Nothing to do with what the priests are doing. This is what the priests are supposed to do. Okay, this is what the priests are supposed to do. Yes, Diane, totally. Yep. That's why I'm bringing it up. Yep, that's why I'm bringing up. I wanted us to look at it. So again, it has nothing to do with you in your home going to eat. This has everything to do with the officiating before the altar. Now let's look at Jubilees 2:10. Let's go there. Let's look at this. Hold on 1 second. Let me put this down. Give me a second so I can look this up a little quicker. Jubilees chapter 2, verse 10. Okay. Chapter 2, verse 10. Now that must be a different passage here, because here in what I'm reading out of, it doesn't say anything about cooking or any of that here in Jubilees 2:10. Jubilees 2:10 in here, that must be in the Sefer. It might be a different, because Sefer, he has changed a lot of things. But here, 2:10, this is Jubilees, chapter 2, verse 10. And it divides the light from the darkness, and for prosperity, that all things may prosper which shoot and grow on the earth. These 3 kinds he made on the 4th day. So I don't know what portion that is there. Queen, Exodus 16:23. Okay, so that there we know that's where Yahuwah taught the children of Yasharah what they're to do. Okay, on the Shabbat. So you must be talking about where he says, cook what you're going to cook, bake what you're going to bake, right? Let's go to 16:23. Okay, Exodus 16:23 to 26. Okay, so here we see 23 to 26. Okay, and he said to them, this is what Yahuwah said, tomorrow is a rest, a Shabbat set apart to Yahuwah. That which you bake, bake, and that which you cook, cook, and lay up for yourselves all that is left over to keep it until morning. So again, here, people are inserting that you're able to cook on the Shabbat. No, what you're going to bake, you're going to bake, and what you're going to cook, you're going to cook. You're going to do that before the Sabbath. Okay, you're going to do that on the 6th day. Okay, the preparation day. The day that we're told that we're supposed to prep before the Shabbat. But let's keep going, because you said all the way to verse 26. So it says here, And they laid it up till morning, and as Masha commanded, and it did not stink, and no worms was in it. And Masha said, eat it today, for today is the Shabbat of Yahuah. Today you do not find it in the field. Gather it 6 days, but on the seventh day, which is the Shabbat, there is none. So now if we back it up just to notice what is being read here, notice here, if we go back to verse 23, and he said to them, this is what Yahuah has said, tomorrow. Hold on a second, you guys. Sheba, hey, stop it. Hey. Calm down. Okay. Now let's look at this again. I want you guys to see this. Notice what is being told to us, okay? So if we start at verse 23, it says he said to them, this is what Yahuah has said, tomorrow is a rest. So right now, what he's saying to them is not the rest day. This is the 6th day, the day before the Shabbat. He's saying this because tomorrow is rest. Tomorrow is the set apart to Yahuah. That which you bake, meaning you're going to bake that on the prep day, a rock day. That which you're going to cook, you cook it. You're going to cook it today because tomorrow is the Shabbat. Do you see this? Do you all see this? Do I have to continue on? Exactly, Queen. That's what it's saying here. This is why he's telling them. He's saying this in the context of the day before the Shabbat. Tomorrow is rest. That's why he says that what you're going to bake, you bake. That what you're going to cook, you're going to cook. You do that today because you cannot do that tomorrow. You will break the agreement. Can't do it. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. All right. Okay, Dawn says, John said he received confirmation from the Most High on this subject as he did all his cooking the day before for years. A spirit of pride, I simply state the truth through the spirit of truth, which only true born-again believers can receive. I believe the law of Moses. I follow the law. Okay, Satan's system, stressed over simple. Heather, is using a lighter lighting a fire? If you're lighting a fire in your dwelling, remember what it says, in your dwellings, plural. You do not light that fire in your home because, again, you got to remember, you guys, we're talking about a spiritual concept that Yahuah was teaching us through a physical concept. What does the Shabbat represent? What does it mean not to light a fire on Shabbat? It's too late. You're too late. That fire that you're supposed to have is the Ruach HaKadosh. It should already be lit in you before the 7th day, before the millennial rest, before the time of eternity. You're already supposed to have that fire that is lit up in you. Blitz, because you did things out of ignorance. Just like when we was in Christianity, we was calling upon JC. That doesn't mean that Yahuah wasn't going to bring us out of the harlot. He wasn't just going to allow us to be, overcome by our ignorance. No, there are certain ones that he has chosen to open up their eyes to his truth. And when he does that, you now have a choice. You either stay in the miry mud of what pigs and dogs do. They return to their vomit. Or you come up out of her, my people, and you become clean. Be ye separated from him, says Yahuah. Come out of her, my people. So here's the thing that I have to say again, and I haven't even watched this video yet about John Truth, okay? I haven't watched it yet, but I will, and we're going to get back together when I get back to Vegas, back to my home, and we're going to break down what it is that I found, and I'm going to go in it with my eyes open. Okay, I already know what the scripture says, but I want to see what John Truth is sharing to his understanding, why he says it's okay that you can cook on the Shabbat when the scripture clearly states you are not to cook on the Shabbat. Yeah? No, Blitz, we're not here to argue either, especially on this day. Today is Shabbat. We don't argue. Okay? Everyone is just sharing what they understand. Let iron sharpen iron, so that we may be sharp for the work of the master's tool, so that we can be used by him in his hand. Yes? So are we supposed to eat sandwiches, cereal, salads only on Shabbat? And what about running your heat and having a fire kindling in your fireplace for heat in the winter? Again, the Osaka, that fire must be going on already. It's just like all of us, we live in a house with a furnace, right? We got a pilot light that's already lit. That pilot light is not off. If you go into your attic or wherever your furnace is, you're going to see that little flame flickering. That fire is on. Okay? Now, if your fire is off, that pilot light is off, you got an issue right now. Okay? That thing should be lit already. Yeah? So then when the furnace kicks on all the way, it takes that little flame that's already been kindled, that's already been started, it's been going, and now it comes to life. Whoosh, right? And the furnace is on. And then you got the blower that's pushing the hot air all throughout the attic into the duct work. Yeah. Same thing again. Let's take it back to times of before modern society. You're living in a tent. Let's say you lived in a teepee. Yeah. You got yourself a little campfire inside your teepee, a little fire pit. All the smoke is rising up out of that hole at the top of your teepee. All the smoke, so you're not dying from carbon monoxide. But you have that thing lit already. You don't go out and gather wood because the wood is on the outside of your teepee. It's right there. You ain't going to fetch no wood because why? You prepared it the day before. You made sure, Johnny, go get some of them. Go get some of those logs. Go get those twigs and put it over here next to the teepee. That's right. Go and put it right here. Because tomorrow I'm going to say, Johnny, go outside and go grab some of those logs that you put next to the teepee and throw it into the fire. Let's keep the fire going. That's what you're supposed to do. Same thing with the food that you already prepared the day before. It might have been cold. It's sitting there. You don't have to eat it cold. You put it right back on the fire. You probably have some kind of pan or some kind of clay jar or whatever. You're going to put it right over the fire and you're going to cook that. I mean, you're going to warm it up. And once you warm it up, you take it off of the heat. And now you got yourself a warm food that you had already prepared the day before, just like we do with the microwave. No different. People want to make this so confusing. And this is what the other people do. Not going to say who they are, but we know who we're talking about. And those who want to be so strict and stringent on the laws that they're causing people to not lift up a finger. They won't even rip a toilet tissue to wipe their butt because it has to be pre-cut already. So you don't have, they call that work by taking a little bit of toilet tissue off the toilet paper roll and you're ripping it. They're like, oh, you just broke the Shabbat because that's work right there. You just ripped that toilet paper off the toilet roll. Really? How nonsensical is that? How nonsensical is that? That's not how Yahuah has commanded us to use our common sense. But there's people who believe this. There's people who won't turn on a light. But you got electricity running through those lines all day, all night. If you don't believe me and you think that it turns on a switch is nothing but an interrupter. Okay, for those of you who don't know how electricity works, a switch, all it does is it breaks the line of the current. But the current is still flowing through that wire up to that switch. Now, if you take that switch and you flick it, that's what you do with a switch. Once you flick it, it connects the current. So now it can go through the line to what you're trying to power. Okay? But that has nothing to do with you just starting something that's already going through the line. It's constant. Now, if that was shut off at your breaker box and now you have to turn it on to bring it into your house, now you're doing work because you shouldn't be doing that. The only reason why you have to do that is because it kicked off somehow and you got to go back over there to reset it, and it happened on a Shabbat. I'm not going to have my family freezing because all of a sudden something happened in the house. This is an emergency. Now, we know when emergencies happen, you are lawfully allowed to do work for emergency purposes on the Shabbat. Yahusha gave us so many examples of what we're supposed to do on or what we can't do on Shabbat. And he says for the Shabbat, We're to do righteous works on Shabbat. That's it. Let's not make this complicated. Let me show you another one real quick here. Since we're talking about fires, let's go to Leviticus chapter 6, okay? I'm going to read a little bit of this. Starting verse 8. This is Leviticus chapter 6. Okay, I want you guys to hear this. Verse 9. And I know you guys, nothing wrong with you guys commenting, but I don't want to repeat something and you're here and you're able to listen to it. Please pay attention, okay? Because some of you are just listening while you're commenting and maybe what I'm sharing with you. And I know you want to know, but you missed it because you was busy having another discussion. And I'm not telling you guys not to have discussions. I'm just saying when we're bringing up something, just like if you was in an assembly, and today would be an assembly, we are gathering together for Shabbat as we're supposed to have a set apart gathering. Please listen to what is being shared. So then after what I share with you, you guys can comment on it. That's the whole reason for comments. Yeah. Okay. So let's check this out. So Leviticus chapter 6, starting at verse 8, it says this. And Yahuah spoke to Moshe, saying, command Aaron and his sons, saying, this is the law, the TORAH of the ascending offerings. Remember what you guys just shared with me, for those of you who watched John Truth's video and what he was talking about, and you guys took me to the passage there about the laws of offerings, okay? What the priesthood was able to do and what they were to furnish before Yahuah on Shabbat, where they're cooking and bringing the offering, the morning offering, the Bakur, and the Arab offering, the evening offering, okay? So now I want you guys to hear this. And it goes on and says this. This is the law or the TORAH of the ascending offerings. This is the ascending offering because it is burned on the altar, the slaughter place, all night until morning. Notice that. When you bring these animals, they're not just going to get consumed immediately. No, it's going to be cooking through the whole night on the altar. And it says, and the fire of the slaughter place is kept burning on it, right? Kept burning on it, right? So it's not extinguished. It stays lit like an eternal flame, like the Olympia flame, the Olympic flame that they bring from the pantheon of Mount Olympus, and they bring it to whatever city is going to host the Olympics. They bring that eternal flame. This is the strange fire that it talks about in the book of Exodus. We're not supposed to have this. We're not even supposed to be paying attention to the Olympics. It has all to do with the Olympians. This is a whole nother topic, but I'm not going to go there. But anyways, let's continue. So it's a mimic of Yahuwah's flame. It's an eternal flame. It's supposed to stay lit constantly. So it goes on and says this, verse 10, and the priest shall put on his linen garment and put his linen trousers on his body, and shall take up the ashes of the ascending offering which the fire has consumed on the altar, the slaughter place, and shall put them beside the slaughter place. And he shall take off his garments and put on other garments, and shall bring the ashes outside the camp of the clean place. And the fire on the slaughter place is kept burning on it. It is not put out. Let me read that again, verse 12. And the fire on the slaughter place, the altar, is kept burning on it. It is not put out. So what do you guys get from that? What do you get from that, Mishpachah? It's telling you that this is not a fire that is kindled. It stays kindling. It stays going. It stays burning. You are not to start a fire even at Yahuwah's altar on the Shabbat. Why? Because it was already going. It's already being consumed. You're fueling the fire constantly. Let's continue. So it is not put out, and the priest shall burn wood on it every Bakur, every morning, and arrange the ascending offering on it, and shall burn on it the fat of the shalom offering. Fire is continually kept burning on the altar. It is not put out. It is not put out. This fire does not start on the Shabbat. You're not cooking something that you're not supposed to cook on this altar on the Shabbat. No, you're doing exactly what is commanded of you as the priesthood, as the kahuna, okay, in the Hebrew, in the Abrit. You're supposed to have that fire constantly being fed with logs, so that when it's time for the evening and the morning offerings, All you have to do is put the animal there. It's already ready to go. You don't have to kindle this fire and then put the animal on there. No, that fire has been cooking. It's been going. All right. So let's go again. Let's see. Kathleen, you ask, Nazareth, do you know the article in the documents that gives the scriptures on the first day of each month being a Shabbat? I don't know which part you guys are talking about, but the only thing that I can show you on that, Kathleen, was what we read in Amos chapter 8. I believe it was verse 5, where it talks about that the people couldn't wait for the new month to be over so that they can sell their merchandise. And again, that has to do with being just like a Shabbat. It's a rest. That's right, Maribel. The fire is ongoing. So again, I haven't seen what John Truth has said, other than what you guys have shared with me. But I will definitely look into it. I will see what he's talking about. And if it goes against Yahuwah's word, it's got nothing to do with John Truth and what he's teaching. We're just going to take it precept upon precept, line upon line. And we're going to make sure that it lines up with Yahuwah. Because for him to share that you are able to cook on Shabbat, I have a very hard time with that just off the top of my head. But I want to see where he's going with. I'm not going to speak on a matter on his behalf until I see what he's talking about. But I can show you what the scripture says on what I see on this side before I see what he's talking about. That's right, Aki Edwin. Great to see you here. Shabbat Shalom, Ak. Yes, that's another thing with him. Yes, exactly, Wendy. He doesn't have the true calendar. Yes. And again, Yahuwah is going to reveal it to whom he wants to reveal. You know, this is why I'm so thankful and grateful to Abba Yahuwah that he hasn't limited us to the information that he is wanting to reveal to his mishpachah, to his family. We are the ones that have to be ready to receive, and he's going to open up the eyes of those who are hungry and thirsty for that righteousness, because again, he's the one who does the choosing. He's the one that puts us on that path, if you will, to righteousness. Okay. And all of these questions on the Shabbat is wonderful. Thank you, JJ. Yes. Oh, so he's on the same calendar now as we are, Don? That's beautiful. Hopefully he is following Yahuwah's calendar, because it ain't our calendar, right? It's his. He's just restoring it to his people. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Susie. Shoshona. Some still are following the moon cycle. That's what he said, Don. Well, I hope he is. And again, if he is, it's because Abba Yahuwah has revealed that to him, and that's the beautiful thing. You know, again, we're all mishpachah. We all are in different levels. We all have a different understanding, and Yahuwah is dealing with each one of us according to our understanding. And so this is why I say that we can't judge each other on this. What we can judge a person on, which is righteous judgment, is when somebody is being ardent, or they're being hard or headstrong about when we're revealing or sharing the truth, and they don't want to see it, and they're coming back at us with negativity. Then you're going to meet negativity with negativity. He's going to make our forehead as flint, along with their forehead being as flint. So their forehead is hard. He's going to make our forehead hard. And he tells us not to be afraid of their looks. We're going to tell them exactly as it is. This is what the spirit of Yohanan the Immerser is all about. John the Baptist, who they call him, right? He had the spirit of who? Eliyahu, Elijah. And what did Elijah have? Elijah wasn't no stranger to the scriptures. Elijah wasn't some soft person to the scriptures. No, Elijah was a warrior. He was like, okay, we're going to have a contest right now. He was a man who was putting his walk, his amunah, his faith on the line. He was like, we're going to see whose mighty one is the true mighty one. We're going to see who's the real Al Shaddai right now, right here. That's the same way John was. John was like, who told you to come out here, you Pharisees and Sadducees, to be immersed? You better show some fruits of repentance, you brood of vipers. He wasn't talking to them soft. Yohanan was giving it to them raw and unadulterated. He was strong, just like Eliyahu. He was strong about the scriptures. And some people today, they're like, ooh, why are you yelling? Oh, why are you talking so loud? Why are you talking with so much vigor in your voice? Because this is what Yahuah has put in me. I don't know what else to tell you. He didn't make me emotionless. I'm not going to give you some Gregorian chant and start speaking as if everything is supposed to be holier than thou. Let us come together in praises. No, we don't talk like that. That's all the pomps and circumstances of the harlot. This is why I tell people, if you don't like what I'm sharing and you don't like the way I speak, change the channel. Change it. You don't have to be here. You don't have to listen to my aggravating voice in your ear. Go find someone who soothes your ear, who tickles your fancy. I'm not that person. I'm not that person. And I don't say that to get some hoorahs or a pat on the back. That's just not the way he made me. I like the truth. I want to know the truth. And for me, the truth excites me. It might not excite you, but it excites me. And because it excites me, you're going to hear it in my tone. You're going to hear it in my voice. And so again, the fire is not to be put out at the altar. It is constant. Okay? I know there's people who are teaching, well, the Sabbath is only from sunrise to sunset. Yes and no. Just like my Aki Al would say, yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. Yes, it is, but yet at the same time, it's not. And let me tell you why I'm saying that. Because we already understand, it's already understood that a person does work from what? Sunrise to sunset. Again, let's have this Hebraic cultural understanding, not this modern understanding of the Gentiles, where you have 3 different shifts for a 24-hour period, everyone doing an 8-hour shift. 8 plus 8 plus 8 equals 24. So you have 3 shifts. No, we're talking about one shift, 12-hour day, 10-hour day, depending on how long the sun is up, from sunrise to the going down of the same. Yeah, that is what we know as work time. Yahusha says we are to rest during the work time. That's the yes part of yeah, nah, about what you do on Shabbat. That Shabbat is to be worshipped during, or not Shabbat to be worshipped, but that we worship during the Shabbat from sunrise to sunset, because when the sun goes down during those times of the archaic time period, they would start to dwindle down. It's time, lights out, candles out. It's time to lay it down. We're going to get ready for the next day. So what are you doing? You're resting through the night. And what is rest? Shabbat. Shabbat. But the activity of the Shabbat is sunrise to sunset. But after the sun goes down, it's still Shabbat. The day isn't over yet. The first day hasn't kicked in yet. That means you still got all of this dark time that you have to go through. And what is that dark time for? Rest. Because we are not sons and daughters of the darkness and of the night. We don't go out and boogie. We don't go out and party. We don't go out and drinking. We don't do none of that stuff. We stay home. Okay, what else we got here? What else do we got here? Let's see. I got so many things. I'm over here trying to clear off on my phone. That's right, Cody Nazareth. No more boogie nights. That's right, Tori. We boogie differently. Exactly. Exactly. Hallelujah. So in these modern times with electricity, we don't turn on our devices and re-engage with commerce, staying true to principles outlined in Yahuah we rest. So again, as far as with electricity, the electricity is constant. It's always on, right? So like us being on our phones right now, we got electricity going through these devices. Yes, hence the battery, right? Okay, so it's not something that you turn on. It's already on. You had it on standby. That's what we use as modern terminology. Same thing with a pilot light for your furnace. It's on standby mode, but it's lit. It's lit. Electricity is the same thing. Electricity is there. It's ever present. It's there. You just got to flip the switch and it's going to continue the current. Okay? But no commerce. No commerce. What else we got here? Hold on one second, you guys. Let me see what my band is doing here, because I have it just sitting here on idle. I think now that it's quiet, I'm going to turn it off for a second. Hold on, you guys. Okay. Let that relax for a little bit. Crack that window. Mike Furman, you said, what if you have court date? Yep, you got to go. Unless you're able to ask your lawyer, your public defender, or whoever you have to schedule that with the clerk, the court clerk. And I'm sure they would be able to give you a new appointment, a new hearing date. Oh, yes, you better keep yourself clean on Shabbat. Trust in him. Do your showering hygiene. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. In fact, I got to get ready to let my dogs out, but I won't be able to do it right here. I got to let them stretch their legs and tidy themselves up here. So hold on, you guys, a second. I'm going to give you guys another song here. And let me put that down for a second here. Give me a second, all of you. I'll give you guys a song while I tell them to put these other dogs up so I can have my doggies do their thing here in the front. Let me see, where am I at here? I gotta find, my wife's phone is so different than mine. Okay. Let's see. So we're going to talk about the holidays when I come back, because there's a lot of things that is going on with holidays. Yeah. So give me a second here. Hold on one second, you guys. Okay, so I got you guys on split screen here. Give me a second. I got to find, here it is. And this one right here. Let me share this. Share song. Message. And send this to wifey. Send. Okay, so I want you guys to hear this. And let me see here. Let's see how loud it is here. Where's her? Okay. All right, here we go. Once it kicks in, it's taking a minute. Any day now. Okay, here it comes. All right, here we go.
We don't need no Christmas tree. No, we don't do that. We just want to be free of the world and all that. Shabbat shalom, y'all. Let the trumpets blow. Appointed time, yeah. Appointed time.
Appointed times.
Yeah, pagan holidays, no thanks. We pass on those when the hours ranks. Everybody knows. Shabbat shalom, y'all. Let the trumpets blow. Appointed times, yeah. Appointed times. We celebrate the Most High.
All right. So that is called Appointed Times. That is an original that I put together on thank you, Kara. Yep, it's corny, isn't it? That I put together with AI. I got some other ones that I'm working on. Wanted to use my own original stuff that I'm going to start using on my platform, but I wanted to share that with you all. And I will make it available for those of you who are wanting to have it yourself. And but let me go ahead and take care of this, and I'll be back. I will I will play Daniel's Palal. Okay, so let me do that here, and I'm going to put these other dogs up so I can let my dogs get out so they can use the restroom. Give me a second. Let's see here. Donnie Y'all's prayer. Here we go. Okay, dear. Hold on one second.
So I send my face to Yahuah, Aluah, seeking by prayer and plea. With fasting, sackcloth, and ashes, I bowed on bended knee, and I pray to Yahuah, my Yahuah, made confession and did say, oh Yahuah, great and awesome, who keeps covenant to those who obey. We have transgressed, we have done crookedly, acted wicked in your sight. We have turned from your commands and refused to walk aright. We did not listen to your servants, the Navim you did send. might turn and mend. To you, Yahuah, belongs righteousness. To us belongs open shame. To the men of Yahudah and Yeshurun, who bear a tarnished name. To all scattered near and far, whom you have driven away because of transgression against you, for we would not obey. To Yahuah belongs compassion to forgive. Though we have rebelled against you, and in our wrong did live, from your TORAH we have turned, not heeding what was decreed, spoken by your Yeshua. All has transgressed, turned aside to disobey, and on us has been poured the curse,
All right.
as written in my way. You have confirmed your word against us, as judgment you have planned.
All right, Mishpachah. Okay, so again, we're going to get into a little bit about these holidays that have come upon us, as we have all these people that are in our lives that we love so dearly, that don't see what we see and don't understand what we understand. And they speak ill of us, and not knowing that our Abba Yahuah does not want us doing those things. Oh, it's starting to get a little dark in here. Okay, so let's see. How are we to keep this high Sabbath tomorrow? Is it the same as we do today? BT brief form. It's the same as today, except you can cook. Okay, you can cook on the Rosh Kadash. Okay, you can cook. Not all high Sabbaths are you able to cook. Yeah, what I mean by that is like Yom HaKippurim, the Day of Atonement. There's no cooking on that day, because we're not even eating on that day. That is a day of fasting and palal. Yeah. So when we talk about high Shabbat, not all high Shabbats are where you can cook. So let's be specific. We're talking about Rosh Kadash. We're talking about the head of the month. Okay, the first day of the month. We're not talking about your pagan days, your pagan months. We're talking about Yahuwah's months. Okay, the very first day of each month is a set apart day. I wish I knew about this earlier. It's a work day for me. So, okay. So again, all of you who are following your calendar beads, or if you have our calendar PDF, okay, I don't want you all to wait for me to present something to you. We're presenting all the information that we have available on our link tree, on ambassadorsofyah.com. You can go there. Please surf it like you surf the internet. Surf it. Look into the things that are there. Most of your questions can be answered there. You'll find a lot of the information there, but you got to dig it out. It's just like what Yahuwah wants us to do. You need to search out the matter. Many of us want to be spoon-fed. How do you know I'm not leading you astray? You have to look into this for yourself. Don't take no one just at their word. You got to look into it yourself. Okay? So all that being said, if you look on the calendar or your calendar beads, at the very bottom of every one of your calendars or your calendar bead, that's the very first day of the month. When you go all the way to the top and you done counted your 30 or 31 days and you have to go back down to the bottom, that's the beginning of another month. Each one of those strands represents a month. So once you get done with a whole strand and you have to start over on another strand, that is a new month. That is a high day. That is a new month where you can cook. You're supposed to not work. You're supposed to not do no commerce. You spend that time with Yahuah. You enjoy that day before Yahuah. Okay? Do you have a study on where the true Jerusalem is? I know on old maps of South Africa, it shows Jerusalem. Just wondering. Thanks. Okay, Don. Well, the old maps that you may be speaking of are actually new maps. These are people. This is what Satan does. He all he has to do is just give you that little seed of doubt. Okay, and the next thing you see is, oh, Jerusalem's actually in South Africa. No, it's not. Because if you're only going to go by the name of Jerusalem, there's many Jerusalems all over this world, including here in the United States of America. There's a couple of them here in the United States of America called Jerusalem. You can look it up. Okay? So you can't go by the name Jerusalem and say that this is the location. The true location of Jerusalem is exactly where Jerusalem is, because again, if you go to Luke chapter 21, I'm going to take you there. And this is another thing that John Truth is, I don't want to say lying, but that's the only way I can put it. He's lying about, because again, he's not a student of astute scripture of geography. And if he looks into it, he'll know that what he's teaching people is wrong, that Jerusalem is in Namibia, which is by South Africa. Okay? This is not the truth. So let me show you what I'm talking about here when I say that Jerusalem is exactly where it's supposed to be. All right? So let's go to Luke chapter 21, verse 24. Look at this. Sorry for the shadow here, because it's getting kind of dark. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword. This is Luke chapter 21, verse 24. The word they here is talking about the Yahudim, the Jews, the true Jews. This is before 70 AD, okay? They shall fall by the edge of the sword. That's when this happened, going into 70 AD. And be led captive into all nations. This ended up going all the way up until the transatlantic slave trade and years beyond. Okay, but notice what the last verse says, or the last sentence says. And Jerusalem shall be trampled underfoot by the nations. So this city, Jerusalem, is going to be trampled by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. Who are the people over there right now in Jerusalem? The Gentiles, those who call themselves Jews and are not. Let me show you that by connecting it to Genesis chapter 10. Remember, we're talking about the Gentiles. To the times of the Gentiles shall be fulfilled. When you go to Genesis chapter 10, verse 3, notice what it says here. Oh, let me back up. Let's go to verse 2. And the sons of Japheth, okay, Japheth, his firstborn is Gomer, Magog, Madai, Tubal, Meshech, Tiras. And the sons of Gomer, his firstborn, Japheth's firstborn. Gomer's firstborn is Ashkenaz. Have you ever heard of an Ashkenazi Jew? I'm sure you've heard of Ashkenazi Jew. That's these people right here. They still call themselves this, okay? Anyways, notice what it says here. It says, from these the coastland peoples of the nations were separated into their lands, everyone according to his language, according to their clans, into their nations. These were called the people of the nations. In other translations, it'll say the people of the Gentiles. So until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled, Jerusalem is going to be ran by those people. They're the ones who are there, the same ones called Ashkenaz. So if you ask me where Jerusalem is, that's where it is. They're not over there in of Namibia called Jerusalem. That has nothing to do with the world stage. Has nothing to do with the world stage. Let me give you another one. Hold on one second. Let me look for this. This is a little more difficult for me because I haven't done this study in a while. Let me see here. It is, I think it's Zechariah. It's been so long, I can't remember all of this. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see here. Boy. It has been so long since I've done this study. Let me get you guys to help me out here. Look up the passage that talks about Jerusalem becoming a stumbling cup, a rock of offense. I cannot recall where. I thought it was in Zechariah. Where does it say that he shall make Jerusalem a stumbling cup and a rock of offense? 12:2 in Zechariah. Let's see here. Yes, thank you, Cody Queen. I knew it was the book, but I just can't remember where it was. Okay. Chapter 12 of Zechariah, verse 1. The message of the word of Yahuah against Yasharal. Yahuah, stretching out the Shamayim and laying foundation of the Yarats, and forming the Ruach of Adam within him, declares, see, I am making Jerusalem a cup of reeling to all the people all around, and also against Yehudah. It is in the siege against Jerusalem. And in that day it shall be that I make Jerusalem a very heavy stone for all peoples, all lifting it are severely injured, and all the nations, all the Gentiles of the earth shall be gathered against it. In that day, declares Yahuah, I shall strike every horse with bewilderment, and its rider with madness. And on the house of Yehudah I open my eyes, but every horse of the peoples I strike with blindness. And the leaders of Yehudah shall say in their hearts, the inhabitants of Jerusalem are our strength to me. Through Yahuah, our host, their Alua Alahim. In that day, I make the leaders of Yehudah like a fire pot among trees. The trees here represents peoples, and like a torch of fire on the sheaves, and they shall consume all the peoples all around on the right and on the left, and Jerusalem shall dwell again in her own place in Jerusalem. So again, here we see that Jerusalem is going to become a stumbling block for all the nations. That's what he says here, verse 3. And he says, and in that day it shall be that I make Jerusalem a very heavy stone for all peoples. All lifting it are severely injured. Now, let me ask you all a question. Do you hear about Jerusalem in your everyday nightly news? In the so-called Jerusalem in Namibia, in South Africa? Do you see it? No, right? No one talking about that Jerusalem over there. No one is talking about this so-called Jerusalem in South Africa. But I tell you the Jerusalem that they are talking about, the one that's over there in the Middle East, in the land that they call Israel today. Look at all the nations that are having a commotion over that city called Jerusalem. Look at the Muslims and the Extians and those that call themselves Jewish, how they are all having an issue with that place called Jerusalem. That Jerusalem is the sticking point for their so-called place of peace. This is why we know that that is Jerusalem. I'm going to tell you another reason why we know that that land is where Jerusalem is supposed to be. Notice that there's a land over there called Assyria, known as Syria today. Notice the city in Assyria called Damascus. Where's Damascus over there in South Africa? You're not going to find it. You're not going to find it. Damascus is where, remember, the apostle Shaul, aka Paul, was walking there to unalive more followers of the way. Okay? He was going from Jerusalem, where the temple was, to Damascus. Exactly. That's another one, Susie. Bethlehem, the location of Bethlehem, south of Jerusalem. Where's Bethlehem over there in South Africa with the place that's called Jerusalem? When I say South Africa, I'm not talking about the country of South Africa. I'm talking about literally the country called Namibia. That's where it's at. This town called Jerusalem. Okay, it's just a place that was named after the city that is called Jerusalem. They named that area of Namibia the town called Jerusalem, but that is not Jerusalem of the Jerusalem that we read in the scriptures. Same thing when it comes to the Jordan River. The Jordan River is exactly where it says it's going to be. The Dead Sea is exactly where it says it's going to be. All of that is in proximity to Jerusalem. Okay? Yafa, Gaza. All this is mentioned in the scriptures. Gaza is mentioned by name. Okay? It's still there. Look how close Egypt is from Jerusalem. It's 11-day journey from Cairo, Egypt, walking to Jerusalem. 11 days. All of this meets scripture. Okay, so Don, you said so in Deuteronomy, the curse, what is referring to about scattering by ships? Scripture, it talks about thistle and briar in the midst of willow trees. Okay, now as far as that passage that you're talking about with the thistle and briar, I don't have full understanding of where you're getting that. You might have to show me the passage. But Deuteronomy chapter 28 about the curses and about them being scattered in ships, let's go there. We know this to be the transatlantic slave trade. Verse 15 is where you get a lot of those. What it talks about is the curses that have come upon those who are disobedient. But we're going to go to the very last verse of chapter 28, where it talks about what was going to happen in verse 68. Notice what it says here. And Yahuah shall bring you back to Mitzrayim in ships, by a way of which I said to you, you are never to see it again. And there you shall be sold to your enemies as male and female servants, but no one to buy you, or that is no one to redeem you. Okay? So now, if you go back and you look at this, he's not talking about, Yahuah is not talking about the original Egypt, because Egypt and Israel are literally right next to each other. You can walk there, okay? Right where Gaza is, on the other side of Gaza is Egypt. You don't have to take a ship to go there. Now, if you only isolate this passage of scripture, verse 68, about being on ships, then you're going to say, well, it says here that he was going to take them back to Mitzrayim, but this time he's going to send them there on ships. No. If you, again, you take all of this together where it's talking about no Israelite was ever sold, okay? No Israelite was ever sold to the Egyptians other than Joseph. He was the only one who was sold to the Egyptians by the Ishmaelites. The Ishmaelites did that to him, okay? But not the children of Yasharal. The children of Yasharal were sold to those who were also known as the Yiddish people, the Israelites, or I should say the Israelis, who took on who were converts, who took them on these ships and sold them to the Portuguese and to the Frenchmen and to the Spaniards and also to the Englishmen. This is how they all ended up all throughout the North, Central, and South Americas. Okay, it was by these people who were the head of commerce. The same people that we know today as Jewish people are the same Jewish people who was doing this from that time and beyond, because they already had control of a lot of the resources at that time that a lot of the other nations did not. Okay. Now, with that being said, if we go back here and we look at some of the other things that it talks about in this same passage, let's look at this other one here. Verse 64, and Yahuah shall scatter you among all the peoples from one end of the earth to the other. How do you think that happened? Via ships. It was by ships that happened. You're not going to go from one end of the earth to the other by walking. You ain't going to get all the way over to Australia walking. That's not going to happen. That happened through ships. Same thing here in the Americas. Some people say, well, they must have went all the way up to Siberia and they walked across the ice bridge into what we know today as Alaska and then came down into the Americas. That's probably a possibility as well, but that's not what we're talking about here. This one here is specifically talking about that you were going to be brought back to Mitzrayim. That is the house of bondage. This is spiritually speaking. It's not talking about a physical Mitzrayim. Is talking about a spiritual thing that is going to happen to his people. They're going to go back into the house of bondage. They're going to a physical location, but it's a spiritual application that is being used here upon his people because of their disobedience to him. And so how did they physically get here? They got here physically on a ship. They got here physically on a ship. But notice what else it says in this passage here in verse 64. And it says that, and there you shall serve other mighty ones, which neither you nor your fathers have known. This is another clue. Well, our fathers knew Egypt. Our fathers knew all the GODs and the LORDs and these deities that they were following over there in the land of Egypt. They knew about RA. They knew about ISIS. They knew about HORUS. They knew about all of those in Egypt. But this is talking about a whole different one. So what is that we were going to serve? Neither you nor your fathers have known, wood and stone. This is talking about the cross. This is talking about your modern day Christianity. It was foretelling you what was going to happen to the people of Israel. And notice what it's talking about here. Stone. It's not talking about Gentiles. It's talking about the Israelites and what they were going to become. They were going to become either Christians or they were going to become Muslims, one or the other. That's what happened to the people of Yasharal. They came to be these types of people. Now, of course, there's going to be those who became part of the Eastern philosophies of Buddhism and Confucianism and all that stuff. But we're talking about generally, we're talking about these two classes of religions, wood and stone. That's Christianity and Islam. And then it goes on and says, and among those nations, you are to find no rest, nor have a resting place for the sole of your foot. Here's another clue. Notice what it says here. And among those nations, plural. It's not talking about Egypt. Egypt is just one nation. So it can't be speaking of the former Egypt. No, this is talking about many nations. Where were the true Yahudim scattered to? Look at all the nations that they were scattered to. Well, let's just count some of them out. Let's talk about them. Well, we got United Snakes of America. We know that already. We know that they were sent to the Bahamas. We know that they were sent to Jamaica. We know that they were sent to Cuba. We know that they were sent to Puerto Rico. We know that they were sent to Mexico. We know they were sent to all up and down inside of Central America, from Guatemala to Belize, to Honduras, to Nicaragua, to Costa Rica, to Panama. And then they even find them in Colombia, in South America, in Venezuela, in Brazil, in Guyana. How do you think all those dark melanated people got there? They didn't walk over there. They didn't swim across the Atlantic Ocean. No, they were taken there by ships. And notice what all those countries have in common. They all worship Catholicism. They all were introduced to Catholicism. That's your wood. We served wood. We just came out of the wood, and now we're coming to the truth. It is so true. What we are reading here, this is not talking about going back to the ancient Egypt where the pyramid is. No, you see it right on your dollar bill, the true Egypt that was being told. And he says that nation whom they shall serve, okay? Because the children of Yasharal did not serve Egypt for 400 years. They did not serve them for 400 years. If you go back and you study and you do your due diligence and you find out when Joseph became the second in command under Pharaoh, you know that the children of Israel, when they came there, 70 beings with his dad, Jacob, and his 11 brothers, they came down to Egypt and they were living high on the horse. They were like royalty in Egypt. They weren't slaves. It says that when another Pharaoh who didn't know Joseph came, that's when they were put under bondage. They were not in Egypt serving for 400 years. The whole generation of the time that they was there was 430 years to the day that they crossed over the Jordan River into the promised land. But out of that 430 years, maybe 150 of it, they served as slaves. All the rest of it, before Moses' time, they weren't going through all that stuff. They weren't going through that stuff. It happened when this new Pharaoh came about, which a lot of them believe it was Ramses II. Ramses, who had his son, King Tut, the one that died mysteriously, that they think is the same as the 10th plague of Egypt that killed the firstborn of all of their sons and all of the beasts that came out of the womb, that broke open the womb of a man or a woman, a man over a beast. All of those died off, the very firstborn. So again, it's not the same Egypt. Okay, what else we got here? Yes, BT Reform. Yes, our brother Ronald, Truth Unedited, he did a great expose on the slave trade, that series that you're talking about. We Are Not Black People. He did a great expose on that on his Truth Unedited channel here on YouTube. I would highly what am I trying to say? My brain is stuck. You guys know what I'm trying to say. My brain is like slow right now. I would highly promote it, is what I'm trying to say. Yes, recommend. That's the actual word. Thank you, all of you. You guys are reading my mind. Boy, that's getting kind of scary. So there's another one that he did also that Aki Quentin and he was texting me about the life of Abraham. If you haven't seen that 3-part, I think it's a 3-part or 4-part series, you should watch it. Galatians 3:13. Oh, here we go. Let me see, who is this? Linda Mix. Linda Mix. You must be an action, huh, Linda? Let me go here. Linda, are you an action? Or do you understand what 3:13 means in Galatians? You're a baby boomer. Well, we're all baby boomers. Well, I mean, of course, not according to some people's definition of what a baby boomer is, according to the generations. But what I'm asking is, what was your reason for bringing up Galatians 3:13? What is your reasoning for bringing up Galatians 3:13? You're reviewing the curses. I was wondering why. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. I didn't want to read into what you were saying, so that's why I had to stop and say, oh, okay, wait a minute. That's why I guess I kind of read into it by saying, are you an action? But apologies, Salakia, for even bringing that up. Let's see. Someone says, I don't know what that Tesflam. I don't know how you say that, Samuel. Tesflam. Is that your last name? That's a serious last name. I don't know how to pronounce that. Tesflamakal. Mikael. Tasfam Mikael. I know I'm butchering that. I apologize, Samuel. So you said Isaiah 62. So okay, let's go to Yashayahu 62. Isaiah 62. Let's see here. I gotta turn on my light. It's getting dark in here. 19 to 25. 19 to 25. Okay, 1962. Wait a minute. Let me read that again. Isaiah, is that right what you said? There is no 19 to 25 in Isaiah 62. Or is that just a quick question? Mm-hmm. Let me see here. Anyone else? Let's see. Yeah, but I don't see no Isaiah 62. What was the 19 to 25 for me to explain? It's like Michael without the H. Tesfamakaw. Tesfamakaw? Yeah, I guess that kind of helps me a little bit. Nalia, you say, my hand must be tired holding the phone. It is a little bit. Do I plan to be on live tomorrow? No, I'm going to be driving tomorrow, Cody Nazareth, back to Vegas. Oh, let me tell you guys what happened on the way over here yesterday. And I want to Tuda'ata all of you for your palal and making sure Abba Yahuah had his hand over me and my mishpachah as we were driving here. A person was not so fortunate yesterday. As we were driving, coming down the mountain, we found ourselves, and this is why I was not able to come on live yesterday. Oh yes, Victoria, we're going to the holidays. So as we're coming down the mountain, we get stuck in this traffic jam that lasted for almost an hour. We see this big old tow truck, the tow truck that only pulls 18-wheelers. It's a semi truck itself, and it's got like 3 axles in the back just to handle the weight of the truck that it's going to tow. Well, anyways, it was driving on the outside on the shoulder, passing up all the traffic. So my Shah song was like, babe, why is that truck on the side? I was like, well, that's a tow truck, and that means that whatever crashed over there, it has to be an 18-wheeler, because you're not going to use that big of a truck for a minivan or for a cargo van. We're talking that's something that's carrying some serious load for that truck to be there. So anyways, we're creeping up to where the accident was, and it was just a single vehicle accident. It was just an 18-wheeler. But Mishpachah, let me tell you what I saw as I was driving by it. So we're driving really slow. We're all crawling past this accident. Highway patrol's out there, and of course the tow truck is out there. And when I get closer, I see the guardrail on the side of this mountain is all crushed up. And then I look further down the road as we're coming in a single file line, as we're all being corralled together, and we're funneling into one lane. To my left, as we're passing on the outside lane, he was in the inside lane. The truck is on its side, and I don't know how it landed on its other side. So it landed on the passenger side, but it hit the guardrail on the right side, and somehow it landed on its right side, which I don't get how that happened. But anyways, as we're driving by, I happen to look over my left shoulder out the driver's window, towards the front of the truck that was on its side that was part of that accident. And what do I see? I see a man laying on his back, got the tarp over him. I can see the top of his head. I can see the hair on his head and his feet outside of the tarp. So he's laying on his back, and I was like, oh man, baby, that man passed away. Yeah. And again, that accident just happened. Probably we were coming up on it, so it couldn't have been more than an hour, because it wasn't there when I was looking on the GPS, and then all of a sudden here's his backup. And so you know how anytime you see, it's one thing to see a body in a casket, you know, in a when you're looking at a body that you know that has passed away in a casket, it's one thing. But it's another thing when you see it at the site of where they lost their life. It just like hit me. And all I could think about, both me and my Shah, all we can think about is, well, man, somebody's not gonna like the news they're gonna get. And hopefully, you know, he doesn't have any children or a wife, but that's somebody's son. You know what I mean? That's somebody's son. And so somebody had gotten some bad information yesterday or today when that information was given to the family. So, but I want to thank you all, to the Abba Yahuah, to all of you in your palals. And I just say that because, as Cody Nazareth was asking me if I was going to come on live tomorrow because of being a high Shabbat. And also, here's another thing. So we're not told anywhere that we cannot travel on Rosh Kadash. Okay. Unlike the Shabbat, we're told specifically you cannot travel on Shabbat. But on a new month, I haven't seen anything. Not to say that it doesn't say it. I just haven't seen it. And if any of you ever do find it, I would like to see it. So, you know, we can grow from the understanding of knowing more of Yahuwah's information. But yes, we're going to be traveling back tomorrow. And because we're not going to travel today, we have some of Song's family that's leaving today, going back to Vegas. But we're not going back today. We're going to go back tomorrow. Luis and Betty Rodriguez, fishing. Yep, fishing you cannot do on the Shabbat. We just read that in Jubilees chapter 50, verse 12. To the Atah, Gina. To the Atah. And mind you, on the way over here, it was raining all the way from Vegas to here to Fresno. A 6-hour drive on the freeway. And yeah, it's just been really, really wet and soaked. There was a few times that I could feel my tires were hydroplaning on the freeway because of the puddle. And you know, when mountains get to raining, all that water is just coming down. And so, yeah, it was very treacherous yesterday, but to the Abba Yahuah for him guiding my hands and my sight and allowing us to get there, and for his Malakim that was hedged around us to protect us from everybody else that was around us as well. So let's see what else we have here. Yes, it is. It's been raining. It's still, well, let me see. I think it just stopped raining now. But I know there's some more coming because it's supposed to rain again tomorrow. Okay, what else do we got here? So I'm about to probably get off here in a little bit. Spend time with the with my Ashaz Mishpachah. Oh yes, holidays. Yes, let's get into that. To the Atah, Cody, Queen, for bringing that back up, because I said that we were going to talk about that. Okay, so here we are coming into this time of the season about the holidays, and now we know we got Thanksgiving coming up, and then we have, you know, Xmas is coming up. Okay. And so we want to make sure that we all stay strong at this time. Let us continue to pull off for our family and our friends and who all are worshiping these days. Now, when I get back, I want to get deep into Xmas. Okay, I want to actually do both. I want to do actually Thanksgiving and be finished because that's coming up this week. I guess we can talk on it, still elaborate on it. But specifically for Xmas, I want to spend some time on Xmas and how that holiday, more than any other holiday, is the separation of families when it comes to this truth. Yes, I will, Cree. Linda, I am assuming now, and I must ask you this again. Are you an Xgen? Because I see the passages that you're putting out, and I would have to ask you, what is your understanding of Mark 12:8 or Matthew 12:8, excuse me? Because usually when somebody brings up a passage like that, that means they do not follow the fourth commandment, which is to remember the Sabbath and to keep it set apart. Their go-to passage is that Matthew chapter 12, where the Messiah says that he did not create Adam for the Shabbat, but the Shabbat for Adam. Ooh, that's a long time, Lisa. We palau that Yahuah is going to allow your fur baby to be resurrected on that day when he gives you the joy of your heart again. We'll see what he does, yeah, because I believe that he can resurrect all the animals that we've ever had in our life, and they can be part of your land. Because he's going to give us the desires of our heart, and I think that's going to be part of it. It's not only in this lifetime, but what is coming. Trust in him. I have a question, and I would really like to know. I know someone who works Sundays from 5 p.m. until the following day. Will that person be forgiven? Trust in him. That depends on if that person is a follower of Yahuah. Yes, Dr. Terry, I'm pretty sure. XGen, please use another term in your question, and please explain why you're trying to clarify me with a term. So Linda, it's not about me clarifying you with a term, but because of the passage that you was giving us, we use the word XGen not to speak. That's why you brought up the word that you was Gen X before. Now I understand what you're saying. I was assuming, and that was my fault, that we don't like to say Christian, so we use the word Xgen, just like Xmas instead of Christmas. We say Xgen, okay? So the X represents the same as in Xmas as it is in Christian. So it's Xgen. So what I'm asking you is, are you a Christian? Oh, yes, with an exclamation mark. That's very nice of you, Linda. That's great to know that you are a Christian. Unfortunately, you're here on a channel that speaks against Christianity. Now, before you shut your ears off, because we've been reading your comments, all of us used to be a Christian. I'm just going to say it plainly for you so you understand what I'm saying. All of us practically here that you're listening to, and some that have already left, we gather here every Sabbath, okay? The Sabbath today happens to be on the Christians' day that they call their day of worship. But it's not like that for every Sabbath, because the calendar that we follow, which is the true calendar, is the calendar that was given to us by the Creator, that we're supposed to follow the sun, the moon, and the stars. Whereas the calendar that we're following today has been given to us by the Catholics. And the Catholics have changed the calendar, and they've also changed the feast days and the high days. And this is why I would ask you, Linda, do you celebrate Christmas? Okay, well, you can't do both. I guess that's why your name is Linda Mix. You can't mix pagan holidays with his ritual holidays. He says you are not to worship me in these ways as the heathens do. Jeremiah chapter 10. So this is why he says that many people worship him with their mouth, but their heart is far from him. And that is exactly, oh, you said no. Okay. So you don't do any of the pagan days. You don't do any of the pagan days whatsoever. You don't do Thanksgiving. You don't do Mother's Day. You don't celebrate your mothers for Mother's Day or your father for Father's Day. Do you celebrate their calendar that they call the New Year? And you probably make resolutions and, oh yeah, we're in a new year. Well, I'm going to be better this year. I'm going to be spiritually better on this pagan year. I do not celebrate any pagan days. Correct. Okay, that's beautiful, Linda. So then you're in the right spot. Now, here's the thing. What is your understanding of the Sabbath? Do you believe that Sabbath can be any day? Do you keep the Sabbath? And if so, how do you keep it? Maybe Linda left? I don't want you thinking we're attacking you, Linda. I'm actually just asking you a question myself. Yeah, right now I have it like this, but I'll turn on the light here in a minute. In fact, let me go ahead and turn it on now. Genesis 2:3, Aleph Ta, day the 7th. Okay, Linda, that doesn't really tell me much. Okay, if you don't want to share, that's fine. I was just wondering when you were saying the comments that you were making about the Sabbath and that Yahuah didn't create Adam for the Shabbat, but the Shabbat for Adam. It just makes me wonder where your thought process is. Um, yeah, we don't use that Aramaic word, Yeshua. Yeshua, Aramaic means salvation. His name is Yahusha. And the same thing with the pronunciation of Aleph and Tav. Of course, we say Alap and Ta. But, as we all are growing, we're all growing into his truth. Let me turn on my van here. Hold on one second, you guys. Oh, I forgot I have the key in my pocket. I don't have to go up there and push the button. All right. Okay. And let me see here. Linda, you say Hebrews chapter. I'm not sure what you're saying. Trying to listen to you and toggle screens looking up verses. Okay, gotcha. Okay, Linda. Let's see. The Osaka, you say, honestly, I have been under the impression that the Sabbath was Friday night sundown until Saturday night sundown. I didn't know that. Yes, and that's how many of us start because, again, we're not researching, right? We're just looking into what people are telling us. So what we're researching is hey, these people call themselves Jews and they know, we've been told that they follow the Old Testament. And since they follow the Old Testament, we just assume that they would have the original time and they would know the original calendar and they would know how to conduct themselves on the Sabbath, right? Wrong. There's a lot of tradition involved in what they're teaching. And this is why Yahuah is opening up the eyes of his people little by little, little by little. This is why, even for all of you, Mishpachah, I want you to be, please, and we know there's times when there's people that come in here, they're hard-headed, but there's others that are in here for the simple fact that Yahuah wants to open up their eyes to the truth. And how we share the truth is going to speak volumes if the person is going to receive it or not. Because again, remember what I shared earlier, we're Yahuah's ambassadors. We are his representatives, and we have to do our part, because we're going to be held accountable for the day of how we treated another person when they didn't know the truth, like we didn't know the truth. Yahuah didn't deal with us with a strong hand, so let us not deal with others who are coming in with a strong hand. Again, there's an exemption to that. To those people who come in here talking that ruckus, we know how to deal with them, right? So this is what I'm talking about. But let us not push people off so hard, because again, here I am, I'm able to speak verbally. They can hear the tone of my voice. Sometimes sentences, comments, we read into them. We all do that. We read into, oh man, this guy's nasty. He's snotty towards me. But actually, you might be saying it in a caring way, but that person is receiving it the wrong way because they can't hear the tone of your statement, the tone of your comment. So think about how you all are sharing your comment so that the person doesn't feel like they're being attacked, because we want their ears to be open. We're not here to show off what we know. We're here to show them the truth of what Yahuah wants us to show to them, so that they too can be under that same agreement that we're in, that marriage agreement, that marriage vow that was made at Mount Sinai. They too can come under the bond of that agreement with us before our Abba Yahuah. Okay, so Linda, that's a great passage that you're coming up with. And this was revealed to me by an Aki of ours. Aki Tim, are you here by any chance? Aki Tim, out of Virginia Beach, Virginia. Let's see if Aki Tim is here. He might be having his own Shabbat studies, because he usually has his own Shabbat studies at his home at this time, from what he told me. But let me go to Colossians. I think I had 2 Corinthians in my head. So Linda, I want you to see this. People take this passage of 16 and 17 way out of context, okay? Way out of context, because you see, there's people that think that you're not supposed to keep. Don't let no one judge you on Sabbath. He's not saying don't let no one judge you on the Sabbath. He's talking about those who are judging you how you're keeping your Sabbath. Okay, there's one thing not to keep the Sabbath, and it's another thing keeping the Sabbath, but you're keeping it differently than somebody else. But you're trying to do it according to your understanding of what it says in the law, in the Torah. Christians, on the other hand, they're taking this letter from Paul Shaul, who was a student of the Torah. He knows what he's talking about, but the pastors, the preachers, the teachers, the evangelists, the reverends, the ministers, they're saying, look, if anybody tells you how come you're not keeping the Sabbath, you give them Colossians 2:16 and 17. We don't have to keep the Sabbath. Don't judge me that I'm not keeping the Sabbath. That's not what this passage is talking about. It's talking about those of you who are keeping the Sabbath, and you shouldn't let no one judge you on how you're keeping the Sabbath according to your understanding of the law. That's the difference here. And I can show you proof by looking at this. Notice this. Let no one therefore judge you in eating or in drinking. Let's stop right there. Some translations will say food and drink. And so our Aki, I'm going to have our Aki Tim, he's going to share that with us. He's been doing a deep study dive on this, but it has to do with offerings. If you go back to the law, you're going to see where it always talks about food and drink offerings, food and drink offerings. You're going to see that over and over again. This is what he's talking about. Let no one therefore judge you in the food and drink offerings. Okay, what you're putting on as your food and drink offerings before the altar. Because again, we know this is all substance of things that is coming. Okay, because the body is of the Messiah. We're his body. We are his body. He's the head. So if you go and you look in all this, it says, or in respect of a festival, which we know is a high day, okay, and a new month, which is going to be tomorrow, or a Shabbat. It's not talking about you not keeping the Shabbat. It's talking about how you're keeping the Shabbat, how you're keeping the new month, how you're keeping these festivals, how you're doing your food and drinks. All of this has to do with the law. It does not give you an excuse to say, this is why I don't do the Shabbat. This is why I don't do the new month. This is why I don't do the festival days, because I don't have to. These are all part of a shadow of things to come. That's not what Shaul is talking about. That's not what he's talking about. This is talking about those who know the law and those who are trying to keep the law. He's talking to these people in Colossae, which is where we get the Colossians. The Colossians are those who live in Colossae, okay? And Colossae were people who were into a lot of different things, and they were coming into the truth. And so he's telling them, first of all, who Yahuah is, how he came in the flesh, how he created all things through the Son, the image, right? And then it goes on into how you are in the knowledge of Yahusha and what you're learning. Don't let anybody deceive you with the philosophy of men. And this is where he starts to talk about the Shabbats and the new moons and the festivals and the eating and drinking, because he knows that there are going to be Judaizers out there that saying, hey, you're supposed to do it like this. Hey, you're supposed to do it like that. No, he's talking about those who understand the law. These are things that is teaching us. The law is teaching us. It's our tutor, right? Until he who had to come, which is our Messiah. Once he came, we were no longer bound under that tutor anymore, under that law, how the law is supposed to teach us. Why? Because we have somebody that we can look at and use him as the example. We're to follow him. And what is he doing? He's following the law. So we're doing it the way he taught us. Okay, Linda. So again, you are not under law. You're under his agreement of grace. Love fulfills the law. Okay, so you're kind of all over the place, Linda, with what you're talking about. Okay, first about Hagar and Mount Sinai and the heavenly Zion and all of this, right? New Jerusalem that's earthly as opposed to the Jerusalem that's in the Shamayim, or what we would say is the heavenlies. Okay, here's the thing. First of all, to be under the law, this is what I was sharing earlier. You have to have the understanding of the concept of the Hebraic mindset. Your concept that you're bringing to us is exactly what we all understood when we was under the Gentile understanding of what it means to be an Exgen, a Christian. Okay, because you're bringing to us what we came out of, which is the Roman religion. The Roman Empire's religion is Christianity. This is not what the Messiah taught. This is what the Catholic Church taught us, okay? And those so-called forefathers of Christianity, all right, like your Clement, right? And Augustus or Augustine, and some of these others that are the so-called forefathers of the faith, yeah? They taught us a lot of these things that we have learned what we know as Christianity today. Okay. But here's the thing. When you come to understand what it means to be under the law, you're going to find out, if you do a study, if you continue to come back, Linda, because I know your mind is kind of spinning, and we're not being argumentative with you, and I don't think you are with us, but I think you're thinking that you're revealing something to us that has been parroted from the pulpits of Christianity, and you're parroting it back to us when many of us have came out of that. Okay, so you went and got him, Jackie C. Okay, well, I just wanted Aki Tim to know, and for all of you, that Aki Tim is going to be sharing with us about food and drink, and I'm hoping that we can probably do that next Arak Yaum Day, which is preparation day. That would be known as SAT Day. Okay. So, Aki, if you're here, I'm just letting everybody know I'm promoting what we're going to be doing next week on SAT Day. And we're going to have you come on on TT. It won't be here on YT, but on TT, and we're gonna have them or have everyone listening to what you have to say about the food and drink, what you came up, what you shared with me, which was so beautiful. Okay, there you are, Yah for life. Appreciate you, Aki. Shabbat shalom to you, Ak. So let me go back to what I was sharing with Linda. Do you disagree with the grace, New Testament scriptures that I quoted? So again, we are under grace, right? But the grace in itself does not negate that you don't follow the law. The law is still to be followed. So let me go back to the term what I was talking about that you brought up about being under the law. Let's go to Galatians here, which I'm at. Or actually Colossians. Let's go to Galatians. Galatians chapter 3. Let's talk about this under the law. And again, I apologize for the shadow here. And right here, we're going to start here. Let me blow this up a little bit so I don't have to have it so close to the... Okay, so Linda, check this out, okay? I hope you're still here listening. Verse 10, this is Galatians chapter 3, verse 10. For as many as are of the works of the law, the Torah, are under the curse. Now, if you stop right there and isolate the scripture, you're going to say, see, the works of the law is a curse. Nope, that's not what he's saying. This is how they twist Shaul's scriptures, just like Peter says that would happen. And this is what is happening in Christianity. For it has been written, cursed is everyone who does not continue in all that has been written in the book of the law to do them. So who is cursed? Cursed is everyone who doesn't continue to keep the law. Now, notice that. Remember, okay, cursed is everyone who doesn't continue to keep the law. And that no one is declared right by the law before Yahuah Elohim is clear. That is the mighty of mighty ones. It is clear, it's evident that no one is declared right or righteous before the law. Why? Because we've all broken the law at least once in our lifetime. If you break it once, you are now a transgressor of the law. And transgressing of the law is what we call sin. The definition of sin is exactly that, transgression of the law. Okay? So then it goes on and says, for the righteous shall live by belief. Now, I can show you that that word belief actually means obedience. You can look it up for yourself in the Strong's Concordance. Follow the etymology of the word pistis from pitho, and you're going to find, those are Greek words, by the way. And what you're going to find is that it all goes back to obey, to be obedient. Okay, that's what the word faith means. Okay, so then it goes on and says, and the law is not of faith. The law is not of faith or belief, or as we would say, obedience. Why? Because the law in itself is an inanimate object. It has nothing to do with nothing other than we are to follow those instructions. They are words that has been given to us that we are to follow. I hope I'm not losing you or leaving you. Let's continue. And then it goes on and says this. It says, let me see here. It is clear that the righteous shall live by amunah, or belief. And the law is not of belief or of obedience, but the man who does them. Notice the word does them. That's obedience. Shall live by them. Live by what? They shall live because of them. They're going to live because they are keeping the law. Okay, and I can show you that right out of the mouth of the Messiah in Matthew chapter 19 when he spoke to the righteous. Oh, let me turn this back on. Hold on one second. Okay, let me turn that back on. Sorry about that. It'll cut itself off after it being on for a while. But so now again, so here it's talking about, and the law is not of belief, but the man who does them, or the woman who does them, shall live by them. Live by what? By the law. So if you keep the law, you will live. Okay, so now notice what verse 13 says about this curse. Under the curse, right? The works of the law are under the curse. What is this under the curse? Here it is right here, verse 13. The Messiah redeemed us, or he bought us from the curse of the law, having become a curse for us. So the law is not the curse. He became a curse for us. Notice it says, curses everyone who hangs upon a tree. The law wasn't hanging on the tree. The law wasn't nailed to the cross. What was nailed to the cross? Our Messiah was nailed to the cross. He who knew no sin became sin for us, taking our place. He became the one who became a curse for us. When he didn't do anything to deserve that, he took it upon himself. That's what it means to be under the curse of the law. So what is the curse of the law? The death penalty, Linda. If you don't keep the law, death penalty is the result of not keeping the law, Linda. That's what it means to be under the law. Truly, it actually, if you understand what Paul was saying, he's saying that we are not under the curse of the law. We are no longer under the curse of the law. Why? Because the Messiah paid the price for us. He took our place. He became that curse on the tree because of us breaking the law. So the same person who wrote Galatians, Paul, also wrote the book of Romans. People always like to say that Paul talked against keeping the law. No, he didn't. Notice what he says here in Romans chapter 6, verse 1. What then shall we say? Shall we continue in sin? That is the transgression of the law. Remember, the definition of sin is transgression of the law. Are we to continue in transgressing the law? To let favor or your so-called grace increase? Let it not be. How shall we who died to transgressing the law still live in transgressing the law? Or do you not know that as many of us that were immersed into the Messiah, Yahusha, were immersed into his death? We were submerged into his death. We were to die to our old self, die to that man of sin, the one that continues to transgress against the law. People have us thinking that you are no longer to even keep the law. They say that the law is what was wrong. The law was not what was wrong. The law didn't have enough strength to be able to redeem us from the curse of the law. Just like what happened in the Garden of Eden, Linda. What happened in the Garden of Eden, Linda? Let me tell you what happened in the Garden of Eden. Adam was given one commandment, one law. He was told not to eat of this tree in the middle of the garden, this tree of righteousness and evil, because the day that you eat of this tree, which is the transgression of his law, death penalty. The curse for not following the law is what's going to come upon you. You are going to be under that curse. And so that's what happened in the garden. Yahuah was teaching us from the very beginning, he does not deal with sin. Sin cannot live in his sight. You know this. And so he tells us that you have to separate yourself from committing these atrocities that we call sin. That is the transgression of the law. How do you stay away from doing that? You live by the Spirit. If you live by the Spirit, he's going to lead you into keeping the law. You're not going to keep it perfectly. Why? Because in your mind is where sin begins. Transgression of the law begins in the mind. Just like we know what the Messiah says in Matthew chapter 5. He says, if you look at a woman with lust in your heart, you've already committed the act of adultery. So we're always constantly having to examine ourselves by transgressing the law. Because if somebody cuts you off on the freeway, you're not going to tell me that you're going to stay nice and hunky-dory and you're not going to not keep the law. Not break the law. You're going to break the law. You're going to get angry. You're going to get upset. And you're probably going to be cursing under your tongue at that person in your mind. And anyone who says these things about their neighbor has already committed the act of murder because you hate your fellow brethren. He who has been made in the image and the likeness of Yahuah, you're hating that person. Some of us hate somebody just because of the color of their skin. Some of us hate others because of their area of economics. They might be a poor person. Or we don't like the way they dress. Or we don't like the music that they listen to. Or we don't like the cologne that they're wearing. Or we don't like the car that they're driving. All of these things are breaking of the law. Because of the way you look at your brother or your sister who has been made in the image and the likeness of Yahuah. Romans 6:14, for sin over you shall not have lordship. You are not under the law, but under grace. Once again, Linda, did you hear what I just said about what it means to be under the law? Apparently not. To be under the law is the curse of the law. The curse of the law is death. It's called the death penalty, Linda. That's why I took you back to the Garden of Eden. There was one law given to Adam. He didn't keep it. So what happened? He was under the curse of the law. It's called the death penalty. You're going to die. The day that you eat of this tree, you're going to die. So again, look at this also. If you think that the law has been done away with, because that's what it sounds like you're saying to me, Linda, let me ask you that. Let me ask you, and I want you to answer me. Don't give me nothing else. Just give me a yes or no, Linda, okay? Because again, we're here to learn. Has the law been done away with, Linda? Has the law been done away with, Linda? Yes or no? Don't give me anything else, just a yes or a no answer, please. Has the law been done away with, Linda? I see you follow instructions very well, Linda. You died. You was crucified with the Messiah. The law is fulfilled in us loving one another. Okay. So I prefer to talk using the Mighty One's word. So again, let me show you. And in your way of what you just said, roundabout way, you're saying that the law has been done away with. Okay, so let me show you this. The same one who wrote Colossians, let no one judge you, okay, how you keep your new moons or your new months, as we say, or your Sabbaths, right? Let me show you this. Romans chapter 3, verse 31. Notice this, Linda. Do we then nullify the law through our belief? Let it not be. On the contrary, just the opposite, Linda. We establish the law. Do you see that? Let me give you another one. That this same writer who wrote Colossians, he's not speaking out of both sides of his mouth. He is not speaking against himself. He's not speaking against the word. He is in harmony with the word. He's agreeing with the word. Let me show you another one in Romans chapter 7. Notice this right here. Right here, it says there, so that the law truly is set apart. Your translation would say Holy. And the commandment is Holy, righteous and pure. This is what he's talking about the law. The same law that you're saying that has been done away with. It has not been done away with. Okay? Let me show you what our Messiah said, if you can bear to listen to it. Since you say you wish to only answer using our Father's word, well, I'm going to give you our Father's word, and let's see if you take this into consideration. Listen to this, Linda. Let's make this very personal. Do not think that I came to destroy the Torah or the prophets, Linda. Notice the word destroy. Keep that in your mind. Do not think, Linda, that I came to destroy the law or the prophets. I did not come to destroy, but to complete, Linda. Notice the difference between destroy and complete. Do you think complete means destroy? Do you think that complete also means to nullify? Do you think it means to abolish? I think all of those definitions would be incongruent with destroy, would it not? So what does it mean to complete or to fulfill? It doesn't mean destroy. In fact, let's continue to see what he's saying here. For truly I say to you, Linda, till heaven and earth pass away, one yod, one tittle shall by no means pass from the law till all be done. Linda, let me ask you a question. And it's a rhetorical one because we all know. Is heaven and earth still here? Are you still standing on the earth and the heaven is above your head, what we call the atmosphere? Yes, it is. So that means that the law has not been done away with. Let's continue. Verse 19. Whoever then, Linda, including yourself, breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches men so, or teaches others so, just like Christianity does. Christianity teaches men not to follow the law. They say that the law has been done away with. That person shall be called least in the kingdom of the heavens, Linda. But whoever does, notice what I have underlined, that is active. That's action word. Like what James says, faith without works is dead. What work is he talking about? He's talking about the law. There's no other work. Any other work outside of the law is called unrighteous work. It's evil work. Okay? So here it says, but whoever does and teaches them, teaches what? The commandments that people are saying in Christianity has been done away with. He or she, Linda, shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I say to you, Linda, that unless your righteousness, which is keeping of the law, exceeds that of the scribes and Pharisees, because they had an understanding of the law, but they did not know how to keep the law, Linda, you shall by no means enter into the kingdom of the Shamayim, or the heavens. So again, you see here that you are to keep it. It has not been done away. It has not been done away. It's still here. In fact, if I take you all the way to the back of the book, Linda, let's go to Revelation chapter 22. Notice what it says here about those who keep the law. Baruch are those doing his commandments, so that they have the authority, the power shall be theirs unto the tree of life. You're not going to get an opportunity to eat from the tree of life because you're not wanting to keep his commandments, Linda. You're saying that the commandments have been done away with. In fact, do you know during the time of the Great Tribulation, which the Christians don't teach, guess who Satan is coming after? He's not coming after Christians. He's already got you because you're in his religion. Let me show you what it says here, in case you think I'm lying. Revelation chapter 12, verse 17. And the dragon was enraged with the woman. The woman here represents the 144,000. If you go and look into it, if you stick around, if you want to learn about this, you might understand a little bit, okay? But if not, that's okay. It's not for everyone. Everyone doesn't see it. And it goes on and says, and he, that is Satan, went to fight with a remnant of her, the 144,000 seed, those keeping the commandments of Yahuah Elohim, that's the Old Testament, and possessing the witness or the testimony of our Yahushua HaMashiach, our Messiah, that's the New Testament. So you have to be a full scripture believing from the old to the new believer, not just New Testament only. And that's what Christianity, the Roman religion, teaches you. That is the Roman Empire's religion. Empire strikes back. She probably is out of here, Alma. She probably didn't like me saying her name so many times when I was explaining something to her, but that's okay because seeds have been planted. Seeds have been planted. And that's what it takes. You have to have a teachable ruach. If you don't have a teachable spirit, and this is what I was saying earlier, you see, we started off with her softly, but she kept wanting to not understand. She doesn't want to hear, and she's going off with the spill of what we've all came out of, which was Christianity. Now, if we wanted to hear Christian doctrine, we would go to a Christian channel, but this is not a Christian channel, and I told her we're not Christians. I want you to understand who we are and what it is that we believe in. So instead of asking questions, she's going to be dogmatic about what she stands on. Well, you stand 10 toes on what you think is true, because that's what Muslims do. That's what Buddhists do. That's what Christians do. We're not on that time. We're done with that time. We're done being deceived. We're done being lied to. So if you want to rock the cross, which she probably does, she probably has it swinging from her neck. She probably has a sticker on her car. She probably got crosses all throughout her house. We're not about that. We're done with that. That is all pagan. Pagan. This is why I say to all of you who are listening, if this isn't what you like to hear, you can always change the channel, because again, no one is forcing this down your throat. No one is telling you to believe what we believe. No one is telling you that it's this way or the highway, because the one who's going to tell you that is not me. It's the one who sits on the throne. It is he who is going to judge the living and the dead. He's the one who's going to tell you that you weren't part of his system, that you didn't want to be a part of his truth, and you didn't want to line up with it. You wanted to be a rebel. Hold on one second. That's the wrong button. Okay. Yep. We have, and here it is right here. Let's go to this. Again, it's a foreshadow of things that was going to be spoken of, and it has truly happened. Let's go to Yahu, that is Jeremiah, chapter 8, verse 7. Oh boy, hold on one second, you guys. Oh, it won't let me do it now. Oh wow. Okay, hold on once again, you guys. Let me turn this van on. Give me a second. Oh, I gotta bring my key up here to the front. Well, I tell you, these so-called smart vehicles are too smart for their own selves. All right. Okay, and let me turn this on so the light stays on. All right. Salakia for that. I was just trying to get this stuff together. Okay, so now. All right. So here we are again in Jeremiah, verse 7. Even a stork in the Shamayim knows her appointed times, and a turtle dove and a swallow and a thrush guard the time of their coming. But my people do not know the right ruling of Yahuah, that is the ordinances of Yah. How do you say we are wise and the law of Yahuah is with us? Like what Linda was talking about, that we are perfected in him since he kept the law. That's not what it says, but that's what Christianity teaches. But look, the false pen of the scribe has worked falsehood. That's exactly what has happened. They have twisted and changed the words in a lot of these translations, and so they have us believing what they want us to believe, their agenda, their understanding. They want us to be rebels, not knowing the truth. To be a rebel is one who is against Yahuah. That's what Satan was, a rebel from the beginning. He's a father of lies. He's rebellious. And anyone who's not following the law, they too are rebellious. You cannot think that you got eternal life in you and you are not keeping his law. It's not going to happen. He is not taking unlawful people into his kingdom. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. So again, it goes on and says this. Therefore, I give their wives to others and their fields to possessing ones. For from the least even to the greatest, they are all greedy for gain. From the prophet to the priest, all act falsely. This is what Christianity, I was trying to say preachianity, but this is what Christianity has taught many of us, these lies. And so then it goes on and says, and they heal the breach of the daughter of my people slightly, saying, peace, peace, when there is no peace. Peace, peace, when there is no peace. This is the doctrine of Christianity all the way. They got them believing that they're going to get whisked out of here in the pre-tribulation rapture. I don't know if that's what this sister Linda was believing in. She probably believes in that too. I don't know. I can only assume. But this is, again, is a false teaching. This is a lying pen of the scribes. Were they ashamed when they had done abomination? No. They were not at all ashamed, nor do they know how to blush. So they shall all fall among those who fall. They shall stumble in the time of their visitation, said Yahuah. When is that visitation? The great tribulation. When he comes to test those who are dwelling on the earth, just like he tested the children of Yasharal when they were in the wilderness for 40 years, if they were going to keep his Sabbath, to keep his Torah, excuse me, as it says in Exodus chapter 16, he says, I'm going to rain down manna, or I'm going to rain down bread from you from the heavens to see whether they will keep my laws or not. He is going to test those. Same thing is for the reason for the great tribulation. It is to test those who dwell upon the earth to see if they're going to keep his instructions, his law. So if you are keeping his instructions right now, his law right now, there's a great possibility that you may become one of the 144,000. We're very few in number, Mishpachah. When you think about the whole world and those who know the calendar, those who know to keep the commandments, those who know his name, those who know that we are supposed to be about our Father's business, there's not too many of us. Most of them are playing the harlot. Most of them are laying up under every tree and under every high pillar. They do not know him. They say they know him, but they don't know him. And we already know what it says in 1 John chapter 2, verses 3, 4, 5, and 6. To him who says he knows him and doesn't keep his commandments, you are a liar, and the truth ain't in you. Not my words. Those are John's words. And John walked with the Messiah for 3.5 years. I think I'm going to put some credence on his word. I think I'm going to put a little bit of respect and salt and season it with some salt, because his words got some flavor to it. Yes, we all need to pull off for people like Linda, because we used to be like that. The only difference is I don't know how headstrong she is. Some of us were not that headstrong because we wanted to learn the truth. When you don't have no room for learning the truth, you're in trouble. You're exactly what Yahushua was talking about when he says you cannot pour new wine into old wineskin. She's that old wineskin. You can't talk to religious folk. Religious folk is stuck in their religious ways. And when they're stuck in their religious ways, they're going to go about their religious chaos and they're going to talk about their religious things. And that's why that's all we were hearing back and forth. Oh, I'm only going to use God's words when I speak, when I answer. I asked her plain and simple. Can't even have a normal conversation with people. This is how they do, as my Aki Al would like to say, verbal gymnastics. They don't want to come at you straight up. They want to bob and weave. Just throw your punch. Let me see if I can handle it. Let's see if that punch is real. Or are you just a paper tiger? Let's see if you got some bite behind that teeth. Let's see if that stuff what you're talking about is real. Because I'm going to show you what it says in Scripture. If Scripture says opposite of what you're saying, just like what John Truth is talking about the Sabbath, that you can cook on the Sabbath, which I'm going to look into later, we're going to see if it holds any weight. Does it hold water in that cistern? If it's not holding any water in that cistern, you need to throw that thing out. That thing has got poison in it. Get out of it. Don't even drink it. Don't put your lips to it. Don't even look at it. Toss it away. And that's the whole thing, Chanel, is that, again, Yahuah has to open up your eyes to this truth. Linda doesn't have her eyes open. I don't know what Yahuah is going to do with the words that he allowed me to share with her. And this is why I tell people, they come in here and they thank me for their eyes being open, but I'm like, you can't thank me. Here's a perfect example of Linda. She hears the same words that I've shared countless of times with other people. Other people get it. She didn't get it. Why didn't she get it? Because Yahuah didn't open her eyes. Does it mean he's not going to open her eyes later? He just might. He just might. We don't know, but all we can do is share the word, and that word is going to confess to her on that day of judgment what she did accept or what she didn't accept. But his word, he says, is not going to return unto him void. One way or the other, it's going to go out and do what it is going to perform, either to the saving of the life of that person or to the damnation of their soul into the lake of fire. One way or the other, it's going to do what he says it's going to do. It's going to speak against them, or it's going to speak for them. Hallelujah. Yahuah. All right, let's see here. Yep, I know many of us was not ready for the truth when we first came into it. You know, I know I wasn't. I had a brother tell me, you know, about who true Israel was, and at the time when it was revealed to me, or when it was shared with me, I was not listening to it. I was like, what? No, man, those people are the Jews over there. Those people are the Jews. That's what I thought. Until Yahuah opened my eyes and started taking me down these rabbit holes, and I started looking into these things, and I'm like, wow. Do you all see what is going on right now in social media with people starting to turn their backs on the so-called Israelis? Have you guys noticed this? Have you noticed how there are more people today, because they're over here saying anti-Semitism is on the rise, anti-Semitism is on the rise. But ask these people who are speaking against these Israelis who know that they're not Shemites. Their anti-Semite is not on the rise. What's on the rise is they know that you guys aren't the Jews. They know, just like Candace Owens. Candace Owens know you guys ain't the Jews. And she's got a platform out there that's so big right now, I don't know if she's a plant or if she's one that's just speaking it to see who's going to gravitate to it as a magnet, to see who's going to say, oh, I'm going to subscribe to Candace. So now they got you on this list. But it doesn't matter because Satan already got us on his list. What matters is how you're going to do with what you understand and how you're going to share it with others. That's what matters. Great to see you here, Akodi Victoria. Shabbat Shalom, Akodi, to you and your mishpachah. Yes, I also think too. I also wonder about her. She probably can be. She might just be that distraction. But all I'm saying is this. There's more and more of this content that is being spewed out there. Some of it is bait material, but there's other people who are like me who sees that the gig is up and we're just done with it. We're done with the shenanigans. We see what is going on. Some of them don't even know the prophecies like we understand the prophecies, but they see what these people are doing, how they're coming into the pocketbooks of the Americans to fund their wars and to fund their ideology. But you see, this is where we all get twisted up. What we don't recognize is Israel is America, and America is Israel. It has been since the inception of this country. They want you to believe that Israel just came into being in 1948. That's not when it happened. Or is it 45? Either way, it's not either one of those years. It goes all the way back. These people have been trying to control the narrative since the time that Yahusha left. They've been trying to control it since then. And this is where you get all the crusades. And this is how you get all the inquisitions that was going on. All of this was to change the scope of history. But they never thought that Yahuah would allow us to find scrolls around the Dead Sea. They never thought that would happen. Thank you, JJ. I just realized what you said. I got cute feet. You wouldn't say that if my socks were off. I'm just joking. Let me hide my feet now. You got my feet scared. They're bashful. Yep. The Osaka, yes. There's a lot of people that are the same way that I know that I cannot have this conversation with. My family members have shut me down. Most of them, they're like, they don't want to hear it. So I had one person tell me that there was nothing wrong with this administration just separating parents from their children and sending them back to wherever they feel like sending them. I looked at my cousin, I was like, wow, just so cold, like a reptile, like a reptilian, just cold-hearted. Like, I know if that was you with your daughter and your son, you wouldn't be saying that. But because it's not happening to you, which is always the case why people say stuff like this, because it's not happened to them, oh, I'm excluded. That'll never happen to me. Why? Because I'm an American. Great to see you here, Akipati Yahu. Shabbat Shalom, Ak. Yes, that is very cold. Yes. And I love my cousin to death. That she was like more like my sister than my cousin. But once I came into this truth and I stopped doing all the holidays, her and I don't talk the same. Our relationship has changed a lot. So I don't do all these holidays, which we're going to talk about next Shabbat. We're gonna really do a deep dive into Xmas, and we're gonna look at the history of where a lot of that comes from. We're gonna talk about why, and even strategies of how you can try to get your family to see just by planting some seeds of doubt in them about what they are following. Because you and I all know, we know that these holidays are satanic to the core. It's satanic. Its roots are founded in Satanism. And a lot of people don't realize that. Yep, it sounds like kidnapping to me too, Aki. But a lot of people don't realize these holidays come from satanic roots. All of it has to do with worshiping Satan. Has nothing to do with worshiping our Abba Yahuah. So let me share a story since we're talking about Xmas. So I had to go into this lady's house to do work. And of course she's melanated. She's a Hebrew and don't even know it. She's from the tribe of Judah and don't even know it. And we got to talking. And I was sharing with her, witnessing to her about who she is. I said, have you ever heard that you are a true Israelite? And she was like, huh? I was like, have you ever heard that you are a true Israelite? She goes, no, I don't even, what's that, So I started taking her down a few passages. I said, but I want you to read this. And I opened up my phone. I said, here, let's read Jeremiah chapter 10. And you guys all know what Jeremiah chapter 10 says, but we're going to read it for those who don't know. So let's go to Jeremiah chapter 10. Oh, what do you know? We're already open to it. Look what it says here. Jeremiah chapter 10, verse 1. Hear the word which Yahuah speaks to you, O house of Yasharal. Thus said Yahuah, do not learn the way of the nations, that is the pagans, the heathens, the Gentiles, and do not be awed by the signs of the Shamaim. For the nations, the heathens, the Gentiles, the pagans, are awed by them. For the laws or the rules of these peoples are worthless. For one cuts a tree from the forest, work for the hands of a craftsman with a cutting tool. They beautify it with silver and gold. They strengthen it with nails and hammers so that it does not topple. When I read this to her, I said, what does that mean? She goes, huh? I said, what did I just read to you? What is it describing? She was like, Jews? I was like, no, it's not describing Jews. She's saying that because I just told her about who the true Jews are. So she's thinking that that's what it's talking about. She doesn't have eyes and ears to see and hear what I was sharing with her. So then I had to rephrase what I was saying. I said, look, it's talking about a person cutting a tree out in the forest and they bring it home and they decorate it with ornaments of gold and silver. What does that sound like? And then she looked behind her. And what does she have behind her in her living room? You guessed it, an Xmas tree. Guess what she started doing? She started laughing out of control, like, oh my gosh, oh, it's talking about the Christmas. I was like, yes, it's talking about the Christmas tree, and it says that we're not supposed to do this. And guess what came out of her mouth next? Guess what came out of her mouth next? Let's see if somebody gets it. Guess what came out of her mouth next? Nope, I know somebody gonna get it. Somebody gonna say it. Nope, it's not the OT, it's not Grace. Why not? Nope, it doesn't matter. Nope, that ain't it. Nope, that ain't it either. My family does it. Nope, that ain't it. But y'all getting close. It's tradition, but that ain't it. Who's going to be the first one to get it? Let's see. Ah, there it is. Mari Ball got it. Mari Bell got it. For the children. It's for the children. Yep, Isla, same thing. It's for the kids. That's exactly what it came out of her mouth. But it's for the kids. It's for the children. I said, you know what? That's what we all say. We all say it's for the kids. I said, but guess what? Where does the curse break? When do we stop passing and teaching on these pagan ideologies? She goes, I know, right? I'm like, I know. But I'm assuming you're not going to take it down, but I want to share this with you. She goes, okay, and she changed it. She changed the story up real quick. She don't want to hear it. She's an Israelite and she don't want to hear it. I even told her, I said, our people don't even know who they are. But in the last days, he's going to open up his people's eyes. That is prophetic. It's prophesied that is going to happen. I said, and today is your day. You are now hearing this yourself. And I am not going to say her name because she might be listening. But today is your day to hear this truth. And she's like, okay. And left it at that. And that right there gives me my clue, my cue. Don't push this subject any further with her. Leave it where it is. She wants to know anything else, she knows how to contact you. She knows where to get the information. If she's interested, she is going to get into it more with you. But if not, leave it alone. Leave it alone. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave it alone. Because I'll see her again. And if it's bothering her, if Yahuah has strummed her fingers of her, strummed the strings of her heart and allowed her to start being inquisitive about what he has said to her through me to her, if she wants to know more about her creator, she'll ask the right questions. She'll ask the right questions. Exactly, JSO. Exactly. Exactly. Yep. Yep. And so, for me, it was so funny to see her turn around and look at her Christmas tree after I told her that. And she saw that she was like looking and staring into the corner like she has a demon in the corner, because that's exactly what you got in your house. You got this thing sitting in your house that's bringing all these spirits in here. Because why? You gave it the opportunity to do so. You gave it the right to do so because you put this thing in your house. You put it in your house. I know there's people that they're like, oh, I don't worship Buddha. Then why do you have a Buddha statue in your house? Oh, I just like the way it looks and it gives it an appeal. I'm like, okay, well, you go right on ahead and do what you want to do. You go ahead and have that fat looking statue of a man sitting there with his belly all hanging out with his big old earlobes and got his legs crossed in Indian style. And you go ahead and rub its belly thinking it's going to bring you good luck and fortune. I hate to hear that, true Hebrew, but that's unfortunately that's the truth of what's happening in this world. Alexis, you said it's hard to know when to stop talking. Care and concerns get in the way, but it's what we need to do. I know it's so hard, Alexis, because you want them to see what you see. You want them to see what you see. But again, it's not our job to convince them to that point. Because what usually ends up happening when you try to convince them that hard, they repel at everything that you're saying. It pushes them further away. So we got to know when to speak and when not to speak, like it says in the book of Ecclesiastes. We got to know when to stay silent, because sometimes silence speaks more than words. But isn't it amazing? Aren't you thankful to Abba Yahuwah that your eyes and your ears of your heart has been opened? I'm just like so thankful. And again, I don't use it as a badge of honor to look at somebody else and look down at them from the bridge of my nose. No, I'm thankful to Yahuwah that he thought of me, that he thought of me to allow my eyes to be open and my hearing of my heart to be understanding of his concepts and his words and instructions. Now, do I have more to learn? Of course I do. But he's given me the foundational understanding of how I am supposed to walk in this walk of life. So that when all of this is said and done, one of these days, not if, but one of these days, my eyes are going to behold him who created me and who created you and who created everything. I look forward to that day. I truly do. I don't know what my body's going to look like. I don't know what I'm going to feel like. I don't know what my face is going to appear like. I don't know any of that. What I do want to see is the face of my creator and me living with him, and he accepts me to be in his life forever. I want to be there with him. I don't want to be nowhere else. Nowhere else. And this side of eternity, this is probably the closest I get when I'm near Yahuwah, is when I'm having these conversations with the Mishpachah. When we're coming together like this, and when we have these times of appointments with him, when we come together in such an array where we're able to go to each other's homes, or we go out of town into somebody else's home, and we come together and we congregate with each other of like-minded brothers and sisters, and we're all worshiping and praising and celebrating Yahuwah for what he has done. It's so beautiful. "100% Nazareth, 100%. Hallelujah, Yahuwah. Peace be still." Coco, Khan means truth, or to say I agree. It's almost like saying amat. Let's see what else we got going on here. Well, we're coming up on the five hours now. Let's see, what time do we have? It's 6. Yes, yep. So yeah, it's been 5 hours, almost 5 hours. The Osaka, amat means truth. It sure feels like it, Nazareth. It sure feels like it. So for it to be 9 p.m., that means you guys are on the East Coast. Yes, Queen, let's start all over. Let's start back with reading of the TORAH. And then the reading in the Nabaim. And then the reading in the Katubim. Oh, you did, Jorah? That's beautiful. Hallelujah. Great to see you here. 11 a.m. there in Hanguk. Hallelujah. Is this song? It is. I figured that was you. So let me ask you a question, Lee Ji-sung. How is the truth being accepted in South Korea? Is there people starting to wake up, or is it still mostly just Christians? They're just still wanting to be Christian. Are they waking up? No, I was an X-Gen too. Yeah, I'm sure he was. So there's not too many people waking up there in Korea, huh? We need to change that. people waking up there in Korea, huh? We need to change that. We need to change. Speaking of, so Nazareth, you had sent me um that post where the guy was talking about how YouTube had sent this letter out, and they sent me one too, where they're going to be dubbing my lives to different languages. Okay. The beautiful thing is that with the dubbing of my lives to different languages, you know why I'm looking forward to that? Because this allows this content to be preached to more people and to reach more people of different languages. Yeah. Now, yes, they can change my words. However, if Yahuah has control of what is going on, there's going to be people in that area as they come into the truth. They're going to realize, like, oh, YouTube did not do a great job at translating this to this, right? So then I can go to YouTube and say, look, you need to correct this with your algorithms or whatever, as you're dubbing my voice and dubbing it into a different language. Then I would like to for it to be represented properly and not what AI is saying that it should be represented as, right? So I might say Yahusha, but they put JC on it, right? That's what I want to look into. And I don't think it's going to take much for anyone who's in a different country to let me know when I'm saying the true name and they're still trying to put the false name in it. They're going to start realizing, like, YouTube is doing this to your words. And once that comes out, then this gives me the ability to go to them, and I'm going to be able to see what it is that they're doing. So I bring all that up because one of the places that I wanted to be dubbed to is in Korea. And having somebody like Jisung over there, he can look in and say, yes, Aki, Jimmy, they're translating it properly. That for me is a huge deal. Huge. Because now other people can hear this truth, and it's not just stuck to English speaking people. Because again, we know Yahuah is going to show this to all creatures, to all nations and ethnicities and languages. Yeah, see, that's what I don't like, hallelujah. Where they change Yahuah to Yahweh, I don't like that. And that's the stuff that I want to make sure that is changed. And I want to make sure that they put respect on our Abba Yahuwah's name and stop giving us the okey doke, the swamp meat Louis version of the name. Yes, Nazareth, yep. But again, we're going to take it by, case by case basis as it's being revealed, and Yahuah allows certain things to happen where we can get correction is going to be needed. And I would like for them to change those things because, again, like you like to say, Nazareth, we're going to get AI singing today. Well, we're going to have the AIs also make sure that they put his name out there properly too. My husband and I were at Walmart, and I told my husband these ladies were talking about Yahuah. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Yes, lying for Yahuah, living for Yahuah. I was about to say lying for Yahuah. Why is it called? I saw that wrong. Oh, that's beautiful. Hallelujah. That is so beautiful. Anytime you find yourself flying from Incheon to Las Vegas, let me know. You can stay here with us. I'll pick you up from the airport, and we'll make sure I'll take you, and we'll go eat. Of course, you already know the Hanguk food over there is better than the Hanguk food over here, but we'll break bread together. Right, exactly, Chanel. Yes, exactly. Oh, by the way, so for those of you who are watching this live, if you ever want to go back and watch the live and you want to see the comments, I don't think you can do it on the TV. I haven't been able to figure it out on the TV, but I figured it out on the phone, and you can probably do it on your tablets as well. But on the phone, if you go back to one of the videos that have been archived here on YouTube, if you go down where it shows comments and live comments, you'll swipe to the left, okay, where you can, first it'll say comments. If you swipe to the left, it'll show you, it'll say live comments from the video. Click on that, and then it'll come up just like you're seeing it coming up right now. It'll be in a box underneath the video, but you'll see it'll be scrolling everybody who's making a comment at that moment during the live. Okay, so that's another way to watch these lives, where when you hear these silences where I'm reading people's comments, I'm actually you'll be able to see what it is that I'm reading, or why I'm saying what I'm saying, by going back and looking at the live comments. So just for your info, for your FYI, if you're using your phone, you can actually go there and look up the live comments, and it'll allow you to see all the comments during the live. And you can even scroll back and forth too, which is amazing. Oh, you did that, Fanny? Okay, beautiful. Great to see you here. Shabbat Shalom, Fanny. And if you don't want to do all of that, I forgot to say this. Let me plug in my Cody Nazareth on her channel. So when she records these, it shows all of this. Now you can't scroll back and forth, but at least you get to see it as it's being recorded on our Cody Nazareth's channel on YouTube. So let me see here. So Nazareth just put here recording now. So set your alarm now with commentary. Live schedule is PST 1 p.m. SAT Yaum on the 6th, and SUN day Yaum at 7. Schedule ambassadorofyah.com or aka linktree/Nazareth. Yes, those shy feet is there, Aki Petitiyahu. Hallelujah. Yahuah. On YouTube, you up and over to comments. Exactly, Catherine. Yes, that is exactly it. Tudah for that, Catherine. Shabbat Shalom. Wendy, you said, I am a medical transport driver. I drive 12 to 14 hours a day. Anyways, I was in Elmira, New York, and saw a license plate with I am Yah. Oh, yeah. I was so excited I didn't get a picture of it. You know what? I saw a license plate, in Las Vegas that actually had Yahuah spelled out the way we spell it, Yahuah, on his or her license plate. I found that fascinating, but we were on the freeway, so I wasn't going to catch up with this person and say, hey, pull over. They'll think I'm crazy. Is it okay to visit? Yes, it's definitely okay to visit, Joseph. Just let me know ahead of time so I can schedule everything out. Make sure I got room available if you want to come and stay at our house. Info, you was unsubscribed to my channel? Yeah. I guess they're doing the same things as they're doing with TT over here. Ah, yes, Patiti Yahoo. Yah for me on your motorcycle license plate. Yes, exactly, Nazareth. Don't forget to thumbs up the live and follow each other's channels. Yes. Cody Ivy, great to see you, Cody, and your Yishi Jacob. We seen someone in our town that had Yahuah and Yahusha stickers. Great to see. Oh, that's beautiful. And it was on their car. Wow. Yep. Abba has his remnant. He has his remnant. When you think of those who know the truth, and I'm talking about, if you see some of these videos where you probably see me reposted on TT, where there's people from like Brazil who did the Feast of Sukkot, and there was people in Ghana who did the Feast of Sukkot, and In Nigeria, Feast of Sukkot. In the Philippines, they were doing a Feast of Sukkot. In Fiji, they're doing a Feast of Sukkot. You see this stuff happening, and yet it's a minority of people. So when you think of 144,000 households, Mishpachah, there's room, and there's room for us. We just we got to be obedient to Abba Yahuwah. I know we all have things going on in our life. I know we all have an understanding that we only know, but we need to truly try to escape these things that are about to come upon this earth. We need to. We don't need to be here. We are already having our eyes opening, and it's not for nothing. As I like to say, Yahuwah didn't bring us this far just to let us go. He didn't bring us this far to say, okay, you know this, you know that, you know my calendar, you know my feast days, you know how to keep the Shabbat, you know my name, right? He didn't bring us all this way to say, okay, now I'm going to take you through the Great Tribulation. No, it's because of something you're not doing that he's going to take you through the Great Tribulation, because you did not do what he told you to do, to be obedient. And the only person we have to fault is ourselves. Now, if you want to try to stay strong to the time of your beheading, I'm sure he's going to give you that strength. And I know he will. But why do you have to see that? Didn't Yahuwah say that he wishes for none of us to perish, no, not one? He doesn't want us to go through that test. We don't have to go through that test. So Cree, that's a Christian understanding that the Great Tribulation is for the Jews. It is not for those people. You think them people are ever... Okay, let me rephrase that. Do you think most of those people who call themselves Jews and are not are going to follow Yahusha? Not according to Revelation. They're going to continue to be about the Torah and the Torah only, and they're not even following the Torah only, because if they were following Torah only, it would point them to Yahusha, who is the Torah manifested in the flesh. That's right, don't panic. You might as well continue to be a cheesemaker. But the Great Tribulation is not for the Jews. That's what Christianity teaches, because they say that the church is going to get raptured and then it's the time for the Jews. That is not scriptural. That is not scriptural. So the Great Tribulation is to test all the world, not just those who call themselves Jews. It's to test all the world. Aluhenu, hallelujah, means my mighty one. Let's see. What about Thanksgiving? Nope, can't do Thanksgiving, Cree. That's coming up. Thanksgiving is a massacre of the Hebrews that came here, the northern tribes that came here to the Americas. If you go back, and we might have to do a study on that soon. So the first dispersion, or the first ones to go into captivity, was the 10 northern tribes, also known as the House of Israel. Okay, because they went against Yahuwah's commandments. And so Yahuwah allowed the Assyrian king to come and snatch them away and take them to the four corners of the earth. Now, while that was going on, some of them fled. Some of them fled and ended up in an area that we know today as the Americas, the New World. And they were here, and they were building, and they were doing their thing. This is why we're finding Hebraic stones with Hebrew writing, and we're talking about ancient writings. We're not talking about the Babylonian, what we call the modern Hebraic block lettering. We're talking about the Paleo Hebrew, okay? And so a lot of them came here to the Americas, and this is why you're seeing all this stuff. Like, has any of you ever seen those big old statues of those heads in Mexico? You know what I'm talking about? They're just heads. Let me see, where is I know some of you probably seen them. They look like they got skull caps on them, or like a helmet. Aki Al, you said yes, you seen it. Adriana, you seen it? Yes, the Olmec heads. Exactly, the Osaka. That's exactly what it's called. The Olmec heads. Have you ever seen the images of the face, like the features? What does that represent? What let me say not what it represents. What does that look like to you? What does the Olmec's faces look like to you? And they found like a dozen of these faces. What does the face look like? What does it resemble? Does it look like a Caucasian? Does it look like a Negro? Does it look like an Asian? Exactly, the Osaka. Yes. It has the broad nose. It's got the thick lips, right? It's got those cheekbones with the jaw structure. It looks like a person of either African descent or Semitic descent. A lot of these people, not all of them, but a lot of these people that came here, they were connected to the Northern 10 tribes. Alexis, yes. Now, there's times when I do share, depending on who comes in. I normally don't say the JESUS word on this day, but if I do slip, please do correct me. Yes. I usually try to spell it out on these days. Now, when I say like the word Christian, that's not quite at that level because it's not a deity, right? But JC is a deity. Yeah. Um, the ZEUS is a deity. Yes. JUPTER, JUPITER. The thing in the sky that they say is this day or whatever. Yes, those kind of things. Yes, please do, because there's times when I get to just speaking, I forget, and I will say something that I know I shouldn't say on this day, and yes, do bring that up to me if I do end up going in that direction. Oh yes, yes, to that, atah for that. Peace be still, and to your Yishi. Let's see. That's why they removed the nose on the statues. And exactly, Marguerite. Great to see you here, Cody. Hallelujah. That's because it comes from his name. JC comes from that being, or I should say, that character that you said there, the ZE one. Let's see. The Osaka, you said Glenn Beck had a series on videos on YouTube about this because he was trying to disprove that black and brown people weren't here on the first lands first and got proven wrong. Well, Glenn Beck is extra nationalist, like a lot of them that are out there, and they're pro-Zionists. And this is where a lot of these people in Christianity are about to get their scales off of their eyes ripped off, and it's not going to be easy. It's going to hurt when those scales come off, because they're going to be crying when they realize that what they have been believing in all these centuries and that has been fed to them, they're going to realize that they have truly inherited nothing but lies. Yes, Chanel. So the Thanksgiving. So going back to that passage, thank you for putting me back on path here, Cody Chanel. So if you go and you look into these things about Thanksgiving and the story that has been fed to us since we were in elementary school, that the Pilgrims and the Native Americans came together and they had this big old potluck, as if this is what had happened on the first Thanksgiving, right? They want us all to believe this. Now, if you go and ask the Native Americans, they're going to tell you that's not what happened. Our people were slaughtered. Okay? The people who lived here, again, they were mostly Israelites from the northern 10 tribes. They were nice people. Okay? They were people that tried to be welcoming. Just like a lot of, if you ever notice this, and this is generally speaking, not always, this isn't always for everybody, but what I'm getting at is this. You'll notice that a lot of the so-called African Americans, I have to say so-called, okay, the so-called African Americans, if you was a person who was around a whole bunch of African Americans, you might feel uncomfortable, but I tell you what, if you open your mouth and you ask them a question, they are very hospitable to you. You can go to a place where, you know how they say, the what's the word, oh, the Southern hospitality. That Southern hospitality has nothing to do with the same people who were slave owners. The Southern hospitality has to do with what we know today as African Americans. You know, like how they call their food, they call it comfort food. Okay, Southern comfort food. This all comes from what the blacks, or the African Americans as they call us. This is part of our makeup. Same thing with these people that were living here, the northern 10 tribes. A lot of them they had their arms open. They're seeing these strangers who came off of the boats, and they accepted him in with open arms. But what happened when they opened up their arms and let these people in? They came in like a Trojan horse. They started wiping out all the men, taking the women and the children as slaves. And so not only those who came on the boats during the transatlantic slave trade, who were put under the bondage of slavery, but even those that was already here, they too were taken in and they were enslaved. And so through the process of time, they started to whitewash some of these people who was here. And so you see those that they call Native Americans, that they call Indian, who have long hairs and they braid them and all this other stuff. These aren't the original people. This is what happens when you intermingle with different races, and now we get what you call Cherokees and Navajos, but that's not what they looked like when they first got here. They had curly hair. They had woolly hair. Now, all of that is to say, again, it's not to put one group of people over another. We're just talking about just history. We're just talking about history. That's all we're talking about. We're not saying that the Negroes are better than the Caucasians, or the Asians are better than the Negroes, or any. No, we're not talking about that, because you'll find, as all of you know, and I don't have to say this or preach this to anybody, you have some that are nice people, and you have some bad people. I don't care what color, what ethnicity, or what country, or where they come from. You're going to find the righteous and the evil all the same, all throughout all these different cultures. It is just what it is. Okay? But again, all of this being said, and again, I've met some of my closest friends are Caucasian, right? And I have part Caucasian in me, so I can't hate my own. I can't. And I've met some very hospitable Caucasians as well. But I'm going to tell you, this is one of the beautiful things about, when you study like stuff like Thanksgiving and stuff like this, and you're like me, who you're a half breed. They don't know that you're like most people don't even know that I have African American blood in me. Okay, if they have never been around a mixed child, or if they don't hear me speak, or the way I carry myself around my peoples, they would not know that I have this so-called African American DNA in my body. So what does that do? It allows me to see when they expose themselves. They expose themselves of how they really feel in my presence. And I'm like, oh man, I didn't know this dude was like this. Man, he's a bigot. Or he's prejudiced. Or he's a racist. Or she's a racist. And I'm like, wow, you get so comfortable, some of these people, that they let their guard down and they just speak to me things that are coming off of their heart. And I'm going to tell you, I've seen this with my Korean side of the family. And some of them know, well, I shouldn't say some, they all know that I'm half African American. They know that, but they don't care because I'm not full African American in their eyes. They'll talk bad about the African Americans, or they'll talk bad about me because I'm a half breed. I've shared this with you guys before. When I was younger and I was living in Korea when I was a little child, my stepdad, the reason why he married my mom was because I was a half-breed living in Korea, and she was getting ready, my mom was getting ready to give me up for adoption to a Korean couple. Now, I don't know what these Korean couples were going to do with me, but my mom was going to sell me to, and of course I don't bring this up to my mom. You know, we talked about it a long time ago. It's water under the bridge, as we would say. But she was going to sell me to this Korean couple. And the only reason why that did not happen was because my stepdad stepped in and said, "What if I was to marry you? Would you still give Jimmy away?" And she said no. When my dad passed away, my stepdad passed away, he said the reason, and he told me this again on his deathbed, the reason why I married your mom was because of you. He goes, I came to grow to love your mom, but the reason why I married your mom was not because I loved her at that time. I loved you. And man, you talking about somebody who was balling. This was in 1988, so I was, what, 27 years old? I was just bawling, crying, like, Dad, I didn't know it. I was just a child. I had no idea, you know. And you're, yes, exactly, Chanel, exactly. Yahuah had already had, and not only me, all of you, all of us. He directed our footsteps and we didn't know it. This is how we all come to know each other right now. But again, I say all this because when you think about what happened to the natives here on this land and how we have been told what they look like now, they want to keep the true history away from everybody because, again, it only comes back to show that the scripture it only comes back to show that the scripture is true. Just like if they had to tell you that the earth was flat, it's only going to say that the word is true. If they tell you what's truly over there in Jerusalem and what they have found, it would only back up that the scripture is true. They don't want us to know these things. This is why everything that they teach us, what am I trying to say? They repackage history to where we don't get to know the truth unless you look into books. Until you start looking in, and I'm not saying every book is correct. Just because it's between a binder doesn't make it what whoever wrote that as an author is true. Because we know that anybody can write a book, especially if they want to slant it into their favor. So you can't just take any book and just say, yeah, well, I found this and I read this in a book, so it has to be true. No, you can't do that. I don't care if there's 2 or 3 of them. It has to line up with this first. If it doesn't line up with this first, then I have to toss it to the side. I might read it to see where the author's mindset is, but that doesn't mean I'm going to take it in as being truthful, because if it doesn't line up with this truth, then I can't use it. The only way I can use it is when I'm having a debate with someone, or if I'm trying to share an ideology of where I know that came from and I understand where their heart is coming from and why they're saying what they're saying, because that lets me know I'm already ahead of them, like in the game of chess. I already know where you're coming from. I know why you're saying what you're saying. That's the whole reason why I read the Quran. I didn't read the Quran because I want to know the Quran. I wanted to read the Quran because I wanted to see why their mindset, why they think this way. And I line it up with this to see if it lines up with this. And when I start to see it veering away from the truth, I see what this is about. I understand what's going on here. And so, again, the same thing with what happened to those who were here during the times of Thanksgiving, or what they call, let me back that up. During the times of the indigenous people that are living here at the time, and the people who came here, what they wanted to do, just like it was already told to us in Genesis chapter 9, let me go there. 9:27. Notice what it says here. Let Alua Elohim, the mighty ones, enlarge Japheth. That's Japheth. That is the Caucasian people. And let him dwell in the tents of Shem. So Yahuah is going to enlarge Japheth's land territory. And where is he going to dwell? In the tents of Shem. This is why you see so many Arabs. It's the intermingling of two different ethnicities. I've shared this with you all before, and this is how we understand where we get the word Arab in English. The word Arab is a Hebrew word. It means light and dark. It's a mixture of light and dark is what Arab means. So when we call somebody, oh, this person is an Arabian, he's an Arab. We're saying that he's mixed. He's a mixture of light and dark. This is why you see the people who are now in Egypt, they weren't that color before. That wasn't their pigmentation before. You can see it in the hieroglyphics. That wasn't their pigmentation before. The same thing with the people in Lebanon. The same thing with the people in Syria. The same thing with the people in Q8 and in Saudi Arabia and in Yemen and in Qatar and in Iran and Iraq. All that whole area has been diluted. And when I say diluted, I'm talking about on both sides. It was diluted from the dark and also from the light. It's the intermingling of the two at that bridge there, what we call the Middle East. You have all three, the Japhites line, you have the Shemites line, and you have the Hamites line, all intermingling in that little area called the Middle East. And this is why you see what you see. You see the Arabs, some of them have green eyes, right? And they say they have olive complexion. Where do you think all this comes from? Look at some of the kids that are mixed with a black man, as we call it, and a white woman. Look at their kids. They have hazel eyes. Some of them have light green eyes. Some of them have blue eyes, but they have like a blondish texture to their curl, to their afro. All of this is because this was how things were getting intermingled. Same thing with the Native Americans. What do you start seeing? You start seeing some of the people that was already here. Like the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Incas. What do they look like? They look like they're hieroglyphics. Who are they intermingling with? With the indigenous, those that were blacks that was brought here, those who we call the northern tribes, the 10 tribes. And it starts to change. They start to change the way they look. So the Asian lineage, especially from Korea and all of those, so Genghis Khan had a lot to do with what happened to what we know as Far East Asia. Yeah. So this is why a lot of us, when we're born, we have that purple butt, what they call, most of you guys probably don't know this, but a lot of Asians, this is how you know you have the Mongolian blood, is that your butt has this color. It looks like a purplish bruise on your butt. And you'll see this even with some of the natives here, like with the Mexicans and stuff that are like more closer to the native, the indigenous people. You'll see that spot. Yes, exactly, in spirit and in truth. Yes, that's the Mongolian spot. Yes, and you'll see it. It's right at the butt. You'll see it. Well, if you follow that genealogy back, you'll see that it brings you to what we know as the European and the Shemitic bloodline. So Asians are mixed. They're mixed as a people. And so they started to, of course, continue to copulate with people that look like their kind, and they continue on, and the next thing you know, they have this certain type of trait. So like, hallelujah, right? Like when you look at a Japanese, you can tell a Japanese that's in Korea, you can tell their face. You can tell when you see a Chinese, usually from their face, you can see the difference. But most people who are outside of an Asian, they look at Koreans, Japanese, and Chinese as one people. But we're not. We know the difference between each other. Like most Koreans have a more rounder face than Chinese. Japanese have round faces too, like Koreans. Why? Because that's our cousin, even though a lot of Koreans don't like Japanese, and there's some Japanese that don't like Koreans, but nonetheless, that's family rivalry. It really is. And because they were on that island, they came up with their own language, their own writing system, but there were certain things that carried over, like some of the food are very kind of similar in certain ways. So again, you'll see if you start to look at the history of people and how they've merged and went into different areas, all of it brings you back to the Tower of Babel. You're going to see how it all lines back up with the Tower of Babel. Like we were talking about earlier, there were 70 ethnic groups that Yahuah split and sent them all into different areas of the world. And it's from those 70 lines that we get all the different, what is it now, 200 and something different countries. And some of them have same languages, some of them don't. Some of them have different features. Some of them don't have some of those same features, but they speak the same language. So like you start to see the difference between an American, a white American, and you see the difference between a white American and usually what a British white person looks like. You can kind of see the difference. Even before they open their mouth to talk, you can see it in their facial structure. You'll see it in the teeth.
New text message from AppUDTG.
You'll see, excuse me, you'll see these little differences, but because of them being separated for so long, you'll start to see these certain traits that certain people will have because they're intermingling on that same area, a location. And so they start to take on this image, this look. And that's over a process of time. Chanel, so the white people come from the Japheth line. That's one of Noah's sons. In fact, it was his firstborn. Japheth was the firstborn. Now, there's some people that say that Japheth was an albino like Noah was. He took after his dad. And when they went north towards the Caucasus is where we get the word Caucasian, even though they are now rewriting history on this and saying they weren't called Caucasoids and all this, whatever. There's so much history. And again, it backs it up from scripture where they went. They went north, okay, towards the Caucasus. If you look where Jerusalem is and where all the, in fact, even before there was a Jerusalem, when Noah had his 3 sons and their wives, they landed in that area called Mount Ararat in what we know today as Turkey, okay? The mountains of Ararat, right? And from that area, they went down towards the warmer area. They came out of the mountains and they came down into the plains. Well, you come down into plains, you come into Syria from Turkey. Syria is very flat. There's a few mountains there, but not that many. Same thing with Iraq. Iraq is flat. This is what they call the Fertile Crescent, as we were taught when we was in world geography. If you remember your world geography class when you was in high school, you were taught about the Fertile Crescent. The Fertile Crescent is where we find the Euphrates and Tigris rivers. These are the same 2 rivers of the 4 that we know of, which is where the Garden of Eden was. Okay, it was this area that Shem, Japheth, and Ham, and we can read about this in Jubilees. I think that's where we read it before, where they took lots to see who was going to have what property, what land rights. And the Middle East fell to the lot of Shem. Japheth, his lot was the northern country, what we know is Europe and Russia, all of that Siberia area today. Okay. And then the Hamites had what we know today as Africa. They went down to the south country. That was their location. But that middle part, Middle Earth or whatever you want to call it, that Middle East area, that belonged to the Shemites. Let me see here. Maribel, some of them, not all of them. And so the word Mexican means mixed people. The Mexicans, there's, how could I say this? Mexican have such a variety of people. You have literally your Negro Mexicans that they don't talk about too much. They live in an area of that's on the eastern side of Mexico. You can actually look it up. They look like your African Americans here in the United States, but they speak Spanish. Okay. But Then you also have those that are like literally pure Spanish blood, like they're all Spaniard. Like you go back into their bloodline and you're like, you don't find a drop of indigenous in them, but they're Mexican. They're called Mexican. Okay, but in between them, you're gonna find all of this gambit of people that is Mexican. All of them, all in between. The only thing that they don't have, which was that was brought in, which would be like your Asians, like your Chinese people, because there was some laboring of Chinese, like you'll find in Panama. Itzla, you know what I'm talking about. In Panama, we have, if for those of you who've ever been to Panama, you'll find a lot of Chinese people that live there. What did these Chinese people do over there? They helped build what we know today as the Panama Canal. And many of them, they have generations of people that stayed there, and they have like fruit stands and all this other stuff. I don't know how they are now, but when I was younger in Panama, most of them owned like fruit stands. And they speak Spanish like, you look at them, you're expecting to hear something Asian coming out of their mouth, like from China or from Japan or Korea. No, they speak straight up Spanish, and like just like a Spanish person would. No dialect change. If you close your eyes and didn't see their face, you would think you was speaking to a Panamanian. Yes, yes, yes. I am Jamaican diva. Yep, yep. And so you're gonna find them all throughout those areas. Exactly, Itzla. Exactly. Yep. A lot of people don't know that kind of history. And I wouldn't have known that if I didn't go down there. My dad was stationed down there, my stepdad. And so I spent 3 years of my life in Panama, in the Panama Canal Zone, and got to learn a lot of things that I would have never been privy to see until I went down there, you know? But it's so fascinating when you start to see how Yahuah has allowed these things to transpire. But again, going back to the Thanksgiving, it was a massacre. There's no reason to give thanks on that day. It was literally the massacring of the 10 tribes. It was to rid of them of who they were. And you don't think that because you got to remember who was the one that commissioned for these Spaniards and these Portuguese people and the French to come over here into the Americas. It was the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church was trying to wipe out any resemblance or anything that has to do with true Israel. This is why if they saw anything that had anything to do with Hebrew writings, because a lot of them knew what the writings were. They when they saw the Hebrew alphabet, they knew this is Hebrew. They knew it all the way back in 325 AD, before 325, when Constantine was trying to rid all of those that he called Judaizers. He wanted to rid them of who they were. And then 1,000 years later, they find them over here in the so-called the new land, the new world, and they see these same writings. Oh no, we gotta remove them. We can't let the cat out the bag. We gotta make sure they don't know about these people over here. And so now we get it creeped into our language. Oh, Christopher Columbus found Indians because he was actually trying to go east and he ended up going west, and he was trying to go to India. So when he saw the people over here that was so-called indigenous, he called them Indians, and we just kept the name Indians all this time. No, that's a lie. They didn't want you to know who the true people were. So because we weren't learned people, our ancestors weren't learned people, they can tell them whatever and say these people are Indians. Okay, duh. Yep, they don't want us to know this stuff. Okay, so I gotta go use the restroom again. Let me go over here and drop this bladder. I'll be back, you guys. You might hear the van beeping and beeping because I have my keys with me. In fact, let me put this over here so it doesn't beep. Yes, doggies, yes. All right. Okay, let me see here. Yes. All righty. Okay, let's see here. Back up, Onyx. Back up, baby boy. Yep. I'm gonna feed you guys here in a little bit. I'm about to get off here in a minute. All right. Oh, I'm back. I'm back now. Well, you know, I wasn't dropping one. I was just letting one loose. My bladder was so full. I had to get all that moisture out of there. Okay. So, where were we? Okay. I left y'all in the dark. Yes. It is a barakah, I tell you, for us to... Oh, you guys are so scared. Ooh. Praise Abba Yahuwah. Praise Abba Yahuwah that you guys were scared. No, I'm just joking. I think that it's beautiful to allow Abba to use us in these last days for building us up in his truth, to helping each other, exhort one another, to have understanding of who he is and our history and what has happened, how they've hidden so much truth from us. I think he's like, I want to get out of this van. I want to be home. I want to run the backyard is what he's thinking. He said the doggies were letting us hear their breath yet. It's probably kind of coming up to the phone. Let's see here. But again, with all of this being said, as much as we're talking about different ethnicities, and we all have our part. Every civilization, for better or for worse, has contributed to the building of the human family and where we are today. We all had to do our part to bring in the history of what it is that we know now. And there's still things that we still have to learn. Start the car, huh? Yes. To that for that, the Osaka. And it's like for us to try to figure out because we all want to know where we came from. I think that kind of explains where we're going in a way. But at the end of the day, not really. Because you see, the beautiful thing about the message of Yahuwah and what he's given to us by the image, by his son, Yahusha, is he's given us the way to eternal life. No matter what our background is, no matter what you've done in your past. I mean, you guys all heard this. Even in Christianity, they would say this, and this is why I say we can't throw everything that we learned from Christianity out, because again, they were coming out of this book. Certain parts of it, when it fit their narrative, they're going to twist it. They're going to change it. And we didn't know none the better, none the wiser, because we didn't know that we were being deceived. The only way, as I say again, and it's so true, the only way deception works is that you don't know that you're being deceived. Hence why you're in the deception. A person cannot just willfully be deceived. They're tricked into being deceived. And that's exactly what happened in the garden. Adam and Yahuwah were tricked. That's what the deception is. And the same thing with Christianity. Christianity is the trick religion. It's not the truth, it's the trickery. It seems so true. Yes, Coco, very true. That's right. That's right, Susie. It's the heart that he looks at. Yep. Aki Louise, you said I should have told you. Oh, no, no, no. It's okay because I got to be here close to my Ashaw's family. Hence why we're over here. I already knew ahead of time that we were going to do this, so this is why I had brought what I needed. You know, it's amazing that so many of you, you guys have shared this with me before. It's like, man, I can't even stay in an assembly building, you know, CHURCH, right? Um, for 3-4 hours, and I'm over here on the live for 3-4 hours, 5, sometimes 6-7 hours, and before you know it, it's like the time just went by. Like, where did it go? Right? Like it's happening today. Here we've been on for going on 6 hours, literally. And most of you will probably look back and be like, well, I noticed that it was getting dark, but 6 hours? And you know, we do this like every Shabbat. Not 6 hours. Sometimes it only be 3, sometimes 4. But you guys know how we ride when it comes to the Shabbat because, again, like for you, even for me, I want to keep my mind and my thoughts on Yahuah and the Mishpachah. That's it. That's it. This helps me to stay in that zone that I'm supposed to be in on Shabbat. I'm not looking at worldly things. I'm not going in and seeing what's on the TV. I'm not listening to what's on the radio or surfing the web. And I'm just here with the Mishpachah, and we're over here praising and giving all the accolades to our Abba Yahuwah for what he has done in each one of our lives, opening up our eyes and hoping that other people's eyes will be opened on this Shabbat. And when we can have this amount of people for hours, I mean, it's amazing. And I know if we had a space where we were all together, we wouldn't have these devices in our hands. We would be face to face, like when we have our high days and we come together. In my search for the truth, I got into indigenous culture for several years, and he called me out as my heart longed to know him. Oh, that's so beautiful. Oh, hush.
It's mommy.
Hey, dear. You guys are back?
We've been back.
Oh,
We're getting ready to go to Olivia's house. I came over here and you were here.
okay. So we're about done?
Mhm.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead because we've been on here 6 hours now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, dear. I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, my love.
My babies eat yet?
Onyx just finished his little bit of treats, but I'm gonna
Aw.
feed them when we get over there to the
Okay.
other place. Yeah.
Okay.
Look like the rain stopped for tonight.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah. We're
Dry
gonna
out a
head
little
over
bit.
to Olivia's house.
Okay. Okay, love. Let me finish up.
Okay.
Alrighty. Well, the boss lady just came, and it is time to go. Well, Mishpachah, let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and close out. I want to thank all of you for spending this time with me in the van and making this a wonderful Shabbat. Even when I am home away from home, I'm still at home with you all, and that's what makes all of this so wonderful. And let me see here. So let me cue all this up. What is it doing? Oh, there we go. There we go. And we are going to do the... There we go. And then I am going to do this. Give me a second, all of you. Where is it here? I know it's here somewhere. Okay, so I'm going to have to put it in here. Why isn't it showing it? That's weird. Let me try this again. Uh-oh. Ironic. Priestley. is. There we go. All right. Okay, I sure will, Lisa. I sure shall. And let me go ahead and get all this set up. Let us pull all. You know, the one thing I forgot to bring today was my my shofar. But we got our voices. We got our voices. And so we're going to praise him nonetheless and give him all that is due him. Let us pull all. Heavenly Abba Yahuwah, we come before you in the mighty name of your Ben, Yahushua HaMashiach. Abba Tuda, for once again being with us on this Shabbat, a day that you have made. And we rejoice and we were glad in it, allowing us to be with each other on this Yaum. Even though we are far and few in between, O Abba Yahuwah, how you bring us together by your Ruach. We love you, O Abba, for you first loved us. We ask that you continue to lead us and guide us into your truth, that you continue to open up our eyes to more of your truth, O Abba, and those who came in, that you would also reveal yourself to them, that their hearts be softened, and that you remove that heart of stone and give them a heart of flesh. Help us to keep your commandments, O Abba Yahuwah. Even though we're not worthy, O Yah, we ask that you would make us one of the 144,000. We ask this of you, O Abba, because we know that it is possible with you. And you've opened up our eyes and our ears of our understanding to your word. And we ask that you will continue to do so. Help us to walk in your ways by your Ruach HaKodesh, so that we may continue to do what is in your will, what has been written of us, O Abba. We ask that you do not take your Ruach from us. We ask that you do not remove or blot out our names out of the Lamb's book of life before the foundation of the world. Abba, we continue to pull off for our friends, our family, and also our enemies, O Yah, who do not know you. Abba, none of us are worthy. None of us, O Abba, deserve to have eternal life dwelling with you. But we thank you all the same. We thank you, O Yah, for allowing us to be called into your marvelous light. Help us to also continue to remove ourselves from this world and those things that easily ensnares us. Whatever that transgression that we continue to do, O Yah, those things that we battle with, those things that causes us to continue to walk contrary to your laws, do not deal with us according to our ways. We ask that your compassion and your long suffering and your patience continue to shower upon each and every one of us, O Abba. Remember your name for the sake of your people. You are our Savior. You are our salvation. You're our Redeemer, O Abba Yahuwah. There is none like you. You are Al Shaddai, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. It is to you that we give all praises, honor, and esteem. In the mighty name of your Ben Yahushua HaMashiach, please hear our petitions and our palals. Hallelujah, Yahuwah, Hallelujah, Yahuwah, and Hallelujah, Yahuwah. And so we're going to be reading Amat. We will be reading out of Numbers chapter 6, verse 22, and it reads, And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, Speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, This is how you barak the children of Yasharal. Say to them, Yahuwah barak you, and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you, and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you, and give you shalom. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Yasharal, and I myself shall barak them. Hallelujah. Rumamu Yahuwah Amat.
May Yahuwah bless you and keep you. May he make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. May he lift up his countenance shall you put
my name upon the children of Yashrael, and I'll baruch them. Onyx. What you doing, baby boy? You know it's almost that time, don't you, boy?
May Yahuwah bless you and keep you. May He make His face shine on you and be gracious to you.
May He lift up His countenance upon you and give you shalom.
So shall you put
My name upon the children of Yashrael, and I'll baruch them. Uh-oh, that was me. I accidentally turned that off. Let's see if I can get it to come back. Here you go. Thank you, Onyx, for blowing the shofar. Blow it again. Say, say, Huh, Onyx? You gonna do it again? Onyx, say, stay there. Stay. Nope. Back. Onyx, back. I got you all excited, didn't I? Yes. All right, Mishpachah. So we've come to another Yaum. May Yahuah barak you and keep you.
May Yahuwah bless you.
May He continue to allow the countenance of His light
you.
to shine upon each
May He make His
and every
face
last
shine
one of you.
and be gracious to you. May He lift up His countenance
Yes.
upon you
And give you shalom. Easy, doggies. We're done.
So shall you put my name
Upon the children of Yashrael,
and I will bless them.
Ooh. All right, Mishpachah. I am Og Jimmy, also known as Brother Jimmy, aka Ambassadors of Yah. Until next time, I'll be signing off here from Fresno, California, A. Next time, Yahuah willing, I will be on in Vegas. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, Mishpachah.
Guide me on this journey the whole way, even when the world tell me no way, and social media so fake. My mind been turning like all day, all day. My mind been turning like all day.
Yeah, got me on this mission, filling the blanks with things I'm missing.
Giving you thanks even when I'm stressing. For you give me strength even through depression. Finding my way, navigate your lessons. You got the answers to all my questions. Know what I'm asking before I'm asking. Don't let the wicked one catch me lacking. Sending your word for my protection. The Ruach for my correction. Much pocket for my connection. Armor of Yahuah like a vested. Humble myself, let me be a vessel. Amongst the branches I am a cecil. And all them times that I seem to wrestle, your love and hold me up like a trestle.
Guide me on this journey the whole way. Even when the world tell me no way. And social media so fake. My mind been turning like all day. All day.
I protect my crown amongst the lost, but now we're found. There's no one who can stop us now. Submit my will and all my heart though.